as the sole disciple of the great Archmage. This boy was once expected to follow in his master's footsteps, but when he grew up, Eugene became his disgrace, with an appearance no different from a terrifying demon, and with disgusting magic. Whenever he smiled, people would scream and shout. Occasionally taking a few copper bullets from the police was also a completely normal thing, but they didn't know that beneath that terrifying exterior, he was actually an extremely kind-hearted person, always helping criminals get sent behind bars. Immediately, the story begins. Famine, war, resource depletion, and climate change were pushing humanity to a dead end. In the midst of the utmost despair, a man with curly black hair appeared and declared, "Rest assured, my brothers, from now on, you will no longer have to suffer those hardships. Nay, with overwhelming magical power, he easily subdued the most powerful leaders, ending a state of hiding that lasted for tens of centuries, to officially step into the light and help the world." A massive wave of magical energy enveloped the conference building, marking the change of an entire era. Standing before all of humanity, the great Archmage, Yong U, made a promise in his personal capacity, on behalf of the entire magical community. When civilization was on the verge of collapse, due to humanity's own mistakes, mages revealed themselves as saviors. From the ruined and desolate rubble of devastated cities, they accomplished the unimaginable, resolving every problem that seemed permanently unsolvable. With miraculous magic, magical power wiped out war machines, cleansed nuclear-contaminated lands, and revived life from barren soils. The whole world officially entered a golden age, never seen before thanks to the salvation of magic. Yong U became a great symbol, the leader and the most worshipped person in the world. However, despite standing at the peak of fame, he still realized that this world still had too many things requiring magic that he alone could not shoulder. Even though he stood at the peak, one must still be careful above all else. Young folks, in the quiet space of the giant library, Yong U looked at the child standing before him and pondered. I cannot solve everything alone. I need more righteous and wise mages to share the burden with me. He bent down, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder with eyes full of expectation. I need you. I, the greatest Archmage, will train you to become the second greatest mage. That boy was Eugene when he was little. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, he confidently replied, Yes, master, I promise. 26 years later, in a dark corridor, a man wearing a suit was trembling in a nightmare. Come true. At his feet, a young girl with moss-green hair was crying, Miserably, master, please, please, save me. She despairingly realized. Her legs had lost all feeling. Stop, please, I beg you. I feel something is wrong here. My legs can't move. I beg you, master, please spare me. I really don't want to die yet. From the darkness, a pale, sinewy hand glided forward like a ghost. Ah, yeah, J. A piercing scream rang out as that hand tightly grabbed the girl's head. She pleaded in tears, No, wait. Please. Wait a minute, just this once, please. But she was beyond saving. Now, the man could only stand from afar, helplessly watching the girl being dragged into the deep darkness. He gasped in shock, realizing the terrifying truth about the long-standing rumor. The one who went everywhere hunting down mages, using bizarre magic to crush them beyond recognition, was the only stain of the Archmage Yong U. That was his abandoned disciple. Eugene, in the guise of a mysterious figure, wearing a terrifying mask, loomed forward out of nowhere. The man tumbled back, his voice trembling. Don't If you want something, stay there and speak. Just as Eugene was about to speak, the man completely lost his cool and screamed, I told you not to come near me, you monster. A burst of powerful fire magic was unleashed, exploding right on Eugene's body. The man turned and fled, for his life in utter desperation. He once thought everything in the world could be trusted, because he believed in magic. But the thing existing right behind him now, that horrific thing reaching out with pale white tentacles, could not possibly be magic. A bizarre hand suddenly grabbed his head from behind. Amidst a heart-wrenching scream, he realized he had no way out. As that grotesque matter began to cover his face, the noise stopped. In the dark and suffocating cellar, the kidnapped victims were huddling together in extreme fear. They looked at each other with doubt, not knowing if the rescue team was actually coming. As the heavy iron door began to clatter and move, a man shouted joyfully, There's hope! It's open! It must be the rescue team! Finally, this horrible life of slavery was about to end. But hope vanished instantly, as a tall, dark silhouette with a creepy, smiling face appeared from the doorway. Found you! Outside the scene, the crime area had been cordoned off by a fleet of ambulances and police. Victims were carried out on stretchers in a state of extreme shock. But, fortunately, none of their lives were in danger. Standing in the middle of the scene, Inspector Kim Jong-hae looked into the deep darkness of the cellar with a worried expression. These bizarre crime scene traces make it so he still can't get used to them. Because, from what he knows, in this world there is only one mage who can create such horrific scenes. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. My, it's a small world, isn't it? We meet again. Eugene stepped forward with his usual strange appearance, still dragging a heavy, pitch-black sack in his hand. Seeing Inspector Kim looking tense, he casually asked about the condition of the victims. Their symptoms are mass shock due to being confined. Right? When he heard the inspector confirm they were all safe, Eugene let out a small sigh of relief. Goodness, what a relief. It truly is extremely fortunate. He recalled the moment he opened the door, witnessing the chaotic scene, as the victims foamed at the mouth and screamed in sheer panic, which made him worried too, and call for an ambulance immediately, fearing he had arrived too late. Deep down, Eugene couldn't help but feel indignant at the cruelty of the corrupt mages. They dared to kidnap homeless people and wandering children to force them to process magical materials like slaves, looking at the ringleader trembling and begging for mercy within the pitch-black matter in his hand. Sorry, we were wrong. Eugene coldly replied, no need to worry. Just feel free to sleep like a log. Oh, and by the way, you guys should take this time to reflect on yourselves. Ignoring the heart-wrenching screams of the culprit, he used his power to completely condense them. Mage Eugene, a man whose appearance and magic are both suspicious and spine-chilling, yet is kind to a fault, and always likes to meddle in everything to help the police, without asking for a single cent. In reward, having just condensed the enemy into a small mass of matter, to hand over to Inspector Kim, Eugene excitedly asked to see the reading of the Miranda rights, just like in the movies, leaving the inspector frozen in place, staring at the back of the mysterious mage. Inspector Kim bowed his head. Teacher Eugene, thank you for your support once again. Yeah. Eugene waved his hand a signal. No need for formalities, revealing his face, with a bizarre, jubilant smile. Clearly, his appearance was far too difficult for others to calmly judge. Inspector Kim Jong-un showed clear signs of worry when mentioning rumors about a serial killer. with a horrific face lurking everywhere. He was urgently tracking this culprit, and didn't forget to remind Eugene that if he saw any clues, he must report them to the police immediately. Looking at the terrifying face of the person before him, the inspector could only sigh and wonder to himself if he should just say it directly, that his very appearance was the source of those horrific rumors. Seeing that it was late, Eugene hurried to take out something he had prepared beforehand to give to Inspector Kim. It was a flyer advertising his new service. Eugene excitedly asked the inspector to help promote it, then waved goodbye to head home. Holding the paper in his hand, Kim Jong-hee stood frozen, speechless. Ash, this weird person. Does he not understand his own situation or what? Meanwhile, the world had passed 30 years since the Betrayal. Mage Corporation of Archmage. Yong U was born. Magic had now permeated every corner of life, from healthcare and culture to security, becoming an indispensable element. But the number of true mages was still far too small. While major academies like the Bram Academy were boisterously recruiting students, with promises of fame and power. In a street corner, Eugene was also enthusiastically handing out flyers for his own Sujin Magic Academy. He confidently advertised types of magic, practical and useful for exams or starting a career, with extremely affordable tuition fees. Even though he was no longer by his master's side, Eugene always kept the promise from years ago in his heart, determined to find a way to fully keep that oath. Because as the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a teacher for a lifetime. Witnessing those with a little magic, using it to exploit and harm others, Eugene realized that punishing each villain himself was only a temporary measure, and couldn't solve the root of the problem. He sat pensively on a park bench, wondering what the right path truly was, so that a disciple of the Archmage could truly be of use to this world. Watching a teacher gently leading small children for a walk in the warm weather, the mysterious mage seemed to have found his own direction. Let's walk and enjoy the scenery for a bit, children. The teacher's gentle voice rang out as she led the kids. But immediately after, the atmosphere suddenly grew thick and heavy, as she stood frozen, her face turning pale as a ghost. What's wrong, teacher? Why are you frozen like glue? The children asked in confusion, completely unaware of a tall, dark, and bizarre silhouette looming behind them. From the bushes, witnessing this scene, Eugene thought to himself, found it a way to nurture mages with wisdom, knowledge, and integrity. People who can use magic to contribute to the world. Taking action immediately, he stepped forward and held out a flyer to a woman who was trembling with fear. Miss, please take a look. Does your child dream of becoming a mage? Eugene enthusiastically promoted his Eugene Magic Academy, a place that would train everything from combat skills to everyday lifestyle magic. He talked on and on about children learning magic will help increase creativity and focus. It also supports emotional development and the formation of a good personality. Did you know that? But before he could finish his sentence, the woman fled for her life, leaving the mage in astonishment. Eugene scratched his head and muttered to himself, I guess it's fair. Children's education requires careful consideration. Yeah. He looked at the stack of flyers still in his hand, then at the flow of people avoiding him like the plague. Whispers and gossip broke out everywhere, huh? What is that thing? Hey, don't look at it. One look at its face and you'll be meeting your ancestors, kid. Should we call the police? Realizing the conventional approach wasn't working, because everyone was too busy, Eugene decided he had to find a way to grab their attention. He started making strange gurgling noises, causing those around him to recoil in terror. His body began to deform, stretching out in a bizarre manner. Bigger It had to be really big and long to hand out more flyers. Eugene had turned himself into a mass of pitch-black matter, with countless tentacles, stretching across the street like a real monster. He gleefully decorated the flyers, then began to shout loudly, "Hear ye, hear ye! Breaking news, everyone! I am offering magic lessons here. Hurry up and enroll to become a great mage. And let's join hands to contribute our strength to the world." The horrific sight sent the crowd into a panic. Piercing screams echoed throughout the neighborhood as the pitch-black tentacles reached out to hand a flyer to every person. Eugene was completely unaware he was causing such terror. He thrust his horrific, smiling face close to a passerby. "From hobby classes to majors, prices are extremely cheap. Why did I only think of this now? Eye-catching visuals, entertainment value. That's the basis of marketing." Eugene was incredibly proud of his initiative. He recalled a wonderful childhood memory of his master taking him to an amusement park where a tall clown had given him a balloon. He believed that using magic to create happy, memorable memories for others was also a way to use magic for good. However, the reality was quite the opposite. It's him! The serial killer? The cannibal mage! A psychopath! People's voices screamed in extreme fear. At that moment, a powerful burst of fire magic suddenly descended from behind Eugene. A horrific explosion occurred, leaving a nearby young man only able to exclaim in shock, "Oh, crap! What on earth is that?" As the dust from the explosion cleared, a man with wavy blue hair, wearing an elegant uniform, stepped out amidst the cheers of the crowd. "It's Mr. Choi Isyok, the director of Bram Academy." Finally, the citizens breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the veteran mage appear. They were certain that the recent nightmare would soon be extinguished. Choi Isyok thought smugly to himself, "I should have observed a bit longer. I didn't expect a basic attack to blow the opponent's head off so easily. What?" He was still feeling regretful for not having used more flashy spells to promote his academy, when he suddenly froze. Right behind his back, Eugene still stood firm like a ghost. A cold voice rang out. "Using such dangerous magic in the middle of the city. It's lucky it was me." Choi Isyok turned his head in horror, unable to believe his eyes, because he had clearly seen the opponent's head explode. In a state of panic, he intended to launch another attack, but Eugene's sinewy hand grabbed him, covering his mouth to prevent any words from coming out. Eugene growled in interrogation. "It's you, isn't it? The one using magic to harm innocent people? That serial killer?" Looking at the reaction of the crowd fleeing in chaos and the cow. Screams of the killer has appeared! Eugene became even more certain that the man trembling in his hand was his target. Need to look for the face. Eugene's horrific face pressed close to Choi Isyok, his deep black eyes seemingly swirling into the old man's soul. "If you're not the killer, who else would fire magic at someone's head to blow it up?" He was enraged seeing magic being used in such a cruel manner. Despite the opponent's muffled pleas, Eugene used his power to exert tight control, causing the man to gradually fade into the pitch-black matter. After dealing with the person he believed to be the killer, Eugene casually called to inform Inspector Kim to come and take over the scene, and excitedly returned to his work of handing out flyers. But now, let's continue. Eugene's back gradually disappeared into the street, leaving behind a flurry of rumors about his terrifying appearance and the whisper that he is the abandoned disciple of Archmage Yong U. That was Aine, the biological daughter of the Archmage, who was also present in this area, with overwhelming power. "Team leader, sister, look at this!" The assistant's voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere after the battle. Aine stood coldly looking at the enemy groaning at her feet, while her colleague hurried over. to show her a phone. This ugly monster in here. Do you know who it is? Rumor has it, he's a disciple of Archmage Yong U. But for nobody to dare claim such a thing, it made everyone suspicious. However, the moment she saw the picture on the phone, Ain suddenly froze. Her eyes wavered as she uttered the name, Eugene. Seeing the team leader's strange expression, the colleague asked worriedly, "Oh, team leader, don't tell me you're sulking with me now." But before he could finish his sentence, a dry crack sounded. Ain had crushed the phone in her hand into pieces, with terrifying strength, leaving the whole team wailing in despair over the loss. "Ah, my phone!" Ignoring the noise around her, Ain's mind was now filled only with memories from over 10 years ago. Images of her father and the former disciple returned vividly. That face. She could never forget it. Finally, the opportunity to prove herself to her father had finally arrived. She marched forward with iron determination. Ain told herself she had to prove to the whole world that she, Yong, Ain was the top disciple among her father's students, and Eugene was the living proof to make that happen. Meanwhile, at the scene of the explosion, Eugene was frantically apologizing after realizing he had attacked the wrong person. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I didn't think he was the Academy director." Right in front of him, Director Choi Iseok could now only tremble and beg for this bizarre mage to just vanish from his sight. "That's quite enough. Please just leave quickly. I want to rest for a bit. Please go away now." Eugene still casually reproached him. "If you were annoyed because I was handing out flyers at the gate, there was no need to fire magic at someone, right?" A simple word would have been enough. Inspector Kim hurriedly intervened, advising Eugene to focus on taking care of his academy. Instead of going around hunting killers, leave the killer business and such to us police. You should focus on your academy opening instead. Hearing that, Eugene happily waved goodbye. "I understand. I'll go back to handing out flyers then." Looking at the back of this over-enthusiastic mage, the police officers could only sigh in weariness. Like babysitting, honestly. It's like looking after a child. Never a moment's peace. However, Eugene was still immersed in the excitement of being called teacher. Teacher Eugene, that really sounds nice, doesn't it? Must quickly attract students and open a proper academy. He marched toward the elementary school gate with burning spirit, leaving behind the horrified looks of the onlookers. Ain remembered when she was little. Little Ain cheered with excitement when a radiant magic circle appeared between her two hands. The little girl ran immediately to show her father. "Father, look at this! I have magic now, too." Yong U looked at his young daughter with affectionate, yet solemn eyes. "Yes, I see it. You are my daughter, so of course you should be able to do it." He placed his hand on the little girl's head, slowly imparting an important lesson. "Remember this, Ain. Specialness is not something for you to be satisfied with, just by possessing it. But only when you do things worthy of that specialness does it truly shine." He emphasized that she must become a talented person, to be worthy of the innate talent he had given her. Ain smiled radiantly and proudly replied, "Oh my, goes without saying. Whose daughter do you think I am? In the future, I will definitely become a great archmage, just like you, father." Amidst that joy, the innocent girl asked about an old acquaintance. "That's right. Where did Uncle Eugene go? I want to show him quickly." At the mention of this name, the Archmage's face suddenly darkened, his eyes hidden behind a mysterious shadow, making the atmosphere heavy. Returning to reality, looking at what Eugene was doing, Aang could only sigh with a look of disgust. Truly as crazy as ever. At the office of Bram Academy, Director Shuai, Iseok was still in shock after the encounter. While pressing an ice pack to his head, he muttered about the bizarre power he had just experienced. Not to mention using some random magic. That turns people into a pile of slime. I don't even know if that's actually magic or not. He shuddered, remembering Eugene's face that gave people goosebumps. A face that didn't look human at all. Still lingering in his mind, he doubted whether such a monster could truly be the Archmage's student, or just an orphan, taken in out of pity. To regain his dignity and deal with this stain, Zodiac gathered the most excellent students from the combat department. He confidently proposed a collaboration with Ain's team, no matter what kind of bizarre magic he uses. If both of us cooperate, then... But Ain coldly interrupted. Wait! Stop! For about 5 seconds. It seems you've misunderstood something. She stood up and decisively declared her purpose. I only came here to get information about Eugene. Your failure is your business. Why does it have to be so long-winded? Ain's bluntness left Zodiac and his subordinates stunned. As she and her team walked toward the door, a man from the Bram Academy stepped forward to block the way with an aggressive look. He shouted, claiming her attitude was disrespectful when visiting someone else's company, and demanded she apologize to Director Schwa, as well as accept the collaboration. Despite the opponent's threats, Ain maintained her cold expression. She ordered her subordinates to ignore them and leave. I already said it, didn't I? For the collaboration, just us is enough. Staff of Bram Academy continued to mock Ain behind her back, claiming she was just a shadow riding on her great father's coattails, without any manners or actual talent. They were smug, thinking they had successfully driven away an arrogant person. Right at that moment, screaming sounds erupted from inside the room, but as soon as the room door opened, a horrific scene appeared before their eyes. The entire room was in ruins, as if a storm had just passed through. The guardian mages were lying unconscious amidst the rubble, while Director Zodiac sat slumped in his chair, dazed. Ain coldly walked away, leaving behind a steel-hard warning. Director Zodiac, before teaching magic, I hope you teach your subordinates some basic manners. Meanwhile, at a coffee shop, Eugene was sitting alone and focusing intently on his computer screen. A young man at the next table began to laugh, mocking his strange appearance. I intended not to cause trouble, but you were just making yourself an eyesore to me, kid. Hey, coming here to drink coffee all by yourself? Eugene remained silent, but when he turned his head, with his deep black face and a reminder, be quiet a bit, the young man immediately turned pale. Beads of sweat poured down out of fear as he mumbled an apology, making an excuse that he had mistaken him for an acquaintance, then hurriedly told Eugene to feel free to continue. In reality, Eugene was feeling deeply regretful for wasting time watching pet videos instead of looking for materials. He recalled Inspector Kim Sung-hee's advice that nowadays no one bothers looking at flyers. To be effective, one must advertise on Instagram or YouTube, while struggling to figure out how to promote on social media. Eugene was suddenly stunned to see that the images of his own transformation were spreading all over the internet. In the midst of his confusion, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder, making him jump and scream, "Oh my God! You scared me! I only intended to watch for a little bit, and then get to work right away." Pooh. The person who had touched him was Ain's assistant. The girl also couldn't help but cry out in horror, "Oh, my mother! You scared me too. Your appearance is truly unbearably terrifying." The girl quickly regained her composure and asked to confirm, "Wait, are you Eugene Hong?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, she stated that there was someone who really wanted to meet him and invited him to follow. Eugene sulkily followed the two strangers through the crowded streets, while the young man accompanying them continuously reported via phone that the target was moving and showing no suspicious activity. Eugene curiously asked about the identity of the person wanting to meet him. The girl only gave a mysterious smile. Well, perhaps that person wants to surprise you. Looking at Eugene's bizarre appearance, the girl silently wondered, how in the world could someone exist with such a terrifying appearance? Not only was the exterior hideous, but even the atmosphere radiating from Eugene made anyone facing him freeze from the pressure. HVC Young led the way while feeling fearful, not knowing when this man would reveal his true nature, even though initially he only hoped that taking him along would go smoothly. Reviewing the file of the abandoned disciple, Eugene is 34 years old this year. Originally an orphan from a war zone, adopted by Archmage Yong U at the age of 4. 14 years ago, he was a talented lead researcher at the Magic Engineering Research Foundation, but then suddenly disappeared without a trace. Looking at the photo of young Eugene in the file, Assistant Yun couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's enough to go crazy instantly. How did such a lovely face like this suddenly turn into such a disheveled mess? Like this? Meanwhile, Ain ordered HVK, Emium and Yun to bring Eugene to meet her. After she completed the preparation, in response to her subordinates' questions about the real purpose of this meeting, Ain pensively recalled the past on the day Eugene disappeared. Her father was deeply disappointed because the student he loved most turned his back and left. It wasn't until 10 years later that he finally appeared, making Ain inevitably suspicious. She clenched her fist. I want to check whether he intends to cause danger or disgrace my father's honor. Ain declared that if there were even a slight possibility of harm, she would personally deal with him immediately. She instructed the 2 assistants that finding his location and escorting Eugene to the appointment was enough. Back to the reality on the street, Oinhai was feeling extremely frustrated and getting goosebumps as Eugene quietly walked behind and stared intently at her. The tense atmosphere made her skin crawl. She didn't even dare to breathe heavily out of fear that this man would do something crazy right in the middle of the crowd. Suddenly, Eugene pressed his horrific smiling face close to her and spoke. I know now you guys work with AIM, right? He held out his phone to show a video, which horrified her, as she realized her identity had been exposed. In the urgent situation, Oinhai immediately shouted to change the plan, ordering HVK Young to forcibly take Eugene back. Immediately understanding his teammate HVK, Young activated a magic circle glowing brightly on his hand, preparing to subdue the mysterious mage. A deafening explosion rang out, accompanied by a brilliant blue light, knocking Eugene down to the ground. HVK Young had just unleashed an extremely powerful attack, causing thick dust to envelop the scene. Looking at Eugene lying motionless amidst the rubble, with his body partially frozen, Oinhai couldn't help but panic. Oh no, this is a big mess now. She was worried, because the team leader's original plan was only to bring him back. But now everything seemed to have gone too far. Looking at the body that was no longer intact, Oinhai asked tremblingly, but he's probably not dead yet, right? She didn't understand why her teammate had acted so brutally, to the point of severing the opponent's arm like that. HVK immediately explained in extreme fear that if Oinhai had been in his position, facing that fixed stare and the reaching hand of that monster, then surely she would have acted the same way to protect herself. However, while Oinhai was still agonizing, the pitch-black matter from the severed arm began to wriggle and melt in a bizarre way. From the rubble, Eugene slowly sat up, his deformed body gradually recovering to its former state. He spoke coldly. I'm sorry for accidentally startling you earlier. Even though his tone seemed polite, the aura he radiated made both young mages freeze in place. Eugene continued to scold them. But no matter how angry you are, I think you're being a bit too aggressive. Watching his arm regrow from murky black tentacles, Yong and HVK, Emium realized they were facing something far beyond their understanding. Previously, when assigning the task to her subordinates, Ain received expressions of concern regarding the strength of Eugene. Yong wondered if, their level was enough to deal with someone who was once the Archmage's disciple, especially when there were rumors that he had murdered many other mages. However, Ain appeared extremely confident, claiming that no matter how excellent his abilities were, Eugene was just a former researcher. Nothing more, nothing less. She had absolute faith in her team's abilities, because they were all outstanding individuals. Ain asserted, "Go, HV Kai. Emium is a bodyguard with experience protecting countless high-ranking figures from assassinations, and Ju In-hai is a veteran mercenary who once took on 100 terrorist mages alone." She believed that Director Schwa Izyok only knew how to show off, which is why he failed. But against the two of them, Eugene would be no match. Ain instructed her subordinates that if any problems arose, to try and minimize the damage, and contact her immediately. The harsh truth is that nothing always goes as planned. The current reality was beyond her expectations. A piercing scream rang out, tearing through the atmosphere. Anne was stunned as she witnessed the scene before her. Eugene had fully recovered and was charging forward to attack like a frenzied monster. He grabbed Yun-hai's head tightly, despite the girl's miserable wailing. Out of disgust and fear, Eugene's horrific masked face pressed close to Yun-hai, his deep black eyes leaving her completely paralyzed. In that life-or-death moment, his body was knocked away by a burst of blue magic. Looking at the miserable state of her two teammates, Ain couldn't help but frown and ask about the situation. Yong, gasping for breath, hurriedly warned her team leader about the danger of the enemy. She realized in horror that no matter how many times they attacked, Eugene could miraculously and continuously recover. Even the most solid magical defense layers were pierced by him as easily as if they were nothing. Yong screamed in despair. More importantly, if his hand touches you, it's over. That's right. I told you he was a crazed monster already. The whispers of the crowd began to surge as they recognized the appearance of the Archmage's daughter. Oh, look, it's Zhang Ain. She must be here to catch that monster. Ignoring the gossip, Ain coldly activated a magic circle right beneath her feet. She muttered, "Stay calm first. The first thing to do is move to another location." Whoa, wait. In the blink of an eye, a blinding light enveloped everyone, teleporting Ain, along with Eugene and her two subordinates, away from the crowded street, landing in a desolate and deserted ruin. Just as they landed on the rubble, Ain adjusted her wide-brimmed hat, silently confirming she hadn't mistaken the person. In contrast to her tension, Eugene appeared extremely jubilant upon recognizing his old acquaintance. "Oh, Ain, in just a short time you've grown so tall and big like this?" He calculated the time in his head and exclaimed in surprise, realizing the little girl from back then was now a 22-year-old young woman. Eugene raised both hands in a friendly manner. "It's Uncle Eugene here. Do you still remember me?" His eyes stopped at the hat she was wearing, his voice full of pride. "That hat. Your father passed it down to you, didn't he? You've finally become a mage." However, responding to that enthusiasm was Ain's sharp gaze. "But why did the people lie and end up in such a state?" Eugene scratched his head, trying to explain Ewan's situation. "E and HVK Emyong. It's really nothing at all. It's just that when I first met those two, I accidentally went a little bit overboard. He explained that because they weren't happy, they continuously used damaging magic to attack him fiercely, forcing him to temporarily tie them up to protect the people around them, until they calmed down. Aang coldly interrupted. I don't need you to tell me such details. She touched the gem on her chest. As magical power began to leak out, Aang admitted she had been very conflicted, not knowing what reason to find to engage in battle. For someone who was a problem from the very start, like Eugene, she decided there was no need to find any more reasons. Looking at her two subordinates trembling and crying in pain, Aang's anger reached its peak. She roared, How could you dare bully my little subordinates to this extent? Daring to exploit the title of father's student. To pull this farce, huh? Truly outrageous. While Eugene was still dazed and didn't understand what was happening, Aang began to cast a series of high-level magic. A series of multicolored magic circles appeared around her arms. Level 2 magic, cold wind purification, steel skin vengeful cloak, exoskeleton, auxiliary magic hand. She declared that this was the proof, showing she was completely worthy of replacing the position of the traitor. To stay by her father's side, the real battle erupted as Aang charged into the attack with incredible speed. Magical strikes were fired continuously, carrying a powerful deep blue energy. Descending upon Eugene, she moved nimbly through the rubble, unleashing powerful blows that made the ground shake. While attacking, Aang growled a warning with an extremely harsh attitude, and also, don't act all friendly, and speak to me so informally. In another place. We cannot let this slide. This is an insult to the director and the entire academy. Indignant shouts rang out in the office. Bram Academy was in shambles. The injured staff, some on crutches, others collapsed on the floor, still couldn't hide their rage. I don't care if she is the Archmage's daughter or not. We must definitely teach that arrogant person a lesson. However, the director with the wavy blue hair intervened pensively. I know you are angry, but drop that thought immediately. That person is the daughter of Archmage Yong U, the greatest mage in the world. Do you think she only inherited his assets? In the director's mind, horrific memories of Aang began to flood back. In the past, I happened to join a joint campaign in a group with her to take down a mage criminal organization. That was the first time in my life I felt so small and insignificant. He recalled the image of the small girl, standing in the middle of a blazing war zone, where her magic radiated such terrifying pressure that no one dared to approach. I felt a difference so vast that it was hard to believe we were both mages, so vast that I had to remain silent, even though I was being looked down upon like that. Aang's power, in the eyes of her former colleagues, was no different from an unstoppable natural disaster. A daughter like that, whoever marries her later will have it good, even if all the combat mages of our academy, including myself, charged at once. I'm not sure we could even touch a single strand of her hair. Back to the current battle. Hey, that's strange. Why is that? Why is that girl so angry? Despite Aang's space-tearing attacks, the horrific masked face of his horrific face appeared amidst the pitch-black matter, asking in a tone full of concern, Aang, is there something making you unhappy? The Aang I know is not a child who acts unreasonably just because of a bad mood like this. Those words seemed to touch a sore spot. Aang gnashed her teeth and roared, Shut up! Then she swung her staff, creating an extremely powerful burst of deep blue energy, charging straight toward him. That's hilarious! Uncle, my foot! You traitor! Ain roared in fury, her eyes glowing with hatred. She scolded Eugene for being an ungrateful person who betrayed her father and then disappeared without a trace, yet now dared to brazenly return to insult the honor of the Archmage's disciple. As the true disciple, Ain declared these brutal attacks were merely the punishment he deserved. Successive beams of magical light rained down like a storm, exploding on Eugene's bizarre body, leaving him dazed and questioning himself. Amidst the smoke and dust, a traitor? Eugene was stunned, realizing the deep hatred in every one of Ain's moves. He asked himself sorrowfully, "Could I have done something wrong to make her so resentful that upon meeting again after over 10 years, she didn't hesitate to unleash such lethal blows?" Ah, I remember now. A piece of an old memory suddenly returned vividly. It was the image of Ain, as a child, sitting small in an eatery with a sad face, anxiously asking if her father had given any instructions about teaching magic to her. Seeing her peers all starting to learn basic spells, the little girl burst into tears, fearing that if she couldn't become a mage, she would disappoint her father. Looking at the poor, trembling child, Eugene back then had gently reassured her, "Don't worry. Ain is the daughter whom the greatest Archmage in the world loves with all his heart." He had promised he would definitely find a way with her father to help her become an excellent mage, not inferior to her master at all. Eugene even promised he would teach her unique magic that would leave her father in shock and disbelief. The two of them made a pinky promise, leaving a sincere vow in the eyes of the little girl which were brimming with tears. Back to the present, looking at his own bizarre hand, Eugene whispered in his heart, "Ain, I'm sorry. I feel bad for her, but I guess it is what it is. What can I do?" He blamed himself for not being able to keep his promise, for leaving before he could witness the little girl grow up and become a true mage. Meanwhile, Ain started to get exhausted, her breath coming in gasps due to terror at the stubbornness of her opponent. Even though she had used every kind of high-level magic, it seemed like nothing could truly inflict damage on this monster. She gnashed her teeth, wondering if he could ever be destroyed, as she witnessed Eugene still smiling, horrifically and gradually recovering amidst the rubble. Ain clenched her fist, trying to regain her composure, after realizing she had been too hasty and wasted too much magical power on hopeless attacks. Currently, Eugene seemed extremely relaxed, not even bothering to fight back, which made Ain start to lose patience. She thought to herself that even if he could regenerate, magic always has limits, and she had countless ways to suppress this type of mage. While Ain was focusing on stabilizing her spirit to cast a new move, Eugene suddenly shouted, "Ain! I'm really sorry for only realizing it now. You know," he excitedly explained that, because he was so happy to see her again. He had forgotten one important thing. With a spine-chilling, smiling face, Eugene excitedly asked Ain, "You want to show me the magic that you've been practicing so hard while I was away, don't you?" I mean, she hasn't even bothered to reply, so why does he keep talking? He just kept rambling on and on, assuming that Ain wanted to prove she had become a talented and excellent mage without needing his help. Eugene continuously praised her. "I'm truly amazed. You must have worked very hard. Ain, your father must be very proud of you." Those words accidentally touched upon Ain's deepest memories, taking her back to the early days when she first stepped onto the path of magic. She recalled the moment her father stroked her head and praised her when she graduated as valedictorian. "Ain, you did very well. You truly are my precious daughter. It wasn't in vain that I raised you. you've become incredibly talented. Back then, little Ain was full of confidence, declaring that she would work even harder to become her father's most outstanding student. However, Yong U's answer was like a bucket of cold water poured straight onto her pride. I will wait for the day you become a disciple. Who makes me as proud as Uncle Eugene, okay? The name Eugene became an obsession, a fortress that Ain always yearned to overcome. She had plunged into frenzied training, risking her life in the most brutal, real-world battles to accumulate experience. Though she always received praise for her efforts, once had her father called her his most proud student. In Ain's eyes, Eugene was just the person who disappointed her father and left. Yet, for some reason, he always held the position of the closest and most proud person to her father, looking at the man in front of her holding up 2 thumbs, and acting smug about his bizarre spiritual care method. Ain felt as if all her efforts were being insulted. Eugene believed that enthusiastic praise would make her stop being angry, but he had no idea. He was sparking a volcanic eruption. Get ready for the volcano to erupt. Just watch, old man. Witnessing her hard-earned achievements being treated like a joke, Ain gnashed her teeth. Ain clenched her hand, crushing the mysterious black box. He stood there dazed, not understanding. What made the girl so angry? Ain tossed pills into her mouth, concentrating all her magic to unleash a destructive attack. Fine! If you want to pay that much attention to me, then. Seeing the massive energy accumulating, Eugene only uttered in surprise, "Oh." Ain raised her staff high. A blazing magic circle appeared, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Do you want to try using that proud regeneration magic of yours to block this blow? Witnessing their team leader's rage, the 2 subordinates could only scream in despair, as they were caught in the crossfire. Team leader, calm down. If you use that kind of magic, we will die too. In contrast to the surrounding panic, Eugene looked at her with eyes full of pride. Oh my God. Finally, the girl has done it. She has finally reached the 3rd level, the highest level of magic. He was moved thinking about the rigorous training the girl must have endured to become this proficient. Instead of evading, Eugene wanted to support her with all the respect he had for those efforts, so that she could achieve even greater results, just as Ain prepared to unleash the level 3 ultimate spell, Eye of Destruction. Eugene suddenly spoke up. Hey, Ain? He realized that what she needed now wasn't praise, but a specific direction to go further. Despite the attack being on the verge of exploding, Eugene casually taught her the manual control circuit of the level 3 magic you're about to use. Right now, if you adjust the energy distribution ratio just a little bitty, then the efficiency will increase significantly. The circuit connection structure doesn't need to be this complicated. He easily neutralized her attack, witnessing the scene of Eugene giving a lecture right in the middle of a battle. The 2 assistants stood frozen. What on earth? Is this place a joke? They didn't even know if they should be happy about escaping death or think it's the end of the world. Eugene continued to ramble endlessly about teleportation techniques and how to time your footing, leaving Ain standing still, in utter astonishment. Ain screamed in fury. Why are you always like this? Can't you ever fix that attitude of yours? She couldn't stand the habit, where every time he found a small error, Eugene would criticize every single detail, without caring about the time or circumstances. While he was still dazed, wondering what he did wrong, Ain screamed, bringing up a story from the past. On her father's birthday, instead of praising the cookies she made by hand, Eugene casually commented that the cookies were burnt and used the wrong kind of flour, making her extremely embarrassed in front of her father. Her rage exploded. Ain scolded her senior for being tactless, only knowing how to interfere in others' private business, and then acting smug. "I'm about to go crazy because of you, you jerk." After a barrage of curses, Ain gasped for breath in exhaustion, leaving the assistant Yuan Hai astonished, because it turns out the young lady knows how to swear too. Eugene stood as still as a statue, with his horrific masked face, then suddenly cried out, "Ah, that's right, I'll remove that spell." He reached out and touched Yuan Hai's head, to dispel the controlling magic, making her jump in fear. Ain seemed to have calmed down. She put away her weapon and softly apologized for the outburst. Eugene suddenly lowered his voice and asked Ain, "So, since when were you able to start using magic?" He mentioned how hard he and her father had worked to help her be able to use magic, but Ain only remained silent with sorrowful eyes, reminiscing about that fateful moment, a day after you left. Amidst the rubble, HVK Myung scrambled to sit up, anxiously checking his face, and then asking if he could return to normal. Yuan Hai casually poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Oh, what's there to be afraid of? It's not like you were ever handsome before anyway, huh?" Ain declared that the work here was finished, and ordered the whole team to return. She turned to look at Eugene with a sharp gaze, warning that there are many mages waiting for a chance to take revenge for the freakish things he had done. Ain demanded. Eugene must act carefully so as not to affect her father's reputation, while simultaneously asserting a harsh truth. "My father also doesn't need you to return to his side anymore. If he's told that much and doesn't feel offended, then I'm speechless. At that, uncle. To me, as well as to my father, the void you left behind is no longer there." Ain's assertion seemed to want to sever the last link between them. Eugene could only quietly scratch his head, watching her back, as she left in solitude. Seeing HVK Mei, Imyung wondering about leaving him behind in the ruins, Ain suddenly stopped and shouted, "Uncle, come here quickly!" She asked for his home address so it would be convenient to use magic, to drop him off right there, before parting ways. Ain coldly handed Eugene a business card and instructed him, "This is my business card. If you encounter any problems, just contact me. I'm giving this to you, so that you don't have to bother my father anymore. If it's not something truly important, then definitely do not contact me." Ain had just finished speaking and was about to turn away when a horrific event occurred. The pitch-black tentacles suddenly pierced through her chest, leaving her only able to utter a shocked, "Huh?" The two assistants standing nearby could only scream in terror. What is that?" Team leader Yong U, a cruel hand thrust deep into her chest, pulling out a mass of matter, glittering with precious stones. Amidst the crimson blood and Ain's heart-wrenching scream, Eugene stood frozen, his mind exploding before the brutal truth. "Wait, Ain, this can't be possible at all. Maybe. If so, it's just too absurd." He had always hoped the truth wasn't this bad, had tried to find every reason to excuse what was happening. He had once tried to understand, thinking that person must have had their own reasons. But now, every ounce of his faith had completely collapsed. I promised myself I would keep believing it was so. Eugene choked up as the image of his respected master returned, hand cruelly clenching a glowing heart, looking at the bizarre mass of matter nestled in his hand. Eugene exclaimed in agony, "Master, how could you take away my small, vulnerable heart so easily?" Standing before Ain's fading body, he growled in ultimate indignation as he realized the truth about the Archmage's crime. "I cannot accept this. Yong U." The furious roar of the old man Friedrich tore through space. He gnashed his teeth, questioning what the Archmage thought he was doing by teaching precious magic to the inferior human race. Facing that anger, Yong U remained nonchalant, his other hand still leading young Eugene. My ears are ringing. We can just talk calmly. Friedrich pointed toward the desolate ruins, shouting that those stupid people had brought about their own destruction because they couldn't master rudimentary knowledge. So why must the mage community end its seclusion? For their sake. Old man Friedrich was livid, recalling the promise from years ago that mages would lead humanity. That was the reason he joined this plan, not to hand over power to those who are unqualified. Yong U sighed, looking at him with pitying eyes. You two silly old men. Mages are humans too. He explained that living in seclusion for many centuries had prevented magic from developing, and making it public was not merely about salvation, but a path leading to symbiosis between the two worlds. Symbiosis! Friedrich sneered with contempt. He waved his hand, creating a massive burst of fire magic, incinerating an entire urban area, asserting that those weak lives could be snuffed out at any moment. So how could they possibly stand as equals? Yong U did not argue. He coldly told Friedrich to just be quiet and watch. Times were changing. He looked down at Eugene, asserting that, perhaps, among those weaklings he despised, a mage would emerge, so terrifying that even the strongest like him would be nothing but a joke. But before that happened, Yong U didn't forget to intimidate the man before him, radiating a horrific pressure. Just a mediocre mage. Who dares to oppose the Archmage will naturally have to pay the price for those actions. That old man's face turned pale. It's over for him. Back to the present, in the quiet space. Ain gradually woke up, her hazy blue eyes fluttering open. Ain started awake, her words still unfinished, on her lips, as she realized she was lying in a strange room. The two assistants, Yu and Hai, and an HVK Young, stood nearby, sighing in relief. Thank God! What a relief! You finally woke up. Ain looked around in confusion. The memory of the moment she was pierced through the chest was still fresh. Where is this? Immediately, the horrific, smiling face of Eugene leaned close. Ain, are you okay? She jumped back in terror. Eugene casually introduced this as his academy. He excitedly boasted about being busy preparing for the opening, from finishing the interior to recruiting students, and even trying his hand at social media advertising. Ain reached out to clutch her chest. Previous agonizing pain had mysteriously vanished. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with my heart. Could he have used that bizarre magic to pull it out and then put it back in? Suspicion turned into indignation. Ain snapped. You two are truly too much. How can you chat so casually when you were the one who snatched my little heart? What? Eunhye frantically waved her hands in denial. No. Why would you say such a thing? Eugene interrupted with a solemn voice, asserting that he knew everything now. AVK Young explained that the real issue concerned the team leader's heart. Ain was stunned. What? Eugene explained. He only reached through her body to confirm the actual condition inside. It turns out because Ain used too much magic today, coupled with the fact that her heart was already overworked, and then faced a major shock, it led to such a critical condition. He had struggled to save her from the brink of death. AVK Young recounted that after seeing the team leader faint, Eugene was extremely panicked, and personally carried her here in a hurry. Since her heart condition was top-secret information, they couldn't take her to a public hospital. Ain remained silent for a moment, then put on her hat and whispered, I've been a bit of a bother to you. Well, I'll be going so as not to trouble you for another second. Well, goodbye. She and the two assistants bowed to leave. But just as she reached the door, Eugene called her back. "Ain, oi, what? I have something to tell you. Me. Something very important." His gaze became unusually serious. Behind that deep black mask, Ain ordered HVK, Im-Yong, and Yuan Hai to head back first, leaving her behind to speak privately. The two assistants whispered as they walked away, gossiping about their team leader's endurance. They wondered if perhaps, because she grew up next to someone with a terrifying face. Like Eugene, that's why Ain's psychology became so distorted and rude. AVK Im-Young pulled out the Eugene Academy flyer to look at Ain, silently marveling at the true ability of this mage. Despite the horrific appearance, the ability to regenerate and pierce through every layer of defense of Eugene's magic is truly a top-tier secret technique. Ain Hai remained skeptical, claiming that no one would reveal such precious magical secrets just for a bit of cheap tuition. Don't tell me he's planning to ask for help advertising, using something else again. Yun Hai was puzzled, seeing HVK Im-Young holding a stack of Eugene's flyers in his hand as they both strolled down the street. AVK Im-Young even laughed smugly, saying that even the Archmage's daughter had to admit defeat before the bizarre magic of Eugene Doch. Suddenly, a strange man bumped hard into HVK Im-Young, making him snap irritably. "Where are your eyes? Good grief!" However, the person who just bumped into them suddenly stopped with a suspicious look. "Ah, wait a minute. Yes, that's right. I've seen you two on YouTube." The old man asked to confirm if they were the mages working with John. Ain Hai excitedly confirmed, thinking she had become famous. The man with white hair and a white beard, wearing dark sunglasses, smirked slightly. How boring. Why does the youth of today know nothing at all? He leaned in close, revealing a sharp, dangerous gaze behind his glasses, and declared himself to be a close friend, like a blood brother to Ain's father, Yong U, even possibly considered her uncle. Meanwhile, at the academy office, Ain faced Eugene with an exhausted expression. "What do you want to say?" Eugene asked in a low voice about the fact that every time she uses magic, her heart is always overworked. Ain didn't avoid it and admitted, "That's right. If I continue to use magic, perhaps before long I will die." She bitterly spoke of the irony of inheriting outstanding talent from her father, but suffering from a critical mana allergy, causing constant pressure on the heart, which will eventually explode, leading to death. Eugene listened silently, his sinewy hand slightly clenching when he heard her mention that illness. He muttered with bitterness, "Mana allergy. That's quite a plausible lie, isn't it, Master?" Ain gave a faint smile, assuming that Eugene took out her heart just because he was curious about this secret, a reckless action, true to his style, which hasn't changed from the past until now. She decisively stood up to take her leave. "If there's nothing left to say, then I'll take my leave and go home. I also have a mountain of work to handle." But just as Ain was about to leave, Eugene suddenly grabbed her shoulder. He earnestly advised, in this world, besides being a mage, there are still many jobs that can benefit people. Instead of stubbornly living a short life as a mage, you can still find another job where people truly need you. Eugene desperately wanted to help her have a new start, but in response was only Ain's extreme indignation. When someone doesn't want it, all words become meaningless. She brushed his hand away, her eyes burning with hatred. "Get your hand off me!" "Eugene, you're crossing the line," Ain growled, asserting his position in her life. "Between you and my father ended a long time ago, and you have absolutely no right to step into my life ever again." This is my life. It's a special thing that my father gave to me. Ain growled, accepted this illness as a cruel fate, and was ready to bear all consequences herself. To Ain, she would rather live a short life as a mage than exist as a mediocre, useless person. Her eyes clearly showed contempt as she looked at Eugene's plan to open the academy, mocking that instead of wasting time interfering in her business, he should focus on taking care of the students who paid money. To hear him lecture instead, Eugene could only quietly bow his head. Before those harsh words, darkness shrouded his horrific face. While things were as tense as a guitar string, Ain's phone suddenly rang. As soon as she picked up and heard Yuenhai's voice, her expression immediately changed, as she realized her subordinates were in danger. "I'm coming right now. You two try to hold on a bit longer." Ain hurriedly left. Leaving Eugene with an unceasing worry about a secret, but he still didn't have enough courage to speak out. Memories from over 10 years ago suddenly flooded back, taking Eugene back to the old laboratory with Archmage Yong U back then. The simulations of transplanting a mage's heart all failed miserably, due to the horrific rejection reaction from a body that could not absorb Ain's magic. Facing the dire situation of the child who was not yet 8 years old, Eugene back then made a crazy decision to transplant his own heart, the thing containing the strongest source of magic the Archmage had ever known, into Ain's body. To him, Ain was not just his teacher's daughter, but also his most precious niece. So he was willing to give away the best thing he had. "You love your niece that much, huh?" But the reality was much more brutal than they had imagined. Even though she could use magic, the fact that she had to live a short life meant the original goal of saving her was completely overturned. Back to the present, Eugene clutched his head in extreme agony. He knew well that even if Ain knew the truth, she would never give up the path of a mage. "It's all because of my own foolishness, letting Master take away my heart. Then, isn't it because of me that Ain has to die?" Eugene screamed in his soul, his deep black eyes showing clear despair, as he realized he was the beginning of her tragedy. He slumped down on the cold floor, bitterly, realizing he had no other choice but to stand by and watch as fate gradually closed in. Just like 14 years ago, I'm still just a cowardly, useless person. Eugene bowed his head to the floor, drowning in extreme remorse and helplessness. Meanwhile, in a dark suburb, Ain had found her target. She coldly observed the man standing in the shadows, silently noting that except for his hair and eye color, he shared no resemblance to her father at all. Looking at the hat he was wearing, Ain whispered in caution, as she sensed a threatening presence. The appearance of this man made her inevitably remember the horrific memories of the past, just by coming face to face. Ain could feel a terrifying pressure radiating from the opponent, a testament to a true power that was undeniable. The one standing there was Friedrich, once her father's capable right-hand man, a traitor who was once ready to level entire cities to confront the Archmage. He casually took a gulp of water, with the arrogant face of a combat mage, dubbed the strongest currently alive. Friedrich coldly struck down Hvk, then turned to mock Ain for keeping such weaklings by her side, thinking that using them as errand boys is just embarrassing. Avk, Emyong, and Yuenhai could only mutter in pain, advising their team leader to run away quickly and not let the Archmage come here. Oinhie choked up, apologizing for calling her to the rescue in a panic, making the situation worse. Ain looked at her two loyal teammates. "Rest assured, my friends, I will teleport you two to the hospital right now." the past time. I truly thank you both. To the bewilderment of her subordinates, she activated the magic circle to take them out of a danger zone. Friedrich charged in to attack with a stream of energy, burning bright, roaring, thinking that Ain had gone mad to dare face him head-on. After clearing away those in the way, he revealed his intention to meet his old friend Yong U after 30 years apart. With a malicious smile, Friedrich began accumulating glowing red mana in his hand, declaring that visiting an old friend without bringing a giftie would not be right at all. Aha, finally found it. Friedrich casually declared that at the very least he must take the hat of the Archmage's daughter, so the reunion after 30 years would be more dramatic. However, Ain did not show any fear. She coldly shot back at someone claiming to be a longtime friend, who doesn't even know her father's tastes, and is also a traitorous disciple. Truly deserves to be kicked out from the gate. She activated a deep blue mana flow from her staff, decisively declaring that today he would not be able to meet her father. In her heart, Ain had made up her mind that this was her chance to sacrifice herself gloriously. Boiling water. Boiling water, move it! Move your arms and legs. A piercing scream tore through the tense atmosphere. At the hospital, everyone scrambled, running over when they saw a patient who had just been brought in via teleportation. Magic in extremely critical condition. What's going on? What happened? Rapid questioning echoed amidst the chaotic scene. The patient needs emergency care immediately. They used teleportation magic to get here. A medical staff member shouted loudly. They are collapsed on the ground. Their bodies have been pierced through like a honeycomb. The doctor issued an urgent order. There's too much bleeding. Get them to the recovery room fast. Meanwhile, at the office, a young girl was trying to dispel the gloomy atmosphere with a plan in her hand. So I've asked the PR department. They said they would prepare a simple summary, including the SNS promotion plan, and send it over to me. She excitedly bragged about her luck, since she was the one who proposed this idea. However, looking at Eugene sitting despondently, radiating a dark aura, she could only shudder and think, oh my goodness, this situation is truly beyond my endurance. He's usually creepy enough as it is, but today his face is so gloomy. It's honestly depressing to look at. Master Eugene's silence was terrifying. The girl hesitantly asked, what on earth happened to make you look so sad? Master Eugene? Eugene slightly raised his head, his voice full of self-deprecation. Ah, yes, I'm sorry for failing to appreciate your concern, but I intend to temporarily halt the opening of the academy and try to find another job. To the girl's astonishment, he bitterly explained. There's a little girl who tried her absolute best, to the point of hurting herself to pursue her dream. Not only did I fail to support her dream, but I also pressured her to give it up. So it seems she has been deeply hurt emotionally. Eugene blamed himself for being a busybody without trying to understand someone's heart, making him unworthy of being a teacher. The girl listened in silence, secretly agreeing in her heart that this job probably wasn't suitable for her either. Facing Eugene's deep, hollow black eyes, she suddenly became pensive. By the way, Master Eugene, during my career, I've rarely— Actually, that's not right. I should say I've encountered it quite a few times. She talked about the time she broke down doors to protect homeowners from burglars, only to have them get angry and demand compensation for the door. Or the time she saved someone attempting suicide, only to be slapped and scolded. She realized the world is full of people who clearly need help, but they themselves don't realize it, or they intentionally ignore their own problems. If that's the case, should I just leave them be? Asserting that saving people is her responsibility and her job. Looking at Eugene sinking into melancholy, Once you've determined to be a teacher, and seeing others in trouble and avoiding it. Why, Eugene, you have the responsibility to let them know, and find a way to overcome it together. Eugene listened quietly, thinking to himself that he wanted to do just that. But it seemed a bit difficult. The assertion that this world always has a solution, thanks to the presence of magic, made Eugene's eyes light up. A solution? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Without hesitating for another second, Eugene immediately stood up and left. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, an earth-shattering explosion created a deep crater, where columns of deep blue energy were still leaking. From above, Friedrich descended like a god of destruction. Facing, Ain was in a defensive stance below. Friedrich showed no mercy. He accumulated a glowing red mana flow and unleashed an overwhelming punch, creating a fire explosion that enveloped his opponent. Amidst the inferno, Ain gnashed her teeth in endurance. She immediately swung her staff to counterattack her. Level 1 multicast magic. Mana bullet X10. 10 streaks of deep blue mana bullets tore through the air, charging straight at Friedrich. However, the monstrous old man used only one hand to easily intercept the entire attack. His gaze was full of contempt as he looked down at the small girl. A calm Friedrich pointed his finger, as red mana began to swirl violently at his fingertip, not giving his opponent time to land the next blow. Ain continuously cast level 2 magic, unleashing a barrage of moves from high-frequency steel to axe blade storm and induction explosive bullets. A brilliant blue magic storm enveloped Friedrich, but Ain didn't stop there. She had to keep pressing until the end to satisfy her grudge. Stopping halfway would be no fun at all. She channeled all her remaining mana into her weapon, creating a razor-sharp mana blade with eyes full of suicidal determination. Ain put all her strength into a strike, combining level 1 and level 2 magic. Brilliant blue lights rained down successively, but Friedrich still stood as firm as a rock behind his glowing red defense layer. A sudden fire magic explosion sent Ain flying, making her collapse to the ground in a state of exhaustion. Though her body was worn out, she still gnashed her teeth, trying to force herself up, with eyes glowing with unwavering resolve. Friedrich coldly pointed his finger, activating matter control, magic, and amplifying his power tenfold. Ain used her final move, summoning a mountain from above. That came crashing down with a thunderous boom. She herself was completely spent after that strike. However, the opponent stepped out from the rubble completely unfazed. His mouth never ceasing to taunt her, he admitted she possessed an overwhelming amount of mana and diverse fusion skills, worthy of the Archmage's bloodline. But it was all just meaningless showing off. He growled, asserting that she used many types of high-level magic, but mastered none of them, and he had no interest in watching such a clumsy performance. Despite her opponent's contempt, Ain soared into the air, channeling all her remaining mana to activate a giant, blazing magic circle. Friedrich was briefly stunned as he realized the explosion of energy had reached level 3, an earth-shattering burst of firepower. Named Star Spear, Ice Eyeball was unleashed, tearing through the sky and plunging straight down. With destructive power, Ain stood there, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. After putting every ounce of her life force into that last attack, she bitterly realized it was all over. Having used even level 3 magic and exhausted every resource, her battered body would no longer allow her to stand firm. Ain knew that if she cast even the simplest of magic again, her heart would explode. She desperately accepted that both her magic and her life had come to an end. Two people who, well, anyone would gasp for air from exhaustion. Kneeling on the ground, Ain secretly hoped this final battle, and these hopeless efforts, would at least become something that would make her father feel proud. However, Friedrich just stood there coldly watching, then uttered a nonchalant sentence. "Hey, kid, hurry up and go home." Ain looked up in total shock and bewilderment. The monstrous old man continued to rub salt into her pride, admitting that he had been looking forward to seeing how thoroughly Yong U's daughter had been trained, but the reality only left him utterly disappointed. Friedrich mocked that what Ain had just shown was merely superficial magic, exaggerated with cheap, flashy firepower. He even looked down on the level 3 magic she had painstakingly prepared, calling it a soulless, patched-together mess. His eyes were full of contempt behind his sunglasses. He asserted that he had no more words to express his admiration for the weak level of someone sharing the same bloodline as the Great Lie. Archmage. Friedrich even cruelly declared that he felt pity for Yong U, and that killing a failure like her was no different than helping him clear out a pile of annoying trash that he didn't know how to handle. "Hey, you old man, what the hell are you talking about?" My ears must be ringing. Ain trembled in rage. Friedrich nonchalantly picked his ear, stating he'd rather let her live than do something kind for his old friend. He felt he had lost all interest upon realizing her level wasn't much better than the subordinates he used as bait. Friedrich decisively turned his back to leave. "Leave a humiliating dismissal. Go home and go to sleep. I'm getting away." "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Don't run away. Let's play until the end." Ain screamed in despair. She could not accept being left behind like a harmless person. She shrieked, recalling his previous threat that he would bring her head back to her father. Ain frantically insisted she hadn't shown all her tricks yet, because she knew if she survived and returned like this, her life would only be a series of pathetic days when she could no longer use magic. She roared, demanding her opponent come back and finish the fight. Friedrich began to lose patience with the little girl's whining. He growled with murderous intent, "That's enough whining. I spared your life, but if you are so desperate to ask for death, then prepare to die." The deadly glowing red mana began to accumulate right in front of his chest, preparing to put an end to Ain's life. Why? However, in that suffocating moment, a familiar dark shadow suddenly appeared, closing in. Eugene, with his horrific smiling face, casually spoke up. "Ain, you're here?" The sudden appearance of the mysterious mage caused both Friedrich and Ain to freeze in astonishment. Ain looked at the man before her, her voice trembling as she uttered, "Uncle Eugene? Yes, Friedrich, I know that old man." Rewinding to a moment before, Eugene responded in a low voice to the caller on the other end. When asked about the specific location, he hurriedly confirmed. "Where did you say it was?" As soon as he received the information, Eugene's eyes lit up. "Ah, I know where that is." He decisively reassured the other person. "Don't worry. I'm heading there now. Ain will be just fine." Eugene immediately called Inspector Kim to apologize. "Inspector Kim, I'm sorry. I have to go deal with an extremely urgent matter right now." With the inspector's approval, he turned to the girl standing nearby and asked to borrow a flyer. Could I borrow that flyer?" Taking the paper from her hand, Eugene gave a slight nod. "Thank you." He quickly wrote something on the flyer, and then sincerely confessed, "I'm truly embarrassed. You're so busy, yet you still took the time to visit me. And yet I always show such a gloomy face. I truly apologize 1,000 times over." The girl smiled and waved her hand. "It's okay. Everyone has their ups and downs. I was just being a busybody anyway." Those 2 words, busybody, touched a hidden corner of Eugene's heart, helping him regain all the courage to face reality. He instructed, "After I've settled this matter, I will call you back immediately," then suddenly jumped out the window, to the girl's utter shock. Watching the mage's back disappear into mid-air, the girl could only exclaim, "Take it easy, for goodness sake. It's a human life, not grass." Why the rush to go jumping out of a window like that? Even though she saw his spirit had been uplifted, she couldn't help but shudder. Truly, in this world, how can anyone regain their spirit with such a terrifying face like that? Meanwhile, Eugene was streaking through the dark night, heading toward the coordinates he had been given, landing at the scene of a desolation where pillars of blue energy were still leaking. He exclaimed in shock, "This must be the place he mentioned on the phone just now. Oh boy, what a mess this is. It looks like a bomb just went off." Looking at the desolate ruins, Eugene muttered, supposing someone used magic to devastate the surroundings into dust like this, then. Down in the deep crater, Ain was still screaming stubbornly. "I still haven't shown all my moves yet," Eugene softly replied. "All right," then plunged down like a pitch-black phantom. While Ain was frantically demanding a fight to the finish, a giant, sinewy hand suddenly reached out. Ain exclaimed in bewilderment. "Huh? How did you know I was here to come looking for me?" Eugene casually explained that her colleague, OHVK Aim had called to report she was in danger, while not forgetting to remind her to thank him. After this was done, despite Ain's terror, Eugene began using his bizarre magic to interfere with her chest, making her shudder from the creepy sensation. Observing from a distance, Friedrich sneered contemptuously, wondering if that lanky guy with the unacceptable appearance was her boyfriend or not. Friedrich started losing patience. "This is so annoying, I'll just have to—" Eugene coldly interrupted, remarking that this old man's temperament hadn't changed one bit since before. He told the old man to be patient and wait a little longer, as he needed to prioritize talking to Ain before attending to him. Meanwhile, Ain could only stand still in pain, feeling the pitch-black substance slithering inside her body. "Is it you again? What on earth is this unsightly thing?" Ain asked tremulously as she saw Eugene cradling, the glowing heart filled with precious stones in his hands. Eugene held the heart out in front of her and asserted, "Look at this. If this were to explode, it wouldn't be surprising at all." He warned her that, if she had continued to use magic just now, the consequences would have been catastrophic. However, Ain screamed through her tears, scolding Eugene for being a busybody, and demanding that he stop interfering. "I'm screaming in despair. Stop ruining my chance to die. As the daughter of Yong U. Ruining it?" Eugene repeated Ain's words in a pensive tone, looking at the heart beating wildly in his hand. His face suddenly turned dark and spine-chillingly terrifying. He growled as he questioned her. "Why shouldn't I do it? What kind of adult would just ignore a child who is heading towards her own death?" His rage erupted, causing Eugene to shout, "Am I supposed to just say, go ahead and leave them be?" Ain stood stunned, her blue eyes overflowing with tears, trembling before her uncle's intensity. The young girl bowed her head, the sound of choked sobs echoing through the quiet space. "What else do you expect me to do?" Ain painfully confessed that this was her only chance to be recognized by her father, and besides this, she had no other way to prove her own worth. She wailed in despair. "I don't want to die either. But with a heart like this, how could I ever dream of becoming an Archmage? What other way is there for me to become the disciple my father is proud of?" Every single line truly hits where it hurts. Looking at the devastated Ain, Eugene softly replied, "A way? That's why I'm here. Eugene raised the glowing heart high, and began to explain the extraordinary source of mana that her father had left behind. That power, which could help you fly or topple mountains. He advised in a low voice, for now, forget about it. Seeing that Ain was still dazed and didn't understand, Eugene sincerely made a vow. If I promise to help you, so you don't have to give up on your life, if you give me a chance to shoulder this responsibility, then I will do whatever it takes. He decisively asserted, trust me. I will definitely make Ain become a true Archmage. Ain quietly looked at the Academy flyer that Eugene had just handed over, secretly wondering to herself if even her father couldn't help. And how did he plan to do it? She was about to speak, but then swallowed those thoughts back down, trembling as she took the paper with the words, "Special course for John Ain," written in red ink. Looking at Eugene's figure before her, Ain realized this man was ready to trade everything just because of her earnestness, even though the great shadow of her father was always a massive existing pressure. Eugene stood behind her, clutching the heart, and the advertisement in his hand, starting a crazy training plan that— Wait, Uncle, are you just going to keep holding my heart and casually threatening me? Is that it? Truly, I'm speechless at how senseless this is, though she felt this action was insane. Before her uncle's determination, she told herself, for some reason, I'll just close my eyes and take a leap of faith with this person. Ain looked up at Eugene, and in her blue eyes, a final flicker of hope suddenly ignited, that this man could help her pursue the dream she once gave up on. She hesitantly asked, "So, should I call you Master, then?" Eugene gave a horrific smile behind his mask, as he excitedly replied, Master sounds a bit too old school. Call me Trainer to make it modern, Ain." After that, he directly crushed that heart once more, making Ain scream in confusion. "Cut it out, you lunatic! What kind of ridiculous stunt are you pulling?" However, her anger quickly turned into bewilderment when she realized something strange. Why doesn't it hurt at all? In that moment, Eugene silently spoke to the glowing red mana, revealing a quiet sacrifice. "It's been a long time since we last met, but I'd want to shamelessly ask you for a favor. From now on, leave my body and become Ain's new heart. Okay?" The crimson energy gradually merged into Ain's chest, leaving her in utter shock. "I'm alive." Ain stood dazed, feeling the miraculous change occurring inside. The flow of mana that used to surge violently, placing horrific pressure on her heart all this time, had now completely vanished. She no longer felt the agitation, or the pain every time her heart beat strongly. Ain placed her hand on her chest, moved to tears. That uncomfortable feeling, as if my body wasn't my own, it's gone. I can still live. A confident smile gradually appeared on the young girl's face. She was determined to find every way to regain her magic and fulfill her goal of becoming a great Archmage. While she was absorbed in her new plans, Eugene's voice right beside her made her jump. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Ain snapped out of it, realizing she had been too focused on herself, and forgot that the enemy was still standing there. Eugene casually stepped forward, shielding Ain and facing Friedrich Gomorrah. He spoke coldly. "I'm finished talking with Ain. If you have something to say, I'm willing to listen." Friedrich was still squatting amidst the ruins, fiddling with a phone with an expression full of annoyance upon seeing the Archmage's daughter still standing firm beside that monster. He slowly stood up. "This is quite hilarious. It's been a long time since someone dared to disrespect me to this extent. It's nothing special, really. There's just one thing that's bothering me." Eugene casually asked back, "What did you say just now?" "That my temperament is exactly the same as before." "Was it?" Friedrich looked visibly annoyed. He asserted that he had not a single memory of ever meeting someone with a disgusting appearance like his. You. Jin laughed and replied that it was understandable he'd forget, since the last time they met was 30 years ago. He began to bring up the opponent's humiliating past. Back then you came looking for my master and made a scene. Then you were taught a lesson by him until you were battered, and had to run away, remember? Those words hit right where it hurt, making Friedrich gnash his teeth. He growled, repeating, "Taught a lesson? Ran away? Your vocabulary is quite rich, isn't it?" He remarked that everyone raised by Yong U is exactly the same when it comes to mouths that only speak nonsense. A surge of purple mana erupted violently around Friedrich, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack under the terrifying pressure. He revealed a fierce face like a wild beast, roaring that even tearing him limb from limb would give him immense satisfaction. Witnessing that, Ain screamed in panic, "Uncle, are you crazy? Why keep provoking him for no reason?" She desperately reminded him that Friedrich is invincible without the Archmage, and Eugene's actions would only lead them both to death. Eugene suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Perfect timing. Ain, leaving him alone would be too dangerous." Eugene's voice lowered, murderous intent beginning to radiate from his pitch-black body. He decided to take this opportunity to show Friedrich something he would remember forever. Eugene told Ain to watch closely, because right now was the orientation session, exclusively for the first student of the Eugene Magic Academy. Sounds professional, doesn't it? Ain was stunned looking at the pitch-black tentacles surrounding her. He thought to herself, "Why, what is this bizarre rune?" Before the young girl's bewilderment, as she had never seen runes with such strange shapes, Eugene casually asserted, "So silly. It's magic. What else would it be?" He explained that since Ain currently had no defensive capabilities, he used these two magic runes to protect her from being caught in the old man's magic. Friedrich immediately saw an all-elemental magic shield layer cover Ain's body from head to toe. Eugene told her to step back a bit, because it was still very dangerous up ahead, then suddenly asked, "Do you know how much mana that magic just consumed?" 2,221, while Ain Kayain was asserting it was a type of protective spell maintained during combat. Eugene revealed a shocking answer. It didn't consume a single drop of mana. He reassured her, "Don't worry," and revealed an astounding truth. He himself no longer had any magic power in his heart. What he was about to teach her was how to use magic without needing mana. Archmage curriculum. The official training program began as Eugene loomed forward toward his opponent. Ain worriedly wondered if, in this dire situation, they could truly win against that old monster. Friedrich narrowed his eyes, observing Eugene's footsteps. He noticed that he wasn't charging in to attack blindly like a melee fighter. He told himself that a disciple of Yong U must surely have something to be confident about, so he decided to temporarily observe what he planned to do. While Eugene began summoning a strange runic creature on his hand, not making his opponent wait long. Eugene immediately cast two magic runes. Creeping Vine Bind. Streaks of deep blue energy flew out, tightly binding Friedrich. Despite the struggle, the glowing red fire magic barrier surrounding him, the monstrous old man let out a cry of shock as he was tightened by the vines, locking down all of his movements. Witnessing that scene, Ain could not help but be stunned, because even when she used magic at the highest output and fired continuously, his barrier didn't budge at all. Yet now he was easily controlled by Eugene. Ain looked at the scene before her in bewilderment. "Hey, that's amazing! Truly top tier! To think he could break through it with just a basic spell like that?" Friedrich gnashed his teeth. Despite his annoyance, he had to admit Eugene's magical structure was very solid, even better than Yong U's sloppy work. He unleashed a devastating fire magic strike, blowing away Eugene's head, only to be stunned when he saw it grow back. Instantly, he questioned himself in amazement. His head was blown off, and it still grew back. Friedrich smirked with interest. I thought it was ordinary, but it's actually quite superb. Regeneration magic, capable of restoring that level of damage, is indeed very rare. He wondered if that was the thing Eugene was betting his life on to confront him. Or not. Standing from afar, Hain broke into a nervous sweat. She admitted that regeneration ability was disgusting and nearly unstoppable. But since the opponent was Archmage Friedrich, he would surely find a way to neutralize it soon. Just as predicted, Friedrich began accumulating pitch-black lightning, asserting that nothing immortal or invincible exists in this world without a weakness. He believed there was always a central core, or a certain limit to this regeneration technique. Friedrich roared, declaring he would decompose Eugene's body down to the molecular level, and then restructure it, chaotically to shatter the regeneration algorithm. Streaks of black lightning enveloped Eugene, but at that exact moment, Friedrich's expression shifted to one of horror. Wait, that thing just now. What? What the hell are you holding on to? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Eugene grabbing the black lightning with his bare hands. A chemical reaction caused by mana. That should have dissolved all matter into discrete molecules. The moment it touched them, Friedrich panicked, realizing the opponent was grabbing that deadly energy as if it were a tangible object, and ripping it out by its roots. Friedrich screamed in utter confusion. Damn it! What kind of crazy magic is he using that I don't even know about? He intended to use his power to dissolve the attack and then counterattack. But Eugene was one step faster. The sinewy hand of the masked mage suddenly grabbed his arm, accompanied by a light laugh. Caught you. Friedrich was stunned. He was confident in the 12 layers of high-density magic protection shrouding his entire body, and mocked Eugene. Do you think you can break my barrier so easily? In response, Eugene just brought his smiling mask close to him, and casually remarked, the feeling of breaking through that defense is just like grabbing a normal armbat. Friedrich shockingly realized that touching Eugene was no different from using bare hands to touch the outer wall of a nuclear bunker. He screamed in terror. What the hell is this? The pitch-black substance began to envelop and gnaw at his arm, making Friedrich gnash his teeth and curse. Damn you, you piece of filth! He couldn't believe the monstrosity happening before his eyes. Looking at his agonizing opponent, Eugene nonchalantly suggested, It must hurt quite a bit. Should I just chop it off for you? I don't think you can keep it as it is anyway. Friedrich trembled in helplessness. He had never had his barrier pierced so miserably. Not even when battling Yong U's daughter, while he was still in a state of confusion about this wretched magic. Eugene turned to call out to Ain. He apologized for wasting time, and decided to briefly explain the things he had shown her. Eugene reiterated the ability to freely change his body's shape and transform objects touched by his hands that Ain had witnessed earlier today. He asserted that this wasn't exactly ordinary magic, but a top-tier technique. Under Ain's worried gaze, Eugene solemnly introduced the magic used without runes, known as non-runic magic. An explosion of pitch-black mana erupted violently, making Friedrich cry out in disgust. He felt a shiver as the dark tentacles began to invade and surround his body from all sides. Friedrich questioned himself in shock about the strange sensation surrounding him this whole time, which he couldn't possibly explain. Friedrich felt his reasoning being terrifyingly and gradually eroded. He wondered if this was due to the pain of losing his arm, or the disorder caused by Eugene's incomprehensible and bizarre magic. He decided to unleash a grand move from above, firepower with countless eyes striking down at him. Since the moment he faced Eugene, an inexplicable feeling of loathing kept rising from within Friedrich. He felt as if things that should never be involved with each other were being twisted and mixed in a distorted way, as if he were facing something that shouldn't exist in this world. A terrifying fire strike was unleashed. From behind, Ein could only watch in shock and silently call out her uncle's name. "Uncle Eugene!" Friedrich gasped, his face distorted in horror. "This can't be possible. I am Friedrich Gomorrah. It's illogical that I'd be defeated by a mere disciple of Yong U. This cannot be happening." A giant hand of darkness, with glowing eyes, was strangling him, making the once illustrious Archmage now nothing more than a pathetic figure. Friedrich was completely controlled by the pitch-black tentacles rising high like deadly tree branches. Eugene brought his horrific smiling face close to him and casually said, "Hey, sorry about that. It's quite funny, isn't it? Forgive me, but in this state, the more magic I use, the more my brain itches. It's extremely uncomfortable, but I just can't control it." Witnessing that scene, Ein was still in shock, wondering, is it over just like that? Even though Eugene had shown overwhelming power, she couldn't help but worry about what would happen next, as she looked at the two figures standing amidst the flaming ruins. Truly speaking, Eugene loomed there like a phantom, his sinewy hand crushing Friedrich's glowing heart. Ein stood in the distance, unable to believe her eyes as she witnessed Uncle Eugene actually defeating the legendary old monster. Despite being in a miserable state, Friedrich still tried to maintain his arrogance, as he saw his own heart for the first time. At such a close range, he looked at Eugene defiantly. "Hey, if I said this was due to a momentary lapse, would you believe me?" Eugene casually taunted him back. "Oh, so you had a lapse. I don't specialize in combat magic, so I'm not sure. But if you say so, I believe you." Friedrich gave a slight smirk, realizing this eccentric personality was definitely characteristic of a disciple of Yong U. No doubt about it. However, in his heart, Eugene's memory of this old man's brutality from years ago remained intact. He still remembered clearly. With just one move, he made the entire city collapse, burying countless lives in the flaming ruins and heart-wrenching screams. "You are someone who should never be allowed to use magic," Eugene growled, declaring he would end the title of Archmage. "Friedrich, right here." Friedrich sneered, admitting he lost this time and allowing Eugene the right to be arrogant as a winner. However, at the exact moment Eugene intended to finish him, he secretly performed a crazy act, pumping the entire massive amount of mana from his heart directly into his bloodstream. All at once, a blinding light erupted. Friedrich shouted a woman's name. "Sorry!" Green magic appeared beneath his feet. His body began to disintegrate in an incomprehensible way. But before the horrific restorative power, it healed back quickly. The woman named Sari also appeared with a confused look, wondering who his opponent was to leave him in such a state. Sari looked at Friedrich's condition, missing both an arm and a heart, and couldn't help but mock his pathetic state. Friedrich was stunned, admitting the monster. Eugene just now was completely different from the Yong U that he once knew. Even though his body was heavily devastated, he still refused to go home immediately, because, thanks to that battle, he had realized a few interesting things. To retaliate, naturally Friedrich had to play a painful countermove. He began preparing rare materials, like dust forged in the breath of a firestone dragon, cloth sewn with fibers of an evil shadow spirit, and crystals from the snowy mountains. Friedrich concentrated all his remaining strength to cast a temporary rune. Magic on 2. A strangely shaped object right in front of him, amidst the ruins of the void refinement altar. Eugene could only stand frozen, looking in the direction. The enemy had just disappeared. From within the darkness, Friedrich's voice still echoed hauntingly. "I rarely say this, but thank you." The harvest was greater than expected. The monstrous old man didn't seem bitter after his defeat. On the contrary, he was full of excitement. "I'm very happy. Next time I'll set up an even grander stage. More attractive. We'll have a proper fight then." Ha 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 ha. His crazed laughter faded into the air, leaving Eugene with sweat dripping behind his mask, and a vague anxiety about what was to come. Behind him, Ain was still in shock. She stammered. "What? Is it over? That coward just tucked tail and ran, huh?" The girl held her face, unable to believe the reality unfolding before her eyes. "Oh my God, that was Friedrich. Unbelievable. You defeated the strongest Archmage. To Ain. Defeating a legend like Friedrich, without borrowing power from any other Archmage, was absolutely impossible." But Eugene just casually said, "I got lucky." What can I say? He had a lapse. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, because the battle ended right before his time limit ran out. Hearing that, Ain got even more excited. "A lapse? That's the reason? Do you think that grumpy old man would easily admit defeat? Uncle Eugene, you won." The girl's curiosity rose. Ain stepped closer and asked softly, "I know you're powerful, but what exactly is non-runic magic?" Eugene didn't answer that question directly. He placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke her name, Ain, in a voice full of authority, yet also very warm. He asserted that what he could do, and even far beyond that, he would ensure she could do as well. As the disciple of the greatest Archmage, he would make her the second greatest Archmage. He looked straight into her eyes, making a sincere request. "Until then, promise me, don't get into trouble like today again. And you must treasure your life, okay?" Looking at the large hand resting on her shoulder, Ain suddenly felt her nose sting. The image of her uncle, gentle image from 10+ years ago, appeared clearly, vividly in her mind. This person still hasn't changed a bit compared to the old days. The young girl gave a radiant smile and replied loudly, "Yes, Master Eugene, I promise." That night, at a quiet villa, urgent reports were continuously sent back. News about Friedrich's appearance, and traces of a large-scale magic battle in the mountainous outskirts of Seoul shocked the authorities. Fortunately, the report confirmed that no civilian casualties were recorded. Inside the reading room, Archmage Yong U quietly turned each page, his heart heavy upon hearing news of his old rival. He sighed and questioned himself. "Ain, perhaps, she still went, even though I knew beforehand. I wasn't sure if I could stop her. As a father, he never wanted his daughter to have to prove anything with her own life." Meanwhile, a subordinate rushed in to report. "Sorry to interrupt you, sir. In the battle between Lady Ain and Friedrich, Eugene intervened. Friedrich fled, and Lady Ain is completely safe." Yong U was stunned. The book in his hand suddenly felt heavy, as he uttered in astonishment, "Eugene has returned?" In a room filled with glowing magic circles, the atmosphere was becoming more tense than ever. An assistant spoke up anxiously, Doctor," causing the highly focused doctor to snap back softly. "What is it now?" The assistant hesitantly expressed unease about having to assist in emergency surgery for a notorious terrorist like Friedrich. "I'm not sure if this is truly the right thing to do. Before being a doctor, as a human being, is it right to save a terrorist like him?" Immediately, Sari coldly suppressed him. You've been kidnapped to our lair, and you can still say something like that? If you want to go home safely, focus on the surgery. In that moment, a burst of deep blue mana erupted, marking the appearance of the elder. Just stay calm for a second. He's still holding on. He's not going to die immediately. So why are you panicking so much? The elder, with glowing red skin and demon horns, ordered, "All right, start now." While Friedrich lay gasping amidst the magical lights, the elder muttered softly about the hard work of his subordinates who had to clean up the mess he had caused. Linus, the loyal disciple, replied respectfully, "Not at all, sir. Serving you is my honor." His heart was immediately removed. The medical team announced they had successfully received his son's heart and arm to proceed with the transplant. Immediately, Friedrich raspily called Sari's name. With broken breath, he instructed that after the surgery was finished, to prepare a proper funeral for that man. Sari painfully advised him to stop talking to avoid losing breath. But in Friedrich's mind, a new plan had begun to sprout. He ordered the summoning of the entire Zodiac organization. Friedrich recalled Yong U's words about how the weak could make the strongest falter, and he had to admit that the times truly had changed. He looked at the lights enveloping his body, his voice a low challenge, stating that this change would not happen in the direction his opponent desired, away from the dark conspiracies. Ain was now leisurely, sitting and watching the streets from above. After so many difficult battles, it was finally time to relax a little. For the first time in her life, she was tasting the flavor of coffee. So, this is coffee. Bitter and nutty. Previously, because of her weak heart, she never dared to touch stimulants like this. Even though she found it wasn't as delicious as imagined, Ain still felt incredibly refreshed. The best it's ever been. She even wondered if she had ever felt this healthy before. Seeing the two assistants, HVK, Yong and Anhe, both recovered and standing before her, she was completely at ease. Anhe breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that at the time she thought she was done for, never expecting the team leader's uncle to have such incredible magical recovery abilities. AVK Yong emotionally recounted the moment. Eugene unexpectedly burst into the emergency room to save them, despite his terrifying appearance, giving the medical staff a real scare, making them scream, "Oh, my goodness, what on earth is that?" It was thanks to that timely intervention that the whole group was able to survive. After the shock, returning to the present, Ain suddenly made the decision to close the office and temporarily stop working as a mage. She told her subordinates to keep this a secret. Just say she went abroad to recover from her injuries, due to the aftermath of the battle with Friedrich. To avoid trouble, Ain further revealed that Eugene had agreed to help her regain her magic, so she would move into his place for a while, for the convenience of her treatment. AVK Yong, though knowing Eugene was a genius who took down Friedrich, still couldn't help but be skeptical when seeing the team leader so serious about wanting to learn that bizarre magic. Looking at Ain now, much calmer and more radiant than her previous cold self who only cared about achievements, he silently realized this change was thanks to the special treatment Eugene had given her. At the same time, the staff members rushed in from everywhere, everyone's faces distorted with sobbing. Upon hearing the news that the team leader was about to retire, they wailed piteously, claiming that the world wasn't ready for the absence of the mage, Yong Ain, and demanded to follow her abroad to take care of her at all costs, so he had to work hard to restrain the accountant who was screaming to go along, asserting that the team leader's recovery was being handled by the excellent disciple of the Archmage. Amidst the chaos, Eugene stepped forward to give Ain the magic hat that had just been repaired. Even though the brim was beyond his ability to fix, Eugene still tried to perfect the transformation, functions and the magic. Coating for Ain. She smiled gently while receiving the hat, and sent her sincere thanks to Songhua, Yuna, and Taejin for always taking care of her all this time. Ain kindly comforted Yuan-hee, telling her not to blame herself for what happened, while also giving her deepest thanks to HVK Myung. She asserted that she would never forget his life-saving favor, because it was thanks to him that she was able to survive until today. Quite touching, isn't it? Ain stood before her former teammates, bowing her head to apologize for her own shortcomings that had caused them to get dragged into trouble. She sincerely advised them that with their inherent talent, sooner or later they would shine in more deserving positions. As for herself, Ain was determined to do her best to recover, so that one day she could return as a mage who makes everyone proud. Walking through the bustling streets, she felt her heart filled with a strange excitement, even though everything ahead was still vague. Ain believed that everything would be all right. She no longer had to torment herself, trying to find a way to end her life anymore. In her mind, the image of Eugene appeared, fighting his best to prove himself, along with the promise to train her into someone who was not inferior, but even far surpassed himself. To Ain, Eugene was truly her father's most outstanding disciple, the person who stood up to guarantee a completely new future for her. Standing before the small building with the Eugene Magic Academy sign, she took a deep breath, telling herself to put all her faith in this master. As soon as she stepped inside, Eugene was casually sitting and drinking water, welcoming her. "Oh, Ain, you're here? The roads today must be quite clear, huh?" However, Ain immediately frowned when she saw a stranger sitting in the room. She snapped irritably. "I clearly told you, Master Eugene, to keep my coming here a secret." The strange man hurriedly stood up and greeted her politely. "Ah, my Jong-Ain. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Director Eugene." Hearing this, Ain lost her temper and brought her menacing face close to Eugene, making even him break into a sweat. "Oh, so he talked that much about me, did he? I remember pleading with you to keep my secret." Eugene waved his hands, laughing it off to reassure her. "Come on, Ain. Don't be so tense. This is my friend, Inspector Kim Sung-hee." Hearing the word friend, Ain couldn't help but be surprised. Eugene asserted that Inspector Kim was extremely reliable, so there was nothing to worry about. Sensing the atmosphere needed privacy, Inspector Kim took the initiative to excuse himself, as he only stopped by for a bit during work hours. He didn't forget to tell Ain to rest assured, because he wouldn't breathe a word about her heart when Eugene intended to see his friend out. Ain quickly stopped him and told the two of them to just talk freely, without minding her. Eugene still insisted on walking his friend out for a bit, but was immediately grabbed by the neck by Ain as she growled, "Master Eugene, how do you plan to handle that big mouth of yours?" She reminded him that she had intentionally spread fake news about going abroad to recover from injuries, to distract the public. Ain warned that if the villains found out the Archmage's daughter was hiding in Seoul, in a state of being unable to use magic, they would certainly be overjoyed to come and cause trouble. Eugene could only awkwardly justify himself, saying that since Inspector Kim was a very trustworthy friend. On the other side of the door, Inspector Kim secretly marveled, as he realized this was the niece Eugene often mentioned. He told himself that perhaps growing up with Eugene's scary face was why the girl had such a tough personality. But he was also glad that at least Eugene had a close companion. Just as he was about to step outside, Inspector Kim suddenly stopped in surprise. While the atmosphere was tense, Eugene suddenly paused upon noticing a stranger had just walked in. We have a guest." He sighed softly while Ain shuddered and hid behind her master. "Master Eugene." Eugene muttered sarcastically about the Academy's sudden crowd of guests, even joking about throwing a welcome party for Jong Ain. Inspector Kim Zong-hei quickly asked to leave to give them some privacy. Ain, sensing the situation was off, hurriedly pulled her hat down and prepared to bolt. This seems a bit intense, so I'll excuse myself and run ahead. I'll wait outside, just give me a shout when you're done." However, as soon as she turned to leave, she suddenly noticed the change in Eugene's face. "What's wrong? Why is your face so grim?" The mage's gaze suddenly turned dark and full of pressure as he looked toward the door. A strange voice rang out mockingly. "Such a beautiful face. It's a waste to hide it under a hat, don't you think?" Immediately, a strange hand reached out and snatched the hat right off Ain's head, leaving her in shock. Her anger erupted, and she gnashed her teeth, roaring, "Let go! You dare touch me without knowing your place?" Yet the stranger casually praised her beauty, calling her a princess. Ain froze when she saw the person standing before her. A tall, elegant figure spoke up in greeting. "Long time no see. It's a pleasure to see you, Ain. Is your body still doing okay?" Ain trembled, stammering incoherently. "Yes, I'm fine, father." That was indeed the Archmage, Yong U. He stood there with a congratulatory potted plant in his hands. Ain could only bow her head in apology, as she never expected her father to visit such a shabby place. Yong U smiled gently, asserting that her new beginning, run by the disciple he was most proud of, was exactly why he had to be there. He looked toward Eugene, who was still standing as still as a statue, and asked, "Right, Eugene, you've grown a bit taller, haven't you?" The gaze of the world's greatest Archmage shone brightly. Archmage Yong U had officially appeared. "So, you've met Friedrich, haven't you?" The question from Archmage Yong U shattered the silent atmosphere. Looking at Eugene, who was bowing his head and gasping, with a look of intense stress, he casually remarked about his old friend, saying the man still hadn't learned to act his age, and continued to cause trouble. Yong U set the plant down while mocking. "I wonder if Friedrich is going through a late onset puberty rebellion, because he wasn't like that when he was young." He stepped closer to sincerely send his thanks to Eugene for saving his daughter's life, looking at Ain, who stood huddled and full of regret. The Archmage gently asserted that she had always been his pride. It was just that sometimes her impulsive actions made a father like him unable to stop worrying. He affirmed he was truly glad that Eugene was his student. Those words made Eugene tremble, his deep, dark eyes behind the mask showing intense agitation. "Keep a cool head, Nam Myoho. Not here, and not now. Peace of mind, peace of mind," Eugene told himself silently, while trying to suppress the surging waves of emotion. He knew Ain was looking at him, so he had to use all his strength to calm down. Despite the sweat pouring down his neck, Eugene reassured himself that this confrontation had to happen sooner or later, and that he could completely endure it. However, the horrific memories of the moment his heart was snatched away in the past suddenly rushed back, vividly clear like a wound that never healed. In Eugene's mind, the image of Archmage Yong U standing in the shadows, hand ruthlessly clutching the glowing heart, appeared hauntingly, facing the great yet terrifying master. Eugene felt a suffocating pressure envelop the space. He looked at Eugene with sorrowful eyes, and uttered that, if only the two of them could have met again, under better circumstances, instead of such a cruel confrontation. Despite all the pain and fear, Eugene suddenly rushed forward and hugged his master. To the shock of Ain and Inspector Kim, he sobbed uncontrollably. "I'm sorry. I know I don't deserve to be treated like this." Eugene admitted his actions were immature, but he truly couldn't hold back anymore. After so many years apart, he confessed through tears that he had wanted to see his master so much, but was always afraid that he wouldn't want to look at the face of a traitor like him. Eugene confessed he didn't have enough courage to meet him in person, only watching from afar in torment. While Eugene was sobbing on his shoulder, Yong U could only utter in surprise, "Hey, wait a minute." Yong U held Eugene tightly in his arms, smiling kindly like a father. "Even though you've grown taller, you're still just a child." He gently patted his former disciple's shoulder, soothing the long-held grievances. Immediately after, the atmosphere returned to normal. Inspector Kim Sung-hyun stammered, asking to leave to give them some private space. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave. However, Jong Wee-hyo suddenly called back to Inspector Kim Sung-hyun. The inspector froze, unable to believe his ears. "Huh? Wait, you actually know me?" The Archmage gave a friendly smile. "Of course, I know you. You are always dedicated to protecting the safety of the citizens, and you've taken very good care of my beloved disciple." Regardless, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, making Inspector Kim's face turn red with embarrassment. "Oh, please, I'm so flattered I don't know what to say. I'll be going now." As soon as he stepped outside, Kim Sung-hye covered his face to calm himself down, feeling that the pressure from the handsome yet authoritative face of Jong Wee-hyo was just as terrifying as Eugene's appearance. Inside the academy, Yong U turned to look at his daughter with pained eyes. "Ain, have you lost your mana?" Ain bowed her head in confirmation. He sighed. "So that's why you came to Eugene for help. If you were facing such a difficult situation, you could have absolutely discussed it with your father first." Ain hurried to explain that she didn't mean to lack trust in her father. Yong U calmly reassured her. "No, go ahead and trust Eugene. He is the disciple I trust the most. In fact, regarding this matter, he might even be able to help you more than I can." To prepare for the upcoming training process, he decided to have a private talk with Wit. "Eugene. I'll speak with Eugene privately for a moment, before I entrust you to him. I need a parent-teacher consultation. Wait here for a second, okay?" With those words, a burst of blazing fire magic surrounded Ain, transporting the two men to a separate library space. Standing among the giant bookshelves, Yong U mused. "Actually, I'm quite shocked myself." He casually poured some wine, his voice suddenly turning spine-chillingly cold. "When recalling the crimes of the past, I tore your heart out, shredded your entire body, and threw you into the rift between other dimensions." Looking into Eugene's deep, dark eyes, the Archmage smirked. "Who would have thought you could survive and return? You always exceed my imagination." He took a sip of wine, beginning to analyze how Eugene had drifted in a near-death state within the spatial rift, where the laws of physics prevented his body from decomposing completely. But that still wasn't what bothered Jong Wee-hyo the most. But actually, I'm curious about something else." Standing in the mystical library space, Yong Wee-hyo looked into the deep darkness of his disciple and asked solemnly, "Eugene, you still don't hate me?" Eugene went silent for a moment. Memories of the first day his master saved his life, and the years of living happily together, suddenly flashed back like a slow-motion film. To him, Yong Wee-hyo was not just a master, but his only reason for living. He sincerely replied, "Master, the day you saved me when I was dying? No, every day I lived beside you. My only goal in life was to live for you. How could I possibly resent you? Eugene's horrific face turned toward his master, affirming an absolute loyalty. If you need me right here, right now, I am ready to die for you without a moment's hesitation. Yong U gave a slight smirk. He set the glass down and stood up, his eyes showing clear satisfaction as he turned away. In the end, it really could only be you. Witnessing Eugene's devotion, the Archmage once again made a haunting proposal. Well, Eugene, if you can still go to that extent for me, then regarding that plan, may I propose it to you once more? But contrary to expectations, Eugene immediately froze. He remained resolute in his refusal, just as he had 14 years ago. Master, I have already said so. It was the same 14 years ago. But that plan is truly a no. I can help you with anything, even jumping into a sea of fire. But for this one thing alone, seeing his disciple still holding his ground, Yong U could only laugh it off, looking quite pathetic after being rejected. For the second time, he adjusted his attire and announced he would move to Plan B, but then found himself captivated again by the miracle of the entity standing before him. The more I look at it, the more miraculous it truly is. How could you create this without mana? You survived a situation where death was certain thanks to it, right? Eugene nonchalantly explained the power that had saved his life. He called it non-runic magic, a magic system that even those without mana can use if they put in the effort to train. Eugene's eyes shone brightly as he spoke of the future. He intended to teach this type of magic to Ain first, to help her become a true Archmage. From there, he would train a new generation of mages, people who are both talented and virtuous, contribute to and protect the world. Eugene spoke passionately about his dream of creating a world filled with kind magic, where hope for the future always exists. He looked straight at his master and clearly declared, "That is my dream. When this dream becomes a reality, you won't need to carry out that plan anymore." What kind of dream is so vague and faint like that? Yong U smirked and remarked. Despite that, he still admitted he liked it, because it was very much like Eugene's nature. The Archmage realized that no matter what he said, this disciple would remain resolute in not supporting his plan. While putting his black glove back on, he solemnly declared, "All right, Eugene, I entrust Ain to you." Yong U requested that Eugene teach her well, so she could become a true Archmage. He affirmed that as long as Eugene didn't interfere, he would support Eugene's dream, though in his heart he couldn't hide his regret. What a shame. You once gave me so much hope, only to disappoint me like this now. He lifted Eugene's face, asserting that he was the only person who had ever moved the Archmage's heart to this extent. Facing his great master, Eugene pleaded in a low voice, "Master, no, Ain's father. Allow me to ask one thing of you." He promised for certain that Ain would become the second greatest Archmage after him. Eugene desired that the expectations his master once placed on his shoulders now be placed entirely on Ain instead of him. Immediately after, a burst of fire magic erupted in the academy room, marking the return of the two men. Ain was sitting, waiting anxiously. The moment she saw her father's silhouette emerge from the flames, she cried out joyfully. "Father!" Yong U gently asked if his daughter had to wait long, as he had a rather lengthy conversation with Eugene. Upon hearing Ain confirm that it had been about 14 years since she could use magic properly, the Archmage's voice suddenly deepened with sorrow. He admitted that he couldn't possibly feel happy witnessing his daughter risk her life fighting, just to meet the expectations he had set. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he confessed that he only hoped she would find a dream she truly wanted to pursue. As a mage, Aang was stunned and choked up. She had once thought her father only cared about results. Without letting her finish her sentence, Yong U pulled his daughter into a tight hug, asserting that, before being a proud disciple, she was the daughter he loved most in the world. No matter what goal you set, no matter how much effort you put in or what results you achieve, that will never change. The father's warm affirmation made Aang sob with happiness. Yong U hoped his daughter would find a goal worthy of her efforts, and the girl solemnly promised to do her best. Standing nearby and witnessing this touching scene, Eugene crossed his arms and smiled with contentment. Behind his usual horrific mask, finally, Archmage Yong U turned to look at his most trusted disciple and officially entrusted her. Enough of that. The final decision is, okay, Director Eugene, I'm entrusting Aang to you. Yes, please leave her to me. Eugene's heart was moved as he felt his master's loving gaze still watching over him. However, the touching atmosphere was suddenly extinguished when Eugene casually turned to Yong U. Well then, let me talk about the tuition fee. Aang froze for a few seconds, stunned by this abrupt request. Eugene even enthusiastically held out his phone to show the program that Aang needed. If anyone was watching, she couldn't take it anymore. The girl yelled, Wait! You're charging money? Eugene still maintained his blank, smiling face. Yeah. Of course, you brat. Because you'll be enrolling in this academy. Aang indignantly questioned him, as she had previously thought this uncle would teach for free, as a way of helping an acquaintance. Eugene nonchalantly explained that he had prepared a special private course just for her, and if he didn't charge a fee, it wouldn't be fair to the other students. Aang could only scratch her head in utter helplessness at the overly pragmatic behavior of this new mentor. Eugene scrolled through his phone while muttering that, compared to the general market, the price he was offering was already quite reasonable. Seeing his daughter looking confused, Archmage Yong U generously offered, Goodness, this is nothing. Let your father handle it. I will take care of it for you. Don't worry, my dear child. But Aang immediately brushed it off. She asserted that she was 22 years old, and a true adult, so she didn't want to depend on her father anymore. She confidently declared she would pay for it herself, using the savings she had accumulated from her work all this time. Looking at his daughter's determination, the Archmage smiled with satisfaction, while Eugene also silently marveled at how admirably she had grown up. Right after that, Aang set about resolving the remnants of her old office. To focus on her studies, she ordered the sale of all expensive magic equipment, including her most precious battle armor, all penalty fees, for canceling contracts of unfinished commissions, and charitable donations for the next 5 years were also paid off by her. Fairly, Aang's assistant couldn't help but be worried when seeing her spend such a large amount of personal money on severance pay for the staff, leaving her long-accumulated assets almost depleted. However, Aang remained resolute about fulfilling her minimum obligation to those who had dedicated themselves to her, while also ensuring clear finances, so as not to damage her own reputation, or her father's. So young, yet so thoughtful, truly endearing. She accepted selling her house, moving into a monthly rental and spending frugally to be able to pursue her new path of study at Eugene's academy. Recalling her father's warm words of encouragement, Aang teared up with happiness and solemnly replied, Yes. Standing before the sign of the Eugene Magic Academy, Archmage Yong U suddenly received an important phone call. His expression became stern. It seemed something significant had occurred. Upon hearing the report from the other end, what was that? Zodiac? I see. I'll go there and see for myself. It seemed a mysterious organization had just revealed itself, making even the greatest Archmage unable to sit still. He hurriedly opened the car door, not forgetting to turn back and instruct the two. Sorry, you two. Let's save lunch for another day. Something urgent came up, so I must leave immediately. Eugene waved goodbye regretfully. Well, next time I promise to find a good place and treat everyone again. Ain also obediently told her father, Don't worry, father. It's okay. Please travel safely. Before driving away, Yong U still kindly reminded them, You two remember to live in harmony and take care of your health. Call if you need anything. Eugene, and see you later. See you later. After the farewells were finished, the Archmage's car suddenly vanished, behind a brilliant golden smoke of instant teleportation. Witnessing that scene, Eugene could only shrug and exclaim, If you were going to teleport anyway, why even bring the car? Good grief. Why is my father so eccentric? Meanwhile, Ain looked slightly sad. The girl bowed her head and muttered, If only father had called my name first. Realizing his student's mood, Eugene excitedly suggested, How about we go have lunch ourselves? Does Ain still like tteokbokki? Hearing the popular dish, Ain immediately agreed. If it's cheap, that's perfect. I've had some unexpected expenses lately, so I don't dare eat anything expensive. Eugene laughed and patted his chest. I'm treating you to this meal. Don't worry about the money. The master and student stopped at a casual roadside eatery, looking at Ain as she was engrossed in eating. Eugene got straight to the point. So, Ain has chosen the harsh major of combat magic, right? Go ahead and eat. Talk when you're done. Ain, while chewing, grumbled about being called by her real name in public. But she also seriously explained, Yes, I'm specializing in combat magic. She confirmed her choice. It's not that I like fighting or anything, but the most effective way to improve magical skills is through going through battles that force you to use and judge magic to the extreme. So, a combat mage is the most suitable choice. Eugene nodded in agreement. I see. Most mages who are good at manipulating magic either specialize in combat or do it as a side role. Eugene looked pensively at his student. He sincerely confessed, if possible, I don't want to teach you in such a dangerous way. But I also created non-runic magic in extreme situations like that. He promised to always stay by her side to observe and ensure the practice takes place under controllable conditions. Ain asked curiously, Right, that non-runic magic. Explain it more clearly to me. How do I train and how do I use it to become an Archmage? Walking through the street, Eugene explained the nature of this power. Non-runic magic is connecting consciousness with all matter and phenomena that one perceives, and touching to transform and restructure them at will. If you master this technique, you can change not just your body, but the properties, shape, and mass of any object you touch as you wish. Eugene began explaining the principles of magic. Ain was still skeptical. She couldn't understand how that was possible without using mana. Eugene asserted, to achieve perception beyond the norm, you first need foundational energy. And that energy is scientific knowledge about the structure and properties of all things in the world. He slammed down a thick stack of books before his stunned young student. Is this what I came here for? To do this? First, start by memorizing all the knowledge in this pile of books. Eugene had casually ordered, looking at titles like molecular structure, thermodynamics, or physiological anatomy. Ain felt exhausted and just wanted to go home and sleep. This is all specialized knowledge. That is extremely difficult. Even doctors or scientists would struggle with it. Some books are even written in other languages. Eugene asked with a deadpan face. 2 weeks is more than enough for you, right? Ain screamed in horror. 2 weeks? 14 days? He reassured her, but he didn't want her to rush the first step. But a foundation of knowledge is mandatory. Eugene fondly recalled when he was 6 years old, how hard he had worked to study these documents. Ain looked at her master with eyes full of terror. She realized this was the difference between herself and the disciple her father was most proud of. Eugene modestly admitted it took him nearly a month to memorize it all. That since Ain is the daughter of the great Archmage, 2 weeks should certainly be more than enough. Her pride being poked, Ain immediately forced herself to declare, "Exactly right. That's wonderful, master. I am the bloodline of the great genius. Yong U. Simple studying like this for just 2 weeks. I even find that to be awfully long." As soon as the words left her mouth, Ain immediately regretted her boasting. Eugene nodded, appreciating her enthusiasm, but didn't forget to tell her not to be too hasty. He began calculating the timeline, and gave him a number that nearly made Ain faint. "If you persevere with the path I set to become an Archmage, it will take about 27 years and 7 months. Ain gasped in shock. 27? She realized she had expected too much from the extraordinary magic that master, Eugene, had demonstrated, without thinking about the specific time frame. However, when she calmed down, Ain understood that even her father took over 100 years to reach that realm. So, a 27-year goal is actually an incredibly fast figure. Ain nodded in acknowledgement. 27 years is actually an extremely short period of time for a mage. However, she still asked impatiently, "Oh, but let me ask you this. If I want to regain my original magical level, how long would that take?" Eugene blanked out. He wondered what exactly her original level was. Ain, full of pride, boasted that she had reached the highest rank for a combat mage, comparatively, and was even about to be promoted to mystic. Hearing these unfamiliar titles, Eugene wondered in confusion what they were, but he told himself he had to act professional and not reveal his lack of knowledge. He decided to change the plan. Originally, he intended to wait for Ain to finish memorizing the books before proceeding, but practicing at the same time to get used to it first would work too. Eugene walked over to a cabinet. He understood how anxious Ain was, being unable to use magic as usual. He leaned in close to her, his voice mysterious. "Before mastering non-runic magic, let's train your sense of usage at the same time. A method to use magic without needing bodily mana." He suggested they both go find a partner to act as a source of artificial mana for her. Eugene began to talk about the incident 14 years ago, when he fell into another dimension. Back then, his body was in a terrible state, after the accident of being betrayed by his master, making Ain silently marvel at his excessive optimism. Eugene recalled the moment he was floating in the dangerous spatial rift, where he gained inspiration from the native creatures to create non-runic magic and save his own life. Eugene explained that the creatures in that second dimension could be classified as goblins. Ain seemed puzzled. He began preparing to open the portal to their world. Eugene asked in a serious tone, "By the way, do you remember what I told you?" Ain put her coat back on while firmly repeating the oath. "Never let go of the rope. Don't fall asleep. Just keep moving forward." Seeing that his student was ready, Eugene began to concentrate his power. His body emitted a pitch-black aura, as strange runes began to appear on his pale skin. He officially activated non-runic magic to connect with the other dimension. Right then and there, a spatial portal leading to the goblin world appeared ominously. Right on the floor, witnessing this scene, Aang was completely shocked by its absurdity. She knew that to open such a portal, it usually required more than 10 elite mages working together, and cost an entire national budget just to maintain it for a few minutes. And yet, Eugene did it all by himself with ease, making her goal of becoming an Archmage feel even more distant. When something is hard for you but easy for others, it's very easy to feel insecure and discouraged. Eugene handed her a green vine and instructed, "Hold this rope tightly. Stay calm. Go in and come back. No problem." Aang gripped the rope, telling herself that to succeed, she had to master magic even better than Bear. This monster of a man. Is that really it? I just go in there and call your name and they'll help me? Aang hesitantly took the vine, her eyes still full of doubt. Eugene nodded in confirmation. He reassured her that he and the goblins over there were extremely close. Even the coat he was wearing was a gift from them. Though he was worried and felt guilty about letting Aang go alone, Eugene explained that he had to stay behind to maintain the spatial portal and keep it open. He urged her to go quickly, trusting in her master's words. Aang took a deep breath to regain her composure, then decisively stepped into the pitch-black vortex, vanishing into another dimension right before his eyes. Eugene watched his student's figure disappear. Eugene silently marveled, because this girl seemed to have no idea what fear was. However, he had no idea that, from the rooftop of the building opposite, a group of people was secretly observing every single one of his actions. Director Choi Yuk stood there with a calculating face. He believed that even Aang had been defeated by the monster Eugene, to the point of having to dissolve her company and fleeing abroad. He sneered upon hearing the news, rumors that Friedrich had fought and then fled, considering them to be nothing but nonsensical fabrications. With extreme arrogance, Choi Yuk asserted that no matter how good Eugene was, he could not survive against a top-tier mage like himself. Choi Yuk's goal was not just to capture Eugene to avenge the humiliation from the other day, but also to erase the long-standing feeling of inferiority when a subordinate hesitantly asked if they were attacking an innocent person. He immediately glared with fury. He roared that Eugene not only had an ugly appearance, but was also a horrible threat to the whole world. In Choi Yuk's eyes, the magic that the Eugene used was so disgusting it couldn't even be called magic. It was an entity that should not exist, and he felt it necessary to destroy it to prevent future disasters. He asserted that he was acting entirely for the safety of innocent citizens. People who are evil often think that what they do is very good for others. Despite their determined words, his subordinates still couldn't help trembling with fear, knowing Eugene had once defeated even Yong. Choi Yuk cursed their cowardice, claiming they only lost to Aang because they were too hasty, without preparation. He believed that, as long as there was enough information and preparation, even when facing a superior opponent, there would still be a chance for victory. He turned and ordered CEOT, asking about the technique to deal with monsters, the degeneration abilities, which he had learned in Northern Europe. Choi Yuk emphasized that he had spent a lot of money on this matter, so he would not allow any mistakes to occur. CEO T confidently activated a glowing red magic circle on his hand, affirming that this was a type of magic, specially crafted to capture monsters, capable of regenerating, even from 100 tiny pieces. Having received that assurance, Choi Yuk ordered the whole team to prepare enhancement magic and hold their combat positions. He believed that if he could clean up the mistake of Archmage Yong U, His academy's status within the association would be significantly elevated. The entire group simultaneously deployed their mana, creating multicolored beams of light surrounding their bodies, ready for a brutal revenge, aimed directly at Eugene. Well, Eugene is in for it again this time. He's just sitting there and still getting targeted. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Ain was experiencing the most terrifying moments of her life. As soon as she landed, she was gasping for breath due to the heavy pressure, and she realized the bitter truth about the goblins her master had told her about. Before her eyes was not a country, or friendly creatures, but a land of death. What? Overflowing with dark entities, with countless glowing red eyes staring intensely. With hunger, Ain trembled, gripping the rope in her hand, horrified to realize that she had been sent by Eugene to a place no different from hell. Ain was like, "Why are you being so cruel to me, oh my God?" Ain. She told herself to stay calm amidst the dark creatures, teeming with glowing red eyes surrounding her. Even though they occupied every space, she noticed she could still move and breathe without feeling too suffocated. She gripped the vine in her hand tightly, the only thing connecting her to the real world, and repeated her master's instructions like a protective charm. Must not let go of the rope, must not fall asleep, and only allowed to move forward. If she falls asleep now, her life is forfeit. Walking through the bizarre matter, Ain felt as if she were pushing through a giant mass of slimy jelly. The more she breathed, the more nausea surged, making her mind begin to grow hazy and tired. She silently blamed Eugene for not warning her about this horrific environment, where the surrounding creatures, though not attacking, kept mumbling like human voices, making her feel extremely uneasy. Ain was forced to keep pushing forward, behind the talking tribe her master had mentioned. Even though her head felt like it would explode from overthinking, she felt as if her body was just a split second away from total collapse. She had to brace herself with all her might. She couldn't give up. The situation worsened as Ain's brain seemed to stop functioning completely. She floated in the void, feeling as if Eugene had deceived her and abandoned her in this hellish place. Her body felt like it was melting away, her senses fading, and an irresistible sleepiness washed over her. Amidst the thick darkness of the other dimension, the grotesque entities quietly surrounded the girl, who was gradually sinking into a deep coma. But meanwhile, at the academy, Eugene was acting incredibly excited. While rewatching videos on his phone, he burst out laughing with delight. "This is fun, haha." Believing that these were funny promotional videos would attract many viewers, Eugene thought that making others laugh was the real challenge, and he was just about to discuss the current trends among young people when he was suddenly hit straight in the face by a magic spell. Phew, that was almost a total disaster. He realized he was falling into a misfortunes never-come-alone situation, as he had to focus on maintaining the connection for Ain, while simultaneously facing a surprise ambush. He silently wondered who could have sneak-attacked him like that. From within the thick cloud of dust, Director Choi Oi-Yuk appeared with a triumphant look. He looked down at the struggling mage and spoke mockingly, "Hey, Eugene, are you still doing okay?" He brought along a group of elite subordinates, who quickly surrounded Eugene from all sides to ensure he had no way out. Choi Oi-Hyuk admitted he had tossed and turned all night, just thinking about Eugene's existence, and now he believed he would finally get a good night's sleep. After dealing with this threat, looking into the deep, dark, sunken eyes and the bizarre appearance of Eugene, he felt a cold fear creeping up his spine and eroding every nerve, a feeling as if Eugene wanted to dominate and eat him alive. Choi Hyuk growled and asserted that Eugene was clearly a monster that needed to be erased from this world. immediately to protect the order. Meanwhile, Eugene felt extremely confused by this stubbornness. Director Choi, losing sleep over me? That doesn't sound very healthy. I thought the misunderstandings were over. Why is he acting like this? Memories of his master's teachings from years ago suddenly rushed back into Eugene's mind amidst the enemy encirclement, when he was just a young boy absorbed in reading the book. Forbidden Spell. He once questioned Archmage Yong U about the complexity of magic approval procedures. The master had patiently explained that spells with great impact, like teleportation or summoning, would be extremely dangerous, if not strictly controlled by the Mage Association. He warned that, if those powers fell into the hands of evil people, without being controlled, the consequences would be limitless and utterly catastrophic. This is no different from an atomic bomb, is it? Yong U wanted Eugene to attain proportional power and recognition, to be able to use magic legitimately, because he feared there would be a time when he was no longer around to vouch for and protect him anymore. Let's build prestige and influence for you, so that others will always feel secure and trust in you. His master's advice still resonated, in complete contrast to the reality of being shunned and regarded as a monster today. Eugene was shocked to realize the group before him was brazenly using magic to track him down, without even asking the association for permission. A serious violation of the law. He coldly asked, "Director, are you joking?" Choi Yuk didn't even bother to hide his intentions. He declared he was ready to accept punishment for his impulsive actions later, but for now, he certainly would not stop the incantation until he had taken him down. Immediately, the subordinates activated a dual combined magic, creating extremely powerful intertwined energy streams, putting all their strength into attacking the besieged mage. Oh my, it seems he's truly enraged. Eugene gasped, witnessing the extreme aggression of Choi Yuk Choi. It looks like he's doing this for real. It's no longer a joke. As someone who always strictly followed the law, he couldn't think of anything at this moment, other than trying to dissuade them. "Director, please calm down a bit, and listen to my explanation." However, responding to his goodwill were only consecutive blasts of fire magic. Striking down, Eugene realized that mages these days were far too aggressive, even knowing he was unharmed. They still attacked relentlessly. He planned to regenerate his body first, before continuing the conversation, then suddenly stopped in utter shock. Eugene's burning arm showed no signs of recovering like usual. Choi Hyuk stepped closer with a triumphant smile. "What's wrong? At a dead end already? Can't keep a clear head, can you?" He boastfully revealed that this was a recovery sealing charm, a high-level magic that his disciple had learned from monster hunters in Northern Europe. Wow. This spell has the ability to block all recovery of both living tissue and inorganic matter, rendering Eugene's regenerative magic completely useless. Eugene immediately realized this was a weaker version of the seal his master once used on him. Though the structure was simple, it was arranged extremely cleverly. Normally, he could easily break it using soft magic techniques, but right now, most of his brain capacity was intensely focused on maintaining a spatial portal for Ain. If my hands and feet were free, like yours, I'd have sent this group on a one-way trip by now. The life-and-death situation made Eugene start to panic. If I stop chanting or can't use my hands, Ain's connection to this world will be severed. If that happens, things will become extremely complicated and dangerous. For her. Eugene humbled himself and pleaded, "Director, I beg you. This isn't just for my own safety." However, Choi Hyuk had completely lost his mind. He roared orders to his subordinates. "All of you attack! It's an immortal monster. Even if you hack it into 100 pieces, don't hesitate. Crush it with all your firepower. A storm of attacks poured down, leaving Eugene only able to cry out in despair, "Oh, everyone, wait, just for a moment." Ignoring his pleas, the crazed mages rushed in to tear him apart. Eugene used all his strength to shield himself. He shouted loudly, "My head and hands! You absolutely must not touch them. Please, please just stop for 1 second. Why are these people so hard to talk to?" An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away a corner of the Magic Academy. Eugene was lost in the thick clouds of dust. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Ain lay motionless amidst the deep darkness. A deep, haunting voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "Wake up." Ain startled and woke up. She was horrified to realize she was facing a giant entity with glowing red eyes, staring at her threateningly. She didn't know how long she had been lying there. Ain woke up in the middle of the dark dimension. In her ear was the deep voice of a giant entity. "You're finally awake. I had to interfere with your brain to forcibly speed up the adaptation process." Ain was shocked to realize she had almost let go of the rope, the only link to return to the real world. The entity called her a lost child full of openings. But Ain quickly regained her composure. She realized these were the intelligent beings her master had mentioned. She hurried to explain, "Thank you. I didn't come here by mistake. With Uncle Eugene's help, I was able to cross over to this world." She hoped to receive support from her master's friends. But as soon as the name Eugene was spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became thick and heavy. The glowing red eyes of the entities began to bore deep into the young girl. "Eugene? Did you just say Eugene? Is it that Eugene?" They roared with excitement as they recognized the scent of Eugene on her. However, their reaction suddenly became strange and threatening. The entities frantically screamed the name, Eugene, in extreme rage, and ordered, "Catch her! Quickly, catch her!" Ain was dragged straight into a giant mouth, in utter helplessness. Why did they have such an indignant attitude when Eugene was mentioned? Amidst the slimy tentacles, Ain was bewildered, not knowing how to interpret this reaction. The entities mocked her when they heard her mention the word friends. "Friends? Between Eugene and us? You are dead wrong." They asserted that if she had been in contact with him, there was no way she wouldn't know the truth about that man. An entity leaned in close, forcing her to listen clearly. Since she had been able to set foot this far, they demanded she show respect and offer a greeting right here in this sacred place. While she was confused, not knowing if they were friend or foe, amidst the infinite space, a magnificent entity appeared, radiating pressure that left Ain completely paralyzed with terror. That person is the Queen, the mother of us all. A giant eye looked down at tiny Ain, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Meanwhile, in the real world, Eugene was being scorched by the brutal fire spells of the mages. Under Choi Uitodoi, the subordinate was smug, because the regeneration-blocking magic was working effectively, leaving Eugene's body as nothing but a charred, crumbling corpse, smoldering with thick smoke. He looked exactly like a living torch, but he was still okay, everyone. Choi Oyuk gnashed his teeth, not knowing how to deal with this inexplicable monster. Although Eugene had managed to protect his head and hands, maintaining the spatial portal, while in this ravaged state, had gone beyond the limits of endurance. He could only whisper in exhaustion, "I'm sorry." "Ain, what are you waiting for? Are you just going to stand there and take it? Don't let that horror control you like that." Director Choi Oyuk roared with rage. While swinging his staff, he urged his trembling subordinates looking at Eugene's charred remains, still stubbornly shielding the portal. He roared in disgust. "Where are your eyes? Can't you see clearly? How can you call that appearance normal? It's no different from having been dead for a long time." Seeing the pitch-black hole beneath Eugene's feet gradually shrinking, Choi Ui-yuk was triumphant, believing it to be a sign of weakness. He stepped closer arrogantly, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Let me end this. Hey, Eugene, can you still hear my words?" "He's not deaf. You can just go ahead and speak." As he stepped forward, he mocked his opponent's persistence, being beaten to a pulp, yet refusing to fight back, only caring about shielding that suspicious hole. Choi Oi-hyuk asserted he didn't need to know what it was, because surely Eugene was preparing some dark sorcery. He asked suspiciously, "Just how important is it that you resolutely refuse to use your cruel transformation magic to resist? Otherwise, there's no reason for you to risk your life protecting it so pathetically. Just let him do what he's doing. Why so curious? Taking it upon himself to be the executor of justice." He continued to condemn Eugene for spreading fear among the people with his evil nature. Raising his flaming staff high, he declared he would settle all debts right here, to bring Eugene before the Alliance Court. However, from within the ashes, Eugene's deep, gravelly voice suddenly rang out. "Director Choi Oi-hyuk, I am not looking for a way to justify myself. I am fully aware of my mistakes, and sincerely accept any deserved punishment." His pale hands remained firmly planted in the spatial portal, not moving an inch, even as the fire scorched his flesh. Eugene pleaded desperately, "So please give me a little more time. I will pull it out right now." Choi Oi-hyuk snapped in shock. "What? What are you planning to pull out?" Fearing his opponent was playing a wicked trick, he frantically swung his staff down for one fatal blow. "It's over." Choi Oi-hyuk believed that with those severe wounds, Eugene was at a total dead end. This time, Eugene is definitely at the point of no return. However, at that very moment, a strange change made him freeze. "Hey, Cha, what's happening?" The pitch-black mana from the spatial portal suddenly erupted violently, leaving him terrified as he realized he could no longer slash into it easily, like he did just a moment ago. Eugene braced himself amidst the rising, dark tentacles. His voice rang out with determination. "Director Choi, you've worked hard. I'm truly sorry. But just a little more, even if I have to trade my own life." A fearsome entity with countless eyes and sharp teeth began to take shape from the void. That entity began questioning Ain about Eugene. "So Eugene has sent you here?" The deep, gravelly voice of the giant entity echoed through the dark space, making Ain tremble. She looked up at the pitch-black shadow looming over her, horrified to realize that compared to every giant magical creature she had ever seen, this thing was many times larger. Its glowing eye bored deep into the small girl. "Rat, are you of Eugene's bloodline?" Under the suffocating pressure, Ain stammered in denial. No, I'm not. Not bloodline, just a disciple." Eugene's scent is so thick on you, though." The entity muttered pensively. It seemed to understand something and whispered, "I see, so he finally chose that path?" But when it heard Ain mention the word friends, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. It growled, "Friends? Eugene calls us by that title? It turns out he still thinks we consider him a friend?" Witnessing the terrifying transformation of the surrounding creatures, Ain turned pale with horror. She silently cursed, "Damn it!" even though she couldn't read their expressions. This atmosphere definitely didn't scream friends. That insensitive man, he probably unintentionally did something to make them hate him without even knowing. How could he dare send me alone to such a dangerous place? However, the entity suddenly corrected her, Let me be clear. Eugene is the only great benefactor of this world. Aang gasped in shock. What? Unable to believe what she had just heard. What kind of benefactor scares someone's disciple? After death like this? Ha ha. The great entity continued to explain that the feelings they had for the savior who sacrificed himself to save their world went far beyond just being friends. It was infinite gratitude and admiration. It asserted, if you are Eugene's disciple, then you are our most precious guest. I officially welcome you to this place. The pitch-black tentacles gently lifted Aang up, the voice becoming much more gentle. Make yourself comfortable. Aang breathed a sigh of relief and whispered back, Thank you. The entity asked with concern, His master didn't come along? He must be busy over there helping everyone, right? Is Eugene doing well lately? Hearing these respectful words about her uncle, Aang could only force a smile. Ah, yes, more or less. In her heart, she couldn't help but be amazed. Truly, hearing this feels overwhelming. In the end, what did he do to be treated like an honored guest? Like this? The giant eye moved closer. The entity asked sternly, getting to the main point. Disciple of Eugene? Tell me the reason. What business brings you here? Aang gripped the vine tightly and honestly explained. Listen, the situation is like this, currently. I'm having some personal issues, so I temporarily cannot use magic. Master Eugene sent me here, hoping you could help me restore my magic. The entity pondered for a moment and then realized. Oh, you mean that technique Eugene researched based on our tribe's characteristics. To develop? Very well. I will let one of my children accompany you to the human world. With additional help from Eugene, it will certainly resolve your current difficulties. Really? Really? Thank you. Wait. Before Aang could celebrate, her face turned pale with fright. As a scene of total chaos erupted, a swarm of smaller entities frantically rushed forward, entwining her and screaming, Me! Take me! I want to go with you. This is a golden opportunity to explore the other world and see Eugene again. Choose me. I swear I'll do my best to support you. Aang was pulled back and forth between the mass of tentacles. She panicked, seeing them competing so fiercely. No, my energy is the truly useful one. I want to see Eugene too. Seeing how these creatures is, desire to see her master was even more intense than their intention to help her. Aang could only laugh through her tears and tell herself, Master Eugene really has the charm of a superstar. It's almost heartbreaking to hear. Aang realized these were the spiritual entities that inspired her master's special magic. Even if their appearance wasn't very appealing, she was ready to accept anything to restore her magic. While she was lost in thought, Eugene's voice suddenly rang out urgently. Aang, won't you hurry back already? Things are getting quite noisy over here. Aang was dazed when she saw a tiny spirit conveying her master's words. The man who was guarding the portal while taking the time to watch videos, hearing Eugene's voice. The surrounding spirits burst into excitement. They vied with each other to greet their old benefactor. Eugene also cheerfully replied, asking about everyone's health. Like old friends meeting again. One spirit excitedly asked if Eugene was still wearing the clothes they gave him. He gleefully confirmed it suited his style perfectly, and that he always wore it. They chatted with each other, as if nothing were happening around Eugene. Out there, things are reaching a boiling point. The spirits regretfully reminded Eugene to drop by whenever he was free because they missed him dearly. However, as the situation in the real world was urgent, Eugene had to apologize and urge Aang to return immediately. The spirits were still fighting, unsure of who to choose to go along. When the great entity spoke up, No need to choose, just take this little one with you. Immediately, a small blue-black creature rushed forward and lashed onto Ain's face, leaving the girl no time to react. Ah! Ain could only let out a cry of horror as the creature began to enter her body. Eugene hurriedly said goodbye and promised to see everyone later before closing the special portal. Watching their figures disappear, the great entity grew pensive, though she knew this wasn't a rational choice. By human standards, she still respected Eugene's decision. She silently remarked that the nature of Eugene had always been like that, a man always willing to sacrifice and be a pillar for others, even if it was for the impulsiveness of his old master. Yong U, Ain's blood-curdling scream echoed as she was pulled back to the real world. Immediately, another scream rang out from the enemy's side. My hand! My hand! Why is this happening? Song T realized in horror that his arm was being gnawed by pitch-black tentacles and completely deformed. Eugene stood there imposingly, casually reassuring him that there would be no pain. At this moment, Choi Ouyuk's mages finally realized in shock that Eugene had been silently enduring the onslaught all this time, just to focus on protecting the spatial portal for Ain. The seal on his recovery ability had been neutralized without them even noticing, and now giant dark tentacles had surged up, snatching all the subordinates into the air and rendering them useless. Looking at Eugene's grotesque form now, Choi Ouyuk wondered in shock whether he was truly human or not. He gnashed his teeth bitterly. Damn it, facing an enemy against whom even I am helpless, just because of his own insecurity and fear? His disciples had... The subordinates rushed over to report the unfavorable situation, only to be struck dumb by the monstrous thing present before them. Choi Ouyuk immediately ordered everyone to pour all their mana into Tier 2 magic to pull the trapped disciples out, ignoring the concerns of his subordinates about using that kind of spell. Right here, Choi Ouyuk was decisive. That can wait. I'll handle the consequences myself. Then he rushed in to pull his students away from the pitch-black tentacles. He sincerely apologized, admitting his stubbornness had caused them to suffer. Once the rescue was complete, he shouted, "Get away from there immediately. Everyone, get down! If you can maintain a shield, deploy it now." Not only had they failed this battle, but he had also put his students through an ordeal. Choi Ouyuk channeled all his power into a Tier 2 spell, hoping at the very least to seal Eugene for a short moment. At that exact moment, Ain scrambled out from the pile of black matter. She adjusted her hat and muttered, "Father." Typical Master Eugene Dado. Looking at her master's ravaged appearance, emaciated like a ghost, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. If you were going to send me to such a bizarre place, you should have at least explained it to me first. Eugene, in his exhausted state, softly replied, "I'm sorry. Going to such a strange place, you must have been very panicked." Looking at Master Eugene's ravaged appearance now makes you even more confused. Director Choi was stunned to see Ain climbing out of the wreckage. He stammered, "Jong Ain? How? How did you come out from there?" He was bewildered because he heard she had gone abroad, unable to understand why she was here with Eugene. Eugene then approached to explain that because Ain had lost her magic, he had admitted her to the academy to teach non-runic magic, the mana-less technique he created himself. He mentioned that because the girl was impatient, he had sent her to another dimension to seek help from the spirits where he used to live. While halfway through explaining about the strictly controlled spatial magic, Eugene suddenly faded out. So tired, so sleepy. He collapsed onto the grass, witnessed by everyone. He fell fast asleep as if someone had hypnotized him. Right then, police sirens wailed. "Inspector Kim! Sung-hyun, and the authorities raided the academy. After receiving reports of a major disturbance, seeing the devastated scene and Eugene lying motionless, Inspector Kim could only gasp in shock. What is this? How did it come to this? Ayn stood still, covering her face in exhaustion. She looked at the mess before her, and could only cry out bitterly. It's truly ruined. Involving the police looks like real trouble. Eugene startled awake after his exhaustion. Ayn stood right behind him, breathing a sigh of relief. You're finally awake? The girl looked annoyed, urging her master to go handle the noisy situation. Over there, as the arguing made her want to cover her ears. Seeing Inspector Kim, Sung-hyun present at the scene, Eugene told Ayn to wait a moment, then trudged toward the authorities. Amidst talk of the premonitions of a first-class mage, Eugene suddenly raised both hands and declared loudly, I surrender. This action left both Inspector Kim and Director Shuai frozen in bewilderment. Eugene casually confessed. You two came to arrest me on charges of using illegal teleportation magic. Didn't you? He admitted he did things without thinking of the consequences and was ready to accept any punishment, no matter what it was. While Choi Oi-hyuk was still reeling from his opponent's attitude, Inspector Kim flew into a rage, scolding the mages of Bram Academy for using magic to cause chaos in the neighborhood, just to gang up on one person. Oh, so Inspector Kim was arguing on behalf of Eugene while he was taking a nap. Inspector Kim roared with anger. Premeditated assault! This is clearly a charge of attempted murder! He warned that the Director's Magic Institute would never be safe if it were involved in a serious criminal record like this. Pushed into a corner. Choi, why? Huyuk yelled back, claiming that Eugene was no longer human, but a dangerous monster, whose threat he had foreseen. He mocked Inspector Kim for being deceived by Eugene's fake gentleness and questioned him. The first time you met him? Can you be certain? You didn't look at this mage with eyes full of disgust. In his memories, Eugene remembered a time he was under heavy gunfire from the police, due to a misunderstanding. Instead of resisting, he casually brought latte, coffee to offer them, and praised. You all work so hard day and night. The safety of the people. That is very commendable. With a terrifying face, smoking from being hit by bullets, Eugene even kindly asked if anyone wanted some cow's milk, because he assumed they were so exhausted that they had shot an innocent person by mistake. He nonchalantly hauled up by the neck a magic criminal he had just caught, and muttered, Ah, I also caught a valuable magic criminal here. I forgot where I put him. His attitude is always indifferent to every situation that comes his way. Why does the situation seem so tense? She turned to ask for the opinion of her new mentor. So, Master Eugene, how do you want to handle this? She asserted that as long as Eugene confirmed he was the victim, she would immediately arrest the entire group from Bram Academy for trespassing and serious assault. Facing the opportunity to be exonerated, Eugene suddenly grew pensive, covering his face with his hand. My face. Suddenly he burst into laughter. The chilling, high-pitched laughter rang out eerily, leaving both Ayn and the police force frozen in surprise, mixed with fear. Eugene suddenly bowed deeply and apologized. Director Choi Oi-hyuk. Friedrich, I'm sorry. I'm not quite used to this yet. He scratched his head in embarrassment, then turned to make a decision. That left everyone stunned. Well, let them go. To the utter shock of Ayn and even his opponents, Eugene nonchalantly took the blame upon himself, claiming that everything happened partly because he had caused a misunderstanding. He self-consciously admitted, as Director Choi said, perhaps they truly feel that I am a threat. My face must make you all very uncomfortable, right? Anyone would be scared of a face like that, You already know it, so why ask? Looking at Eugene's sinewy hands and bizarre smile, Choi Yu could only tremble and break into a cold sweat, because he couldn't comprehend what this mage was planning to do. Eugene excitedly stepped closer, and familiarly put his arm around Choi Yu's shoulder, giving an encouraging thumb up. Calm down, Director Choi. Don't worry too much. Because you are also very handsome, Director Choi. He chattered on incessantly, consoling him that kids these days aren't so cruel as to transfer schools just because of a teacher's appearance. So he advised the old man to be confident, while Choi Yu was still in shock, wondering what on earth he was talking about. Eugene quickly pulled out his phone. By the way, let's exchange phone numbers. He considered this to be destiny. So people in the same industry should keep in touch to occasionally grab a drink, coffee, and exchange teaching experiences. Eugene didn't even forget to lean close to his ear, whispering in a very secretive manner, "Oh, but I like women, okay? Please understand." He burst out laughing cheerfully, congratulating the newly acquainted director, while everyone witnessing was left speechless. Right then, a group of strange mages in black suits suddenly appeared and looked at Ain with mocking eyes. Mage Yong U. They mockingly repeated rumors about her magic being stripped away and having to go abroad for treatment after the battle with Friedrich. Seeing that Ain was still in Korea, the leader smugly taunted Fried. "Are you crazy? Abandoning US to go fight Ain alone, to the point of losing your magic?" They believed that the Ain was hiding away in an extremely difficult situation, and threatened to spread news of her violating the law if this got out. An explosion of rage, Ain screamed. She pointed at those arrogant people and loudly declared to her master, "These people said they want to enroll in your school." Those mages were shocked and bewildered. What kind of nonsense are you saying?" Meanwhile, Eugene looked at them with eyes full of excitement. Really? Those who were just gloating and mocking Ain now had faces turned pale, not understanding what joke Ain was playing. Ain stood in front of the Eugene Magic Academy sign, her heart full of anxiety as she saw the crowd whispering and gossiping about this place. She thought to herself that they certainly wouldn't sit still, and a ton of trouble is about to come and harass us. Ain hesitantly asked Eugene, "Will you be able to handle it?" In response to that worry, Eugene walked away nonchalantly, complaining about an exhausting day, with dozens of problems piled up like a mountain. He muttered to himself about almost losing his mind and intended to warn Ain about what had happened after returning from that other land. However, Ain suddenly exploded in a rage. She reached out, grabbed Eugene's face, and screamed, "This mouth of yours! This big mouth is the most exhausting thing." Ain scolded him furiously, because Eugene had let the whole street know that she had lost her magic in just a few hours. She screamed in indignation, "I told you not to tell anyone! This big mouth is the problem, you jerk." She couldn't understand why he went and told this secret to Director Choi Yu. Eugene awkwardly explained that if he hadn't spoken clearly, Director Choi would have misunderstood, and besides, the two of them had just become close, so he was sure the old man would keep it a secret. Admittedly, Eugene's mouth really runs wild. No wonder. Ain is so furious. Ain brushed it off close to my foot. Just a few days ago, he was trying to get people to gang up on you. When Eugene blankly asked about the ganging up part, she just walked away in frustration, saying she didn't know. Before leaving, Ain said she'd be busy tomorrow morning, and would only be back in the afternoon. Eugene waved goodbye, telling himself that the matter of the person sent by Rossi could wait until tomorrow. Left alone, Eugene busied himself cleaning up and told himself This truly was an eventful day. Meeting his master again and gaining a student like Ain. He even excitedly thought about his new friend, director Choi, and intended to call him regularly to check in. If he hasn't run away in terror yet, you're lucky. Talking about calling him... Contrary to that optimism, Ain was trudging home in tears. She felt humiliated by the rumors spreading everywhere and screamed in frustration. Why is life so unfair? Can I really continue to trust Master Eugene? At a secret facility, two doctors were anxiously wondering when they would finally get to go home after being kidnapped to operate on Friedrich. Following orders, they looked out the window, desperate because there was nothing to do in this place. A man approached Sari, who was sitting and drinking coffee, and pleaded, "That's right, Doctor. You're close to Archmage Yong U, aren't you?" He begged her to contact him and ask him to come rescue them immediately. Suddenly, a figure brushed past, making him jump. What stories are you making up? In that person's mind, the image of someone with a silly face, but radiating a chilling sensation, as if they didn't belong to this world, appeared hauntingly. Friedrich was keeping in touch with Archmage Yong U over the phone when he heard his old friend ask if Eugene was really his student. Yong U smiled and confirmed, "Of course, whether in the past or the future, no one can compare. He is my most outstanding and proudest disciple." Friedrich admitted he had just met Eugene again, and fully understood the reason why Yong U was so alarmed. He remarked that Eugene was maintaining life through a suspicious method, a state that shouldn't exist in this world, and completely different from ordinary necromancy. Looking at Eugene, he's like half human, half ghost. It's truly hard to explain, isn't it? Friedrich analyzed that for ordinary people. Just standing near Eugene was enough to feel fear and nausea, while for combat mages, instinct will urge them to take action and destroy him immediately. The longer enemies harbor a grudge, the more their survival instinct is powerfully stimulated, causing their reason to blur before an undeniable entity. Hearing these words, Yong U could only sigh, remarking that Eugene truly was a cursed devil. Friedrich walked arrogantly through the darkness. He viewed Eugene as a strange catalyst, helping him escape rigid prejudices and bringing about unexpectedly fresh ideas. Just you wait, Yong U, for my upcoming declaration of war. Friedrich growled threateningly. He promised a fireworks display to welcome a new era, a horrific sight that both the mage world and ordinary people would never be able to forget. His face distorted under his sunglasses, revealing a crazed smile full of murderous intent. As soon as Yong U hung up, Friedrich angrily called him a jerk for daring to be rude to a senior. Even so, he ordered Sari to begin the plan, ignoring her grumbling about his lack of respect for others. Despite missing member Linus, the entire Zodiac organization had now fully gathered under glowing pillars of energy. Friedrich declared that everyone had their own tasks, but they must handle them personally to move toward the common goal, destroying the fake nursery that Yong U had painstakingly built. He refused to walk the same path as Yong U. He wanted to build a world where magic became the tool of absolute dominance for mages, an overthrowing revolution, so that even immortals like Yong U would become helpless. Friedrich admitted that a recent strange experience had cost him dearly to realize that the world had changed. He viewed the organization's previous plans as too half-hearted, and it's time to act more boldly and more thoroughly. With a repulsive look full of hatred, Friedrich solemnly declared the ultimate goal, starting with killing Yong U. He's acting like he's the boss of the world, isn't he? The question is, can he actually take down such a heavyweight target? In the dark space of a closed meeting, shadowy figures were whispering and complaining about having to gather for an in-person meeting, just to hear a few commands, instead of meeting online. Their topic suddenly became tense when the goal of killing the Archmage was mentioned, amidst the heated debates over whether this was nonsense or a real plan. One person sat nonchalantly munching on food at the round table. He gnawed on a chicken drumstick, while casually admitting he had just snacked on a few random things. When asked, someone sitting opposite asked pensively about a feasible method, because if they succeeded, even the Alliance wouldn't be able to stop them. To him, the Archmages and the Alliance were just like the Walking Dead. As long as Yong U wasn't there, he'll always interfere and cause trouble. Once the leader is taken out, he'll devour the whole prize. He's quite greedy himself. Friedrich growled and asserted to his subordinates that his era was about to begin. He recalled his long-held dream, a world where mages use absolute power to rule. But that goal had to concede too much, simply because of Yong U's existence. He coldly ordered, "From now on, do whatever you want. Take whatever you want, and cause as much trouble as you like." Friedrich held up a can like a solemn oath, affirming that the disgusting and dangerous ideals of Yong U would never again be able to threaten the future or the decisions of the Zodiac organization ever again. Scene shifts to a modern research building. Ain is frustratingly scratching her head. It's truly unbearable. Why hasn't he changed even a bit since I was a kid? She is grumbling about Eugene's personality, while a woman with messy gray hair, sitting next to her, speaks up, "Oh, your father spoiled you too much. That personality can never be fixed." This woman remarked that the concealment magic on Ain's hat also has its limits, making it easy to recognize her even from a distance. Ain put on her coat while pensively asking, "What do you think about my heart's condition?" Even though Master Eugene said it's fine, she was worried and wanted to have Dr. Cecilia check it again to be truly at ease. That gray-haired woman is indeed Dr. Cecilia. She sipped her coffee while staring intently at the image of the heart glistening on the computer screen, and affirmed that besides the cute, distorted shape, the functions are completely normal. Cecilia didn't hold back her praise. "This is an exquisite piece of work, a rare find indeed." That left Ain bewildered, asking why a heart without mana crystals would be called that. Cecilia explained that if considered as a normal person's heart, it is simply too perfect. She scratched her head in admiration. This Eugene disappeared for over 10 years and suddenly showed up ill. That mad genius. What kind of magic has he come up with now? Cecilia admitted she herself wasn't sure she could do what Eugene did, being able to completely remove mana crystals and restore heart function so perfectly. Ain slightly adjusted her hat, recalling her master's words. "He calls it non-runic magic. I heard it's a type of magic that doesn't use mana, which he created himself." Ain decisively declared he said he would teach me. So starting today, I begin my studies. Sitting in front of the analysis screen, the doctor, Cecilia, suddenly asked interestingly. Cecilia silently evaluated this new type of magic. Non-runic, using no magic? It sounds like a scam. But because it was Eugene who performed it, it's actually logical. From a professional perspective, she realized that all of Ain's flesh and bone were distorted due to the intervention. The nervous system and blood vessels were still functioning exceptionally well. Cecilia grumbled irritably to herself. Because of him, I suffered for several days. Seeing Ain wondering about taking magic stabilizing medicine for her heart. Cecilia nonchalantly told her to throw it all away, because it's no longer needed. She even gave some very unconventional advice. Feel free to have coffee, alcohol, or cigarettes, whatever you like. Aang just stood there, frozen in shock. How can any doctor advise a patient to do those things? I don't have any interest in coffee anyway. I suspect this doctor studied the wrong major, haha. Cecilia gave a half-smile. Don't just drink that cheap coffee. Out there and say that. She promised to show Aang where to buy quality coffee beans later, so she could start learning about it seriously. Aang waved goodbye. If any problems arise, I'll contact you later. Cecilia saw her guest off with a cryptic warning. Don't cause trouble, if possible. Once alone in her office, Cecilia sipped her coffee while staring intently at the MRI scan of Aang's brain. On the screen, she muttered in utter disbelief, seeing that the heart was completely normal. But inside the brain, a very large foreign object had appeared, deeply embedded within. Cecilia couldn't understand why such an object didn't cause any abnormal external symptoms. Everything remained unbelievably normal on the outside. Even though the machines detected it, the girl acted as if nothing were wrong. Cecilia collapsed onto her desk in exhaustion. Well, forget it. I'm exhausted. Eugene must have done something during the heart intervention. She told herself that the post-surgery warranty service for Archmage Yong U's heart transplant ends here. Scene shifts to a class at the academy. Eugene begins the lecture by classifying crystal systems. He poses a tough question to test his student. Can you state the lattice parameter conditions for the hexagonal system and name 3 metal belonging to this system? Without a second thought, Aang rattles off the axial lengths and the angles between them, while naming magnesium, zinc, and cobalt. Eugene continues to cross-examine her on geometric structure and predicted bond angles of a molecule, with 2 bonding pairs and 2 lone pairs of electrons, despite answering correctly about the bent structure, and the bond angle changing from 109.5 to 104.5. Aang still can't help but feel skeptical. But is this knowledge really necessary to learn non-runic magic? She doesn't see how this relates at all to the magic she knows. Eugene affirms firmly, of course. Naturally, it's required. He excitedly praises Aang for performing so excellently, even though he intentionally asked trick questions to test her level. Aang confidently takes off her glasses, smiling brightly as she boasts that last night before bed, she only briefly skimmed the basic knowledge, never expecting it to be enough for such perfect answers. Eugene nods in approval of this method. That's a good way. You must ensure you get 7 to 8 hours of sleep every night. He begins explaining the brain's memory mechanism, stating that rote learning for 1 to 2 hours before sleeping is a very effective method for storing information in long-term memory. Eugene emphasizes that, after a good night's sleep, the adenosine accumulated in the brain will be cleared, allowing logical thinking to function at its peak in the morning. To review what isn't clear yet, Eugene continued the lecture with an extremely serious expression. Therefore, if you are in a learning phase, don't waste this golden time on surfing the web. As soon as you wake up, he raised his finger, emphasizing the importance of keeping the mind sharp in the morning. But Aang could only look at her master with skeptical eyes. Where are you looking while saying that? The students thought back, even though she muttered that the information he spoke was partly correct, and that it was obvious. Her brain was sharper than others because of who her father was. Aang began to feel something was wrong. It felt like something was silently happening within her that she couldn't yet explain. She recalled when she was in her teens. Her mind didn't function this quickly back then. Ain scratched her head and thought. Since leaving that dimension yesterday, I don't know if it's stress from Master Eugene's antics, but my head has been hurting constantly. It feels like there are two brains working in my head at once. A fragment of memory regarding the strange creature that crawled into her head yesterday suddenly reappeared vividly, leaving her stunned. Huh? Ain slammed her hands on the table, stood up abruptly, and screamed. That's right, that thing that crawled into my head yesterday. How could I have forgotten about that? Eugene casually approached with a wide grin. Actually, I was just about to take a look at it. Hearing her master's indifference, Ain flew into a rage. Such a big problem, so why didn't you check it yesterday? Eugene hurried to reassure his student. Well, yesterday you said you were tired, so... Anyway, first of all, just sit down. Let me check it for you. Just relax and sit still, okay? If I were the one with a teacher like this, we'd probably both be going for a checkup together. He began using pitch-black dark tentacles to envelop Ain's head for the examination. The girl shuddered and told herself, looking it over means this? Well, I should have expected it. Even when my heart was hanging out, it was kneaded arbitrarily, and then crushed to pieces. While checking, Eugene suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Oh my God! He used his hand to pull back a layer of pitch-black matter, revealing what was inside. It wasn't the right time then, so I didn't get a good look. I didn't expect it to appear so clearly now. Eugene warned sternly, Ain, this thing is about to break through its shell and come out. Ain screamed in terror, Come out! That's not the kind of vocabulary a teacher should use while performing skull surgery and staring at someone's brain. 4819. He's describing it like a duckling about to peck through its shell. Onte the gado nachtala vite con sepo shui ravaizigia. Ha 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 ha. Eugene was still engrossed in observing the wriggling entity. He muttered, Maybe letting it freeze solid is better than letting it escape. In his heart, he couldn't help but be stunned to realize this was a descendant of the Queen, an entity born only once per generation. And yet, it was given to Ain. Eugene remarked, It seems while I was away from the spirit realm. Ain was quite pampered by the Queen, wasn't she? Hearing the phrase descendant of the Queen, Ain suddenly became excited. She asked rapidly about its rank. Compared to ordinary spirits, Ain recalled the terrifying power of the Spirit Queen. She had met a great entity so vast that even dragons might not necessarily win against her. She began to dream even bigger. As a Spirit Queen, she must possess mystical powers. If I can control the descendant of such a great entity, it might not even take 27 years. In less than a year, I will. While she was lost in the vision of becoming a high-speed Archmage, a UA sound rang out, followed by the sensation of something actually escaping from her head. Hey, what's this? Is it really crawling out for real? Has my dream of becoming a high-speed mage crawled out along with this entity too? Ain gasped in shock as plumes of pitch-black gas erupted. Eugene anxiously checked on her condition. She could only reply in a daze. Yes, just a bit dizzy. Immediately after, even the mage had to exclaim, Good heavens, this is unbelievable. Ain stared intently at the entity that had just appeared. She excitedly asked her master if its external appearance was just a camouflage layer. Before them was a tiny creature, pale blue in color, with soft tentacles wriggling on the floor. Ain had high expectations for it. Everything you said, from supporting non-runic magic to casting spells. It can do it all, right? Eugene looked at the tiny creature fidgeting innocently. He scratched his head in confusion. Why does it look so cute? When Ain called his name to demand clarity, Eugene could only sigh. Sorry, huh? Sorry, I'm not really sure either. Because it was just born, it's still too immature. The characteristics of a queen are completely different from ordinary spirits. Raising this is like raising a child. Its personality will form slowly over time. You have to be as calm as when you're splitting money. So that's how it is. To get it to half the size, or even 1/100th the size of the queen. How long would it take? Aine asked curiously while looking at the tiny creature before her. Eugene scratched his head, explaining that an ordinary spirit takes about 3,000 years to mature, and the queen has likely lived for 10,000 years already. He advised her to just raise it carefully for now, and learn about it gradually, as the queen surely had a deep purpose when she entrusted it to them. Aine looked at the creature yawning at you in boredom. Master, I'm not running a pet shelter. I can barely take care of myself, let alone raise someone else. I don't even understand your intentions, Master. So the Spirit Queen's plans might not necessarily be of any help. Meanwhile, in a secret basement, the members of the Zodiac organization are conducting an emergency meeting. In short, just understand that the plan will proceed like that. Everyone should use their imagination to visualize it further. The leader issued orders while wiping blood off his hand. He emphasized that once Archmage Yong U disappears, any feasible options must be reported back immediately. Hearing him ramble so much, the subordinates began to complain, wanting permission to leave for food and rest. After the stressful meeting, the one at the head of the table growled angrily. Do you think the feast I laid out for you is just for show? Get out of my sight. As for letting them eat, the feast? They're lucky they weren't beaten to a pulp. The large screen in the meeting room suddenly lit up. Friedrich demanded everyone pay attention to the file he had just sent over. An image of Eugene appeared hauntingly, making the atmosphere grow heavy. A female member, who was busy with her own businesses, suddenly paused and asked, "What kind of game are you playing, sir?" Admitting his presence was irritating, she said, "I've seen him before. He's the one who took down my magic material manufacturing workshop." Another person in the organization spoke up to confirm. He originally intended to wait for an opportunity to handle or lure Eugene to their side, if he knew what was good for him. Upon hearing the name, Eugene, and the rumor that he is Yong U's disciple, Friedrich mused. Eugene, that guy. He issued a stern and serious warning. Do not touch that man unless it's a matter of grave importance. Even if you meet him by accident, ignore him and leave immediately. I am seriously warning you all. So he does know who's strong and who's not. He has a bit of sense after all. The elder with glowing red skin and horns couldn't help but wonder at Friedrich's attitude. What could that pathetic-looking guy possibly achieve? Why is such a serious warning necessary? Is he an acquaintance of yours? Friedrich raised his missing arm, his voice trembling with bitterness. This is what he created. I had to trade my very heart just to be lucky enough to escape back here. He admitted that was the reason why the Leo position in the organization remained vacant, and couldn't help but wonder why the loyal Linus was not present. Friedrich gave a faint smile. He looked at the vase of daisies on the table and began to lament his situation. He used to ponder the rumors of Yong U running away, but now he understood that in front of his daughter, even the great Archmage could have moments of weakness. The elder sprawled on the table remarked, "The Archmage has lost all his spirit now. If it were before, surely he would have revolted to crush these nonsense rumors." 4977. His complete silence made me suspect something was up. "Si im tanathi nentoi mignga angong ko shuyangi dogo." So have you finally met a worthy opponent? Is that guy really that scary? She questioned rapidly with a face full of interest. She was curious what kind of person he was to make him look this pathetic. Friedrich was silent for a moment and then confirmed. Exactly, he admitted. Even though I was completely off guard at the time. It was the first time in my life I felt so horrifically overwhelmed like that. Friedrich shared that despite living for over 100 years and going through countless battles, he had never encountered anything as bizarre as Eugene. And if I had stubbornly continued the fight back then, I would have surely suffered a miserable defeat. The elder stood up and walked away, muttering pensively. It's strange. A statement that should have been a joke. Doesn't sound like a joke at all now. She mocked Friedrich's change in attitude. The man who was just eloquently discussing handling Yong U was now showing hesitation before an unknown person. Even if Eugene is not the type of mage who frantically rushes into an attack without calculation, the confidence of the strongest combat mage of that era is still something that the elder finds incredibly attractive. You looked truly pathetic just now. The sarcasm from the red-haired girl with horns rang out bitingly. Escaping death by a hair's breadth is naturally terrifying. She should try experiencing it once for herself. She was disappointed that the one to whom she once offered her soul and absolute loyalty could become so cowardly. Declaring that if Friedrich intended to disappoint her in this manner, she demanded he hand over the Capricorn position and get out of her sight. A powerful stomp came crashing down, shattering the ground right in front of the Archmage, signaling a serious rift within the internal ranks of Zodiac. Witnessing that scene, Sari could only lament that those words were far too hurtful. After all, he is still an elder, yet she openly despises him. The red-haired girl smirked nonchalantly, claiming it was just a normal kick, containing no mana at all. However, Sari immediately countered that if she hadn't shielded him in time, old man Friedrich's head would have been crushed long ago. Sari couldn't help but reproach her younger sister. Why treat your sister so poorly? While the old man Friedrich didn't even bother to block the counterattack. She coldly ordered her younger sister to remove her foot immediately, if she didn't want it cut off, while also demanding the withdrawal of magic to avoid waste. Turning to leave while muttering about the cranky old man, the red-haired girl suddenly paused when Friedrich unexpectedly called out, "If you're still not convinced, how about a wager?" Friedrich made an enticing offer to turn the situation around. He declared, "If you can kill that thing and bring back its corpse, I will officially hand over the Capricorn position and accept submission under your command." Hearing this, the red-haired girl's attitude shifted 180 degrees. She immediately called him beloved senior, with an incredibly gleeful expression. She excitedly accepted the challenge, and asserted that she didn't consider using assassination as a wager to be a joke at all. I thought it was a joke, but he actually agreed. Information regarding Ain recovering in Switzerland after her defeat by Friedrich was suddenly leaked, causing quite a stir among those in the know. A middle-aged man with a weather-beaten face smirked as he looked at his phone screen. Oh, with an overwhelming aura like that, how could she hide? Ha ha ha! He believed that finding Ain was only a matter of time. But, for now, those following her were also lucrative prey to extract information from. Standing amidst the rubble, he confidently stated he couldn't catch Yong U just yet. But these people are easy pickings. These hunters believe that HVK, Emium, and UN were merely weak logistical workers, though paid handsomely. They possessed no significant power. The leader arrogantly approached HVK, Emium, and UN, dropping a sweet threat. "Listen, kids, your confidence is commendable, but if you don't drop that attitude immediately, I'll be forced to throw you into a place that's horrific and very filthy." He set a condition. He would spare both their lives if they cooperated by calling Ain here. However, Yuan didn't show a hint of fear. He casually mocked his threats, calling them nothing more than outdated and cheap villain dialogue dog. Being looked down upon by wet-behind-the-ears brats, his anger flared up, and he ordered his subordinates to simultaneously activate magic for a preemptive strike. Contrary to all predictions about weak logistical staff, HVK, Emium and Yuan coordinated perfectly, breaking through the hunter's encirclement in the blink of an eye. Yuan, swinging her staff, said smugly, "For us, market value has skyrocketed." She didn't hesitate to, rushing into the crowd to put on a show for her own satisfaction, leaving the opponents no time to react. Witnessing his subordinates being beaten soundly, the leader began to realize these people were much tougher than he had imagined. She immediately released an ice prison magic, trapping everyone in their tracks. The leader urged the mercenary in the red hoodie to quickly put down his phone and end the battle. But this person was stunned to realize the targets were no longer in their original positions. He had used gauntlets to attack them. The guy used his own body as a shield for the girl and ended up severely injured. Not bothering with the useless underlings, the mercenary Zeot stared at his phone, asserting he had found Yong U and would head straight there. At the academy, Ain is pleading with Eugene to reopen the spatial portal to return the baby to its mother. But the mage only scratches his head hesitantly. He explains that preparing to reopen the portal takes at least 3 months, causing Ain to collapse as she realizes the total time for her to become an Archmage has been extended to a staggering 27 years and 50 months. Suddenly, the tiny creature speaks a greeting, making Eugene extremely excited. "Hello there, good friend." It reveals its mother told it to befriend Eugene, then turns to criticize Ain's boring lifestyle. "The stuff you watch all day is so dull, not fun at all. Watch something fun and live a little." While Ain is still dazed by its babbling, Eugene has realized a shocking truth. "It's all thanks to this little one here." Eugene explains that because this creature shared her neural network, while it was an embryo in Ain's head, her memory storage and information processing capabilities have improved dramatically. "Na, da go tu bi non kun ho togo." He admits he was once worried that he had misjudged her, but it turns out her brilliance above normal level is thanks to the support of this little friend. Ain flashed a calculating smile. "That's quite interesting." When asked for its name, the innocent little creature said its mother only called it Egg, and desperately needed a new name from the person who gave birth to it, because all unhatched life forms are usually just called eggs. Because it came out of Ain's head, it insisted that she give it a name immediately. After thinking until her head spun, Ain decided to call it Jelly, simply because it looked quite like a jellyfish. Eugene excitedly wished Jelly a happy birthday, and asked if it had any special talents to help Ain in her journey to become an Archmage. Jelly casually revealed a deep secret, that Ain always wanted to impress her father, the Archmage, Yong U, making her turn bright red and scream at the top of her lungs, ordering it to stop immediately, revealing other people's thoughts. "I'm super talented at many things." Jelly excitedly boasted about its powers. To Ain's amazement, it began to glide around skillfully. "I'm extremely good at flying around like this," Eugene exclaimed in delight. "Oh, wah!" While Ain remained speechless at the little creature's narcissism. To prove it further, Jelly began to flex, distorting its body in a bizarre way, right in front of the master and student. Eugene immediately recognized it. Yes, just as predicted. It functions with the characteristics of a fairy, inspiration for non-runic magic. He believed this would greatly help Ain in mastering the new type of magic. But immediately after, a piercing scream rang out. Ain turned beet red when she saw Jelly transform into her father's face with a teasing expression. She grabbed it tightly and screamed, "How dare you? Who gave you permission to imitate that face?" Eugene stood nearby, laughing hysterically. Jelly innocently asked if she hated her father, making Ain snap back to correct it, saying she doesn't hate him at all. It's just that it shouldn't imitate him so disrespectfully. A tiny little thing. Suddenly transforming into her father's face. It's only natural she feels awkward. Eugene turns serious again. He believes that Jelly will help Ain in unexpected ways. Despite Ain dismissing it as disrespectful parlor tricks, Eugene explains that before being born, Jelly only slightly affected her memory. But now, with a clear consciousness, it can become her second brain. He declares confidently, "You won't just learn science more easily, but your use of regular magic, and even non-runic magic, will improve by leaps and bounds." This resolves the greatest concern Eugene had regarding her training. Using double the brain function will terrifyingly enhance perception, reasoning, and memory. However, Aini still shows doubt while looking at the creature wriggling on the table. Buddy, I'm not so sure. She feels that using this immature, disrespectful ego as a subbrain will ruin her mental state more than help it. Eugene reassures her that Jelly is just a newborn baby. As it experiences and learns more, it will become a reliable teammate. He leans down to look at the tiny creature and kindly asks, "Jelly, what do you want to do most right now?" A surprising answer rings out. "I want to eat a hamburger." Whoa, a newborn can already scarf down a burger? I thought it would only drink milk. Immediately after, all three are at a fast food restaurant. Watching Jelly munch away happily, Ain can't help but wonder if she should really be feeding a fairy this kind of stuff, and why it suddenly demanded a burger. Jelly casually spills the secret. "I saw it in your head. When you were little, you ate hamburgers with Eugene and were so happy." Ain is stunned. She didn't realize she cherished that memory so much. But Jelly immediately pours cold water on her. "Every kid likes fast food. Don't romanticize it." Eugene instructed Ain to stay by Jelly's side for now to help form a healthy personality. But the girl could only grumble, because her teacher kept pushing all the parenting responsibilities onto her shoulders. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Yong Ain! You're Yong Ain, right?" Ain jumped in surprise at being recognized, despite intentionally wearing a hat and glasses to cover her face. A man and a young girl excitedly approached, claiming to be die-hard fans, and praising her for being prettier in person than in photos. Ain panicked, realizing the concealment magic on her hat was no longer as effective as she thought. The fan kept asking about her injuries after the battle with Friedrich, making her even more flustered by the crowd's attention. Eugene loomed behind her with a suggestive smile. "Wow, Ain, you're super famous, aren't you? I'm so proud. Oh, this teacher is so playful. If it were me, I'd tease her a bit more." Eugene realized these were the same people he had met at the coffee shop the other day. Seeing they were overly enthusiastic, Ain hesitantly explained that these were the people helping her recover, and they were heading out to discuss her return to training plan. The fans took the hint and quickly said goodbye. "I understand. We're bothering you while you're busy. Take care, Mei Jong-ain." Right then, Jelly started whined again. "Yong-ain, I want to watch that. I want to watch YouTube. Let me borrow your phone." Aini looked hesitantly at her backup brain, which was demanding to ruin itself with stimulation and dopamine. She wondered whether she should indulge it or not. Eugene casually advised, "Just let it watch for a bit, Ain." He argued that, although Jelly was sent by the queen to help her, if it wasn't allowed to choose the lifestyle it wanted since birth, but was only forced to meet her demands. 5,300. Wouldn't that be very pitiful? Dai Chang Fai RT Dogang Tong Sao. Eugene persuaded her. For now, let it act like a real newborn baby. Yes, fine. Hearing that, Ain sighed and handed her phone to Jelly. Here, watch this. The tiny creature cheered joyfully. Yay! Before heading to the restroom for a moment, she didn't forget to caution her master. Master, make sure to watch Jelly, so it doesn't watch anything weird, okay? If it watches something, it shouldn't. And then blurts it all out later, there won't be a hole big enough for her to hide in. Eugene laughed it off and replied, I get it, don't worry. In the restroom, Ain washed her hands while thinking anxiously about how her location had been leaked. She knew they only knew she was injured, so the fact that she was completely unable to use magic was likely still a secret. But Director Choi Oi-hyuk's student had probably revealed everything, including her condition. Ain feared that 9 out of 10 pests would swarm in to attack, claiming they'd take revenge on her, or kidnap her to extort something from her father, although she felt she didn't have much to worry about. While with Master Eugene, the real problem was when she went home or was alone. Ain came up with an idea. Maybe I should just stay at Master Eugene's house? While she was lost in thought, a stranger suddenly appeared right behind her and asked, Are you done washing your hands yet? Outside, Eugene was still engrossed with Jelly, asking, Is it fun? And muttering about finding a way to bypass payment limits. Jelly, excitedly demanded to pull some gotcha when suddenly Ain's phone rang with a call from Ye. Eugene casually picked up. Hello? This is John Ain's phone. I'm answering for her. Hai on the other end panicked upon hearing his voice. Master Eugene, where are you right now? Where is Director Ain? When she heard Eugene report that they were eating hamburgers and Ain had just stepped away to the restroom. Hai screamed in desperation, Go to Ain right now. You mustn't leave her alone right now. She warned that magic criminals are on the hunt, and they are targeting Ain. They suddenly said they had located her, and rushed in that direction. Hai screamed into the phone that they are much stronger than she imagined, and extremely dangerous for Ain, since she cannot use magic right now. Being alone at this moment makes the danger multiply manifold. Right then, a large hand was reaching out, intending to grab Ain from behind. The girl's eyes widened in terror as she saw the enemy's shadow reflected in the glass. The stranger with messy black hair looked at Ain mockingly. He threw out a taunt about her arrogant appearance. He stepped closer, whispering a chilling truth. Or do you think that the fact you can't use magic hasn't been discovered yet? Ain froze, realizing her cover was blown, and the person in front of her was definitely not an ordinary fan. She silently calculated, Master Eugene is in the building right next door. But bad luck struck when she remembered she had left her phone at the restaurant. Ain anxiously wondered if she could hold out until her master arrived to save her. As the opponent gradually closed the gap, the stranger continued to press closer, advising her to behave so that things would be easier for both of them. Ain quickly read the situation, knowing he only intended to kidnap her rather than kill her. Immediately, based on his movements, she realized he was a mage, but his level was likely bottom tier, because if he were better, he would have used a binding spell or a magic trap from the start instead of approaching manually. Feeling her pride wounded at being looked down upon by such a weakling, Ain suddenly let out a fake shout and rushed into an attack. Suddenly she grabbed his arm and, as quick as a flash, executed a powerful MMA joint lock. She almost finished him off right then to end the trouble. A bit too hasty, wasn't it? Ain mocked him as she saw her opponent. Looking surprised by her fierce resistance, she growled, asking if he was looking down on her, as if she were some fool who only knew how to use silly spells and didn't know how to fight. Despite his magic-dampening shroud, Ain asserted that it couldn't protect his bones from her direct physical strikes. She pressed him, demanding to know who sent him here. Was it some nameless person she'd defeated before? Or some other sinister plot? However, the assassin suddenly turned the tables with a glow of red mana on his hand, launching a powerful counterattack that sent Ain flying. Ain collapsed onto the floor, her shattered glasses falling beside her. She realized with shock that this man was much more dangerous than she thought. As he began to use actual magic, he had overpowered her in an instant. Blood dripped onto the floor. The man in red easily restrained her and carried her on his back, leaving after answering a phone call. He immediately ran to the restroom. Eugene froze in horror as he saw a severed hand lying alone in the hallway. Sweat poured down his face, his eyes widening in terror, as he realized the brutal truth. What on earth is that Ain's hand? He screamed her name out loud. Ain! Eugene slumped down, frantically punching his own head in a fit of extreme regret. You stupid, moronic fool! I truly am an utter idiot. He blamed himself for being too complacent by leaving her alone, even though she had expressed her worries beforehand. I should have understood. Ain made it so clear. Ain was so incredibly worried. Amidst the wreckage of his soul, Eugene burst into tears and sobbed. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Jelly flew to his side and gently comforted Eugene. Are you okay? I'll help you find Yong U. Eugene nodded slightly in pain. Yeah, thanks, Jelly. You're right. It's not too late yet. Eugene pulled himself up, his aura radiating coldness. He picked up the severed hand, calmly analyzed the scene, and realized something astonishing. The arm being cut here proves she cut it herself. Right as she left the restroom, he understood that Ain had bravely sacrificed a part of her body to leave a trail for him. Eugene asserted they shouldn't be too far away yet, meaning there was still hope she was alive. Immediately, he cast the atheist magic. Spatial memory retrieval. Dark tentacles pierced deep into the ground, sweeping up every remaining trace of energy. Images of the past began to reappear, vividly in Eugene's mind. Found it. Thank God she's still alive. Through the spatial memory, he saw Ain being dragged into a black car by the villain and quickly driven away. It looks like she's being pulled into a car. I must go save her right now. As Eugene was preparing to set off, surrounded by a surge of pitch-black mana, the two fans from earlier suddenly ran up. Master Eugene, we're here! What happened to Ain? Eugene stood amidst the churning, violent, dark tentacles. Seeing HVK Emium and Yuan Hai running up breathlessly, Eugene immediately recognized the situation. Ah, Yuan Hai, HVK Emium. Thank you both for coming to inform me. His face distorted with pure rage, as he confirmed the truth. It seems Ain has been kidnapped. There's still time. First, I must go save Ain dying. Having said that, he hurried away. Magic to track Ain's trail. Meanwhile, on a car, speeding out of the city, the kidnapper was reporting over the phone. With a tense expression, yeah? I'm on my way. I've caught her. But that crazy girl, she cut off her own arm. She even claimed her arm was broken. Looking at the girl fading out in the back seat with severe injuries, he frantically requested his accomplices. Is there any first aid kit left? Any hemostatic bandages or gauze? If possible, bring spare blood bags too. He drove while muttering curses full of regret. Ugh, damn it. They said she couldn't use magic. So I overpromised that I'd bring her back intact. But since it's already severed, I should at least have brought the arm back. Honestly, to think I said I left it at the scene. This mercenary was confident that he had shaken off any pursuit. Tracking magic? I've already sprayed jamming spray. However, it seems she didn't bring her phone along either. He was also flustered and worried about examining Ain's wounds, since the car was full of men. However, a piercing scream from his accomplice made him jump. Hey, you mercenary! Behind, in the back, right next to the car. He looked through the rearview mirror in horror. Is that a demonic beast? We haven't even left the city yet. Quick, take it out! A massive black shadow was chasing right on the car's tail, making his face turn pale. What on earth is this? Suddenly, Eugene's terrifying face pressed right against the car window. A resounding roar erupted. Ain, wake up! I know you're tired, but now is not the time to sleep. He pounded frantically on the glass, promising to save her and reattach her arm immediately. The man hurriedly activated a protection spell, but could not hide his disgust. A protection spell, huh? He doesn't seem human at all, bringing along such a disgusting thing like that. Ignoring their resistance, Eugene kept screaming to keep Ain conscious. Ain! Stay awake, I'm begging you! You're not sleepy right now. You're losing blood. He worriedly explained that if she fainted now, oxygen wouldn't reach her brain, causing severe damage to her internal organs. The mercenary trembled as he saw Eugene, regenerating from the very severed hand. I clearly shook him off. Is he regenerating from the arm? Eugene pressed his face against the glass, calmly requesting the kidnapper, hey you. Once I've recovered, I'll be coming in there. Please help me wake Ain up. Don't let her fall asleep. As for her legs, if possible, please tilt them slightly to the left. Relative to her body, help me with that. The kidnapper could only gasp out, wait a minute, but Eugene had already gathered force to smash the car. Wait for what? When you kidnapped someone's kid, did you wait? A chill ran down his spine. The kidnapper screamed in panic as he realized the roof of the car had been blown off. Without him even noticing, he frantically stepped on the gas amidst the howling wind, trying to get his prey to the safe rendezvous point. At a desolate and gloomy abandoned building, Ain lay motionless, on a table with her arm crudely bandaged. The henchmen looked at the girl with mocking eyes. They couldn't believe that a girl who didn't know magic could be so cruel as to break her own arm to leave a trail. They laughed and asked if her master was truly so pathetic that she had to sacrifice herself like this. Magian, the one with a face full of bandages, quietly proceeded to stop the bleeding and anesthetize Ain. A subordinate wondered why they still hadn't been able to remove the hat from the girl's head. Magian could only shake his head, because he couldn't dispel the strange magic that was sticking firmly to it. People around began to whisper and gossip about Magian, a man who originally only knew how to slice meat. But this time, he's unusually eager about capturing Jong-ain. They wonder if this is a personal grudge, or if he's actually a malicious-obsessed fan. Magian coldly ordered his subordinates to quickly clean up the scene and prepare the car to leave. Absolutely no traces must be left behind. He doesn't want Eugene finding them again to ruin his plans. When only the two of them remained, Magian spoke softly. About your arm. I didn't mean to do that. He admitted. Ain was indeed a high-ranking combat mage, with a completely different way of resisting. Magian pointed toward the man, tied up tightly in the corner of the room, and revealed that he was the one who provided information about her. He said his master overheard a few words in a tavern and captured the guy for interrogation. Looking at the traitor crying and begging, Magian was contemptuous, thinking that snatching a combat mage like Ain right now was even simpler than catching that guy. He coldly demanded she get straight to the point, instead of putting on that stubborn face. Aang growled a question. Are you planning to use my life as a condition? To exchange for something with my father? Is that it, or is the real goal revenge? In response, Magian gave a bland smile. He asserted that Archmage, Yong U certainly wouldn't care one bit about his daughter's life. To Magian, for someone of Yong Yu's stature, the life of his own daughter, or the lives of strangers out there all held the same equivalent value, and he was ready to disregard everything to serve his own ideals. Thinking of Yong Yu, he showed an attitude of extreme contempt, viewing him as a man living without human emotion. Magian venomously declared that Yong Yu wouldn't even move a finger for her sake. He believed that her disappearance is just a tiny stain, not enough to damage the illustrious reputation of the Archmage. Magian revealed that there is a high-profile figure within the Alliance who craves to have her, and she will end up in a state so wretched that even he couldn't bear to watch. He admitted this action wasn't strictly revenge, but merely the narrow-minded spite of someone left behind in the new era that Yong U himself built. Having finished his words, he silently walked out, leaving Aang in the dark room. Locked in the closed room, Aang calmly analyzed the situation. She realized they hadn't moved her immediately, because she still served a purpose. But their window of time was running thin, though her consciousness flickered when she was captured. Aang was certain that Master Eugene had come to rescue her. She believed that even if they seemed to have lost the trail for now, given her master's nature, Eugene would surely find a way to locate her. Aang felt contempt for the traitorous Fan, and the kidnapper's complacency in daring to belittle the bond between her and her father. She believed her father wasn't indifferent, but was simply shouldering a much greater mission. With a father like that, it's only right to be proud. Aang's eyes flared with an angry blue light. She wanted to slash that vile mouth that dared to utter such reckless words about her father. While fuming because she couldn't do anything to her enemy, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ear. Young Aang. The girl was stunned to see Jelly. Jelly anxiously asked about her arm injury, and looked at her with eyes full of concern. It casually held out the phone and asked, Do you want to watch YouTube together? Until Eugene finds his way here. Aang could only gape in shock and exclaim, Jelly! Yes, I understand. Two mysterious hooded figures simultaneously confirmed the mission. On the other end of the line, a wrinkled old man smiled smugly. I really appreciate your honesty. Losing an arm is fine. So if possible, please keep in mind not to cause any further physical or psychological harm. A portly man standing nearby added his voice, emphasizing that it would be wonderful if they also got the hat the girl usually wears. As it was an item his wife had been longing for a very long time. The kidnapper, Magian, quickly finalized the handover time. For today, therefore, we will dispatch someone to the meeting point on time. Today, we will package her carefully and then hand her over. These kidnappers are truly brutal. Treating people like cargo is too evil. If it were me, I'd shoot them all. He casually took a sip of water, not forgetting to throw a sarcastic remark at his injured accomplice. Perhaps, while some people have to hold their breath to endure their wounds, you can still calmly swallow that stuff? In the darkness, Yong Yu's eyes narrowed with calculation. So everything will end as soon as this case is finished, right? A mysterious voice offered him a position, working officially abroad, if he was willing to change his attitude. However, stinging accusations suddenly echoed in his mind. Everything is your fault. You are the one who ruined your daughter's life. Back in the prison cell, Ain was startled to see Jelly, casually holding a phone and surfing the web. Wait for me a second. I just liked a pretty funny video. The girl frantically asked why it was here and where. Eugene was. Jelly explained that it had jumped down as soon as Eugene caught up to the moving car. Come in here and protect her. Ain breathed a sigh of relief. So everyone is on the right track to find me. I'm going to live. She pressed to see if the man had any messages for her. Jelly held out the phone screen to show her. He said he'd be right behind us, so we should just stay put. A new message just arrived, catching both of their attention. Master Eugene. Phew, I'm saved. Ain told herself that even though she knew everything would be fine, she couldn't help but worry about where her trainer had wandered off to. Seeing the treacherous fan sitting there trembling, Jelly kindly offered the phone. Look at this! The man looked at the tiny creature in horror, stammering to ask what kind of monster was beside. Jelly excitedly introduced itself as Jelly, the name given by Sister Ain herself. The man was stunned, assuming this was a rare spirit art that Ain had secretly cast to escape. Ain casually invited him to watch YouTube with them until they were rescued, ignoring his weak mutterings that it was actually his phone. She stared intently at the screen, wondering if things really would be okay. Looking at her hands locked tightly by the glowing handcuffs. Jelly curiously asked if this thing was cumbersome. Why is this kid asking such a strange thing? It's cumbersome, so I can't run. Park Yong-dae replied innocently. Is this some kind of new fashion trend? But in reality, these were specialized handcuffs used to seal mana, costing up to tens of millions of won and usually only owned by public authorities. Yong-dae complained that if he wasn't bound by this thing, he could have used magic to defeat the bad guys and escape in an instant. Hearing that, Ain could only look at him with skeptical eyes. Do you really think so? She admitted the magic technique of the kidnapper, mage, was actually very precise and formidable, completely different from the mediocre combat sense of the guy sitting in front of her. Ain Yong-dae's level was far too inferior compared to the opponents she had faced. Suddenly a dry cracking sound rang out. Jelly casually touched and snapped the expensive handcuffs. There, it's open. Yong-dae was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, because those handcuffs were supposed to be impossible to open without using the correct mana circuit. To release the seal, if physical force were used, it would immediately incinerate all the mana circuits in the wrists. Ain was stunned to realize Jelly had just executed a method of casting magic without needing internal mana. Yong-dae cheered joyfully. Jelly, you're amazing! But then he cried as he realized his Achilles tendons had been cut, so he couldn't go anywhere. Tying his hands wasn't enough for them. They went and cut his tendons too. Ain sighed and asked for his name. The guy quickly introduced himself as Park Yong-dae, 21 years old, and told her to speak to him casually. However, Ain coldly replied, there's no need to be that comfortable. She pressed him on whether he had seen Master Eugene yesterday. The moment he heard the mage's name, Yong-dae screamed in terror, recalling that horrifying face. Ain irritably demanded that he help her with a task, to atone for his blabbing about her situation and causing her injury. Yong-dae cried out in fear, promising to do anything she ordered. Meanwhile, outside the building, Eugene, along with HVK Emium and Yuen Hai, had arrived. Eunhye warned of the extremely urgent situation, as the low-level guards felt threatened. HVK Emium worriedly suggested they just let Eugene handle it to be sure. With his familiar, eerie smile, Eugene casually walked forward to greet the guards. Excuse me, everyone, we are looking for someone. The enemy combat mages recoiled in terror, screaming for the tall guy not to step any closer to the restricted area. Ignoring their warnings, Eugene kept trudging forward. A female combat mage intended to launch an attack, but was immediately terrified by the pressure emanating from Eugene. He calmly analyzed that kidnapped victims are usually held in the basement, but honored guests would be managed directly by the boss. On the third floor, too frightened by Eugene's appearance, the female mage trembled as she pointed the way. Just go straight inside. You'll see 3 unfinished buildings on the right. If you enter the middle one, the boss's lounge is on the 3rd floor. She hurriedly explained that she was just a guard and didn't know the specific details. HVK Emium and UN High couldn't help but marvel at how persuasion could be so easy, even if standing next to Eugene felt incredibly unsettling right now. The mage crouched down and flashed a bizarre smile. All right, thank you for such a detailed explanation. Eugene leaned close to the guards and inquired in a haunting voice, by the way, among those doing bad things here with you, is there anyone named Magian? But then he paused, his deep, dark eyes looking down thoughtfully. No, not right now. Rescuing Ain is the top priority. Seeing Eugene about to act, HVK Emium worriedly intervened. What are you planning to do, Mr. Eugene? If we attack the high-ranking members first, they might take Ain as a hostage. Eugene nodded in agreement and walked decisively. That's right. Therefore, I'll go search to see where Ain might be locked up. I must hurry inside, too. As for these pawns, disperse. Everyone go back to your own business. They really are good for nothing. Meanwhile, in the restroom area, Kidnapper Magian was plunging his face into cold water. To regain some clarity, he looked into the mirror with a face full of torment. What on earth am I doing? It's not like my life will be made whole by doing this. Rage, mixed with a surge of deep-seated insecurity, rose within him. Not only could he not take revenge on that Archmage himself, but I couldn't even touch a single hair on his daughter's head. I lost all reason the moment I heard the news that she could no longer use magic. Magian bitterly realized the harsh truth, as my hatred toward Yong U grows stronger every day. Doesn't it only further prove that the reason I can't become special isn't because of this era, but because of the mediocrity in my blood and my own pitiful inferiority complex? Why do memories of the past suddenly come back to haunt me? Even before this disgusting era began, the way that girl looked at me when I cast magic back then, if I hadn't seen those sparkling eyes, as if she were admiring the most brilliant jewel in the world, then perhaps I wouldn't have lived such a foolish life. Just as he was sinking deep into negative thoughts, Ain suddenly appeared right behind him. Did you wash your hands properly before coming out here? Magian jumped in terror. He immediately spun around and unleashed a glowing red magic strike. But Ain was as quick as a flash, dodging and rushing straight into a direct attack. She was no longer sitting there waiting to die, but actively striking first. Magian was stunned to see his attack deflected so easily. She brushed it off? How? Was that magic? Ain looked down at her arm, which was glowing with blue electricity. Though fresh blood was still dripping, her eyes burned with determination. Ah, indeed, with this. Magian trembled, unable to believe reality. Impossible. No, it's absurd. Is it that you no longer need to hide anything, even after enduring having an arm cut off? Ain coldly saw through his soul. Every thought of yours is written clearly on your face. Why should I hide it? And if I have the ability to use it? She raised her blood-stained hand defiantly. I'm not hiding a thing. Look at all this blood. Don't you see how weak this style of defense is? A haughty smile appeared on the girl's lips. Correct. I've been able to use it again. The current situation isn't great, so this is my limit for now. Releasing a shockwave, but Ain realized this elementary magic only reached that limit. She wondered in disappointment if there was anything else, because there should at least be some kind of hide, discharge-type magic. Looking at the dazed Jelly, she explained that due to yesterday's incident, her energy was depleted and she didn't have the material settings ready, so she couldn't prepare more complex two-circle magic in time. Seeing her looking discouraged due to high expectations for her energy, Jelly encouraged her, saying things were too complicated for her to do quickly alone, and requested that Ain use her own brain to support the difficult remaining simulation. Just trust me with that and let's get started. Ain gave a decisive order. She requested Jelly to spread evenly through the blood vessels to her hands, heart, and brain. Jelly quickly replied and began to permeate her body. A sensation of intense pain rushed in, making Ain grit her teeth to endure it. Jelly reassured her that this was just the body's natural reaction, not actual pain. On the boundary of tearing apart and reweaving consciousness, Ain told herself she must succeed, for she is the daughter of the world's greatest Archmage. Suddenly, Ain burst into an excited laugh. Jelly, you really are the best. A brilliant magic circle appeared on her hand, proving that she could reconstruct the circle with her own will. Ain felt absolute euphoria, a feeling she hadn't found again since she was 8 years old. The sensation of mastering oneself to create magic is truly wonderful. Seeing the terrifying transformation of the young girl, Park Yong-dae could only sit on the ground, trembling in terror. Seeing Yong-dae's intention to sit and wait for Eugene to come to the rescue out of fear, Ain coldly asserted that she is currently Master Eugene's student. She holds the belief that if one only knows how to sit and wait for the teacher to come, and spoon-feed them before every lesson, their skills will never improve. To Ain, the responsibility of a true student is to prepare their lessons thoroughly before the class begins. She stood up, the magic circle on her hand glowing with immense power, ready for a counter-hunt. The kidnapper realized with shock that he had been far too complacent by failing to foresee his opponent's backup plan. He bitterly admitted the original goal was only to kidnap the Archmage's daughter, to use as a hostage. He didn't intend to harm her, did he? However, Ain brushed it off. She asserted that her father had absolutely nothing to do with this. She growled a declaration that the enemy before her had brought disaster upon himself by failing to know his own limits. A surge of azure mana erupted violently, as she solemnly declared, "The one you have been facing, from the beginning until this very moment, is me, the mage Yong Ain." Ain assessed that currently only she and Yong Dae were the victims in this building, because the gang's combat mages were all busy on missions or guarding the gates. Precisely because of their complacency and looking down on two people without magic power, they only left one idiot to guard the cell. And Ain had easily knocked him out using weak magic. Seeing Yong Dae anxiously wanting to help, she decisively told him to stay hidden right here, since his legs made it impossible to walk. Engaging in combat would be even harder for him than for someone who lost an arm like her. Witnessing Ain rush into a battle at such a breathtaking level, Yong Dae could only helplessly realize that even if his legs were intact, he wouldn't be able to help at all when caught in a battle of such a different caliber. Magian gritted his teeth in shock as he saw Ain able to use magic once again, even though it was clearly far inferior to her original strength. How can you recover your magic while your body is still injured? He realized she was trying to buy time, using barrier-type defensive magic, but their density was not strong enough to completely block his attacks. Magian believed that merely deflecting the strikes was Zane's ultimate limit. However, her closing in was still extremely dangerous, while he was trying to create distance. Before she could reach him, Zane rushed straight toward her opponent. Magian scrambled to defend as Zane approached with a confident smile. "I told you I'm also quite agile, didn't I?" A powerful surge of energy erupted from her hand, striking the enemy directly, leaving him only able to gasp in pain. Successive bolts of magic lightning struck down, forcing Magia into a completely passive position. He realized with horror that he had fallen into a trap when Ain suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful shockwave directly at him. Damn it! A shockwave? Did she hide it on purpose? This time, he is truly done for. Ain silently assessed that the situation was still fine. Although the magic she was using was only low-level and inefficient, she still held the victory firmly in her hands. The biggest advantage now was that she could freely use magic without worrying about the pressure on her heart, allowing her to accumulate damage steadily on her opponent. Noticing the enemy was so focused on attacking that he neglected his defense, Ain decided to move in closer to deliver the decisive blow. But at that very moment, jelly suddenly popped out of her head. "Yong Ain, I feel so dizzy because we've moved too much." Whoa. Ain stood frozen in shock. What? Adian couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed the limits of the small spirit. He stammered in surprise. You never said you had a limit like this." Jelly trembled, replying that this was its first time doing this, so it didn't know either. The complex, continuous movements were making it nauseous, as if it were about to throw up all those hamburgers from earlier. In the middle of such a tense moment, with the little one causing a scene like she's carsick, I wonder if they'll both be okay. Ain gritted her teeth and ordered her partner, swallow it back down. "Hang in there! You just have to endure it." She kept encouraging Jelly, calling it the best in the world so it would try to hold it in one. Last time, putting all his strength into a decisive attack, he gathered a glowing red magic circle and unleashed deadly energy beams, aimed straight at the young girl. Ain didn't flinch, using a magic shield for close combat. However, her shield was pierced in the blink of an eye. He took the opportunity to land a kick that sent her flying. Ain was hurled away. The heavy impact left Ain slumped on the floor, but her will remained incredibly resilient. "I'm still okay. I can still go on. I can still move." She struggled to get up, but her body had begun to shake from exhaustion. Standing up, to continue the fight seemed almost impossible for her. Magian stood there, his breathing also becoming heavy. After the confrontation, he coldly declared, "Let's stop here." Looking at the gasping Ain, Magian admitted he had seen firsthand just how extraordinary a mage she truly was, being able to do so much with only a few basic spells. He explained that his magic was inherently prone to causing injury, so I couldn't hold back. And your stubborn resistance only causes trouble for both of us. Since my master ordered not to leave a single scratch on the merchandise, Magian noticed that Ain was dizzy and lightheaded from blood loss, so he suggested she lie still and take a nap, while he went to get hemostatic medicine and anesthesia. However, Ain still did not submit. She mocked his ridiculous reasons and asserted that he was the one actually struggling. She growled defiantly, "I don't see any way I could lose, so stop pretending to do me a favor." She still refused to yield, even though her body was nearly exhausted. "Hang in there! Girl, if you can't fight, at least argue back." Ain, despite being covered in injuries, stared straight at Magian and mocked. "Just a few elementary spells are more than enough. Did you never consider that I attacked? Because I knew for sure I would win. She realized he belonged to the old generation of mages. By his magic operation, which required extremely high precision. Yet he couldn't keep up with the modern methods compiled by her father. Ain did not hesitate to rub salt into her opponent's emotional wound. A mage who insists on clinging to obsolete patterns. You call yourself a quitter, and your magic has a primitive style. To match, her words sent Magen back to a haunting memory of the Archmage. Yong U. Back then, Ain's father had held his hand and exclaimed in astonishment, "This is truly excellent. I can't believe there is still a mage using this traditional magic operation method." And Yo had once praised the unique secrets from the previous generation that Magen possessed, but the truth that followed was extremely bitter. Even though that magic was created for combat, it was so difficult to use. So in reality, Magen only used it for butchering meat. He didn't know how to apply it to anything meaningful. Yong U had once enjoyed a meal he prepared and praised it, because the meat was handled with a precise cutting technique that even machines couldn't replicate. I can even feel the magical finesse in every fiber of the meat and its flavor. He hoped that this stagnant type of magic would find a new role in processing, instead of on the battlefield. However, behind those polite compliments lay ultimate contempt, as he asserted that Magen was not fit for combat, and should settle for his place as a butcher. Back to the present. Magen gritted his teeth in hatred upon hearing Ain's mocking words. Like father, like daughter. His rage exploded as Magen roared. You've even inherited that habit of smooth talking, aggravating and provoking others from your father. Unable to stand the sarcastic goading, he no longer held back, unleashing a strike that knocked Ain to the floor in pain. Magen coldly declared he had intended to treat her gently, since she was about to be sold. But now he had changed his mind. Like a true quitter, I will vent all the hatred I have for your father onto you, regardless of your helpless writhing. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Didn't you say you attacked? Because you were sure you would win. I will tear you apart, so go ahead and resist. Magen began to accumulate a deadly crimson energy in both hands. He bitterly admitted he regretted cutting her legs too early, as it would be more satisfying to split her in two, while she was still standing firm. I will finish you off with the very same obsolete old generation methods that you have long despised. The sentence echoed through the dark space. Magen began chanting for a complex two-circle magic called Sunset Folding Wings. Crimson ripples spread out with me as the center, scatter into 6 branches like a flock of migratory birds, gliding through the clouds. With the breath of fading light, silently divide the invisible boundaries. However, while he was still channeling the move, Jelly quickly swallowed all of that mana, leaving him utterly confused. Ain then flashed a relaxed smile. She admitted she had been waiting for the moment her opponent unleashed a real technique for a long time, so she could observe it closely. Looking at the squirming spirit jelly, Ain asserted that this cutting magic based on flight trajectories was actually much more effective than the magic blades she used to use. She softly apologized for the insults about being obsolete. Earlier was just a provocation tactic, explaining that the methods her father compiled were originally only for the new generation of mages. Immediately, Ain began to chant with terrifying power. As the sunset folds its wings, let the crimson ripples radiate with me as the center, splitting into 6 paths like migratory birds, touching every fiber of the sky, with the breath of the dying light, silently dividing nameless limits. As the chant ended, the complex two-circle magic was activated, glowing brilliantly on Ain's hand. She had taken his incantations to create a magic compatible with her own body. Since she was currently missing a hand, she decided to simplify the magic structure to suit her physical condition. She casually named this attack Light Slash, even though she hadn't heard the end of his version. A massive white flash, in the shape of a cross, tore through space, crushing the building in an instant before Magian's wide-eyed, terrified gaze. A man's piercing scream echoed from behind as he was struck by the attack. He yelled, cursing Magian for ignoring his calls and causing him to suffer a painful wound. Right at the scene, in another corner, Eugene slowly appeared with his signature creepy smiling face. He casually observed the deep slash left on the wall and softly remarked upon realizing the previous attack had flown off course toward the bottom. Eugene silently assessed that while this wide area attack was easy to dodge, it possessed impressive cutting power and speed relative to the amount of mana consumed. If this hit an opponent, it would be no different from having the Grim Reaper's scythe at their throat. Meanwhile, Ain collapsed from exhaustion. She felt secretly lucky for having accurately located Yong U's position, so as not to cause accidental casualties to an innocent person. Looking at Magian slumped in a pool of blood, she coldly declared this was a fair settlement of the debt for what he had done. Instead of slashing his vile mouth as she had originally intended, she chose to utilize this type of magic to end the match decisively. Oh boy, that's truly terrifying. Ain mockingly looked at her opponent, who was still trying to glare at her with hateful eyes. Despite being defeated, jelly suddenly emerged from her body and vomited repeatedly. It called Ain a liar because she promised to only use one last shot and then stop, though her body had reached its limit, losing a lot of blood, and with her wounds becoming severe. Ain still pleaded with Jelly to help her deliver one more gentle strike to finish it. She bitterly realized that deploying magic through Jelly put much more pressure on the brain than imagined, and over-provoking the opponent at this moment seemed like an unwise move. Ain smiled contentedly in her exhaustion. She had no regrets about giving her all for this battle. She had also regained her magic, though in pain, she felt it was worth it, a fair trade. As her consciousness gradually faded, his massive, pale hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, firmly grabbing the head of the gasping Magian. Ain closed her eyes and let go, completely at peace, because she knew for certain that Eugene would handle the rest of the work thoroughly. 35 years later, Cecilia took a sip of coffee, musingly repeating the question. She looked dissatisfied at being treated by her subordinates as a living fossil, just because she was nearly 40. Cecilia explained that the world had changed too quickly since the appearance of Archmage, Yong U, to the point that children who didn't live through that era would never understand the true brutality through a few sketchy history pages in school. They wrote it hastily and briefly, so as not to psychologically burden the next generation. She admitted, the elites who once lived in safe shelters might not respect Yong U, but to the rest of the world, he was the greatest savior. Because before the era of magic began, the reality back then was nothing less than a living hell, amidst ruins, desolation, and encompassing darkness. Humans had to struggle and fight for every bit of life in desperation. In that brutal context, a hooded stranger appeared, stopped two adults who were about to steal food from a scrawny child. That person mocked the cowardice of those who wanted to survive by exploiting the weakest, even though there were periodic supply trucks from the safe cities. When the man tried to attack with a brick, a brilliant red flash suddenly tore through space, splitting the brick in two in an instant. The hooded figure casually walked away, telling themselves that in such a ruined place lacking knowledge, rumors about magic would never be able to spread far. Therefore, they used that magic to save an innocent child. Approaching the child lying gasping on the ground, the stranger realized the actual situation was much worse than anything they had ever heard. The person removed the hood, revealing the face of a young girl with sorrowful eyes, and introduced herself as Marion, a future combat mage, on a training journey in the human realm. However, that is a matter of the distant past. Returning to reality, Marion is now nothing more than a pathetic wretch, whose face is being crushed amidst the rubble by Eugene's massive hand. Ain struggles to stand up among the debris, breathing heavily but with a clear look of relief in her eyes. I didn't intend for things to turn out like this. But you arrived just in time. Seeing Eugene's silhouette looming from the shadows, she softly exclaimed, "Thank you for coming to save me, Master Eugene." The mage remained absolutely silent, his deep dark eyes looking down at his student, who was covered in injuries. With a heavy pressure, he felt heartbroken for the girl because he couldn't protect her. Only those who have gone through it understand. It feels like someone is twisting your insides. Ain continued hesitantly. You must have rushed here and gone through a lot. I'm sorry, but could you help me fix this? Eugene replied in a low voice. It seemed as if he were struggling with his own mind. My head is starting to feel hazy. Sit still, Ain. He took her severed arm, preparing to perform the unthinkable. Ain was surprised to see that her detached limb was still being cherished by her master. Ah, master, did you bring the severed arm with you too? I'm truly sorry, but could you fix my legs as well? I tried my best not to get hurt any further. Eugene placed his hand on her, activating the atheist magic with a time reversal effect. Gut. Ain gasped in amazement as she saw every wound disappear in an instant. Whoa, Master Eugene's atheist magic is truly something else. You didn't just heal the cuts, but cleared away all other injuries too. Jelly, standing nearby, joked excitedly. I'm not Eugene, you know. That little girl is quite the eavesdropper, just like me. Ain rejoiced, feeling full vitality returning to her. I feel like I've returned to the state I was in before Jelly was taken out of my head. Master Eugene? However, Eugene suddenly hung his head in deep sorrow, making her worry. Are you not feeling well, Master? Why are you putting on that expression again? Eugene choked up with guilt. I'm so sorry. You must have been so worried and insecure all this time. I was too careless and indifferent. I boasted that you didn't need to worry, but I never actually set up any real protective measures for this situation. I said I would be your teacher. I promised, yet I let this happen. Eugene muttered in extreme self-reproach. I'm not qualified. Not letting her master sink deeper into melancholy, Ain shouted. Master Eugene! Mr. Eugene! She decisively reached out, grabbed his collar, and yelled, Wake up! You don't have the time, nor the right to torment yourself over this. You aren't my bodyguard. You're my teacher. A teacher's job is to help students stand on their own 2 feet, to help them fill in their weaknesses, and to encourage them when they achieve something. After shouting at her respected teacher, Ain flashed a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with faith, as she looked straight at her master. You know what? What happened today actually made me believe in your training program more than ever before. Yesterday you took me to the spirit world. Let me meet Jelly. Thanks to that, I didn't waste any time waiting until you arrived here. Stop those gloomy thoughts right now. Ain snapped, solemnly demanding that from now on, Eugene must teach her strictly, so that she can overcome any storm by herself. The girl was excited to show off her learning progress immediately, believing that her master would be amazed at her advancement. Aang recalled feeling a bit hurt because she always wanted Mr. Eugene to be the second person after her father, to witness the moment she used magic. She confidently called Jelly and cast a first-tier spell. But then both master and student were stunned, and nothing happened, except for the confused look of the small creature. Why is the magic from earlier gone? Where did it go? It's vanished! I help her out. Bigger, bigger, bigger! Seeing the magic not working, Aang confusedly asked Jelly for the reason. Currently, she has absolutely no connection with her body at all. Aang quickly realized that the body recovery mechanism, using her master's atheist magic, was like returning the body to a state it was in the past. Eugene spared no words, praising his student's intelligence, and explained the scanning technique further, something that can return an object to its perfect state at the time of the scan, no matter how damaged it is. Aang turned pale upon realizing she would have to undergo the painful connection process with Jelly all over again from the start. She bashfully said she would show him another time because she was too embarrassed. Aang mentioned that Park Yongdae had severed tendons and needed help. But Eugene suddenly stopped and moved toward the kidnapper, Mage, who was lying there gasping for air. The girl mocked him, saying he was just a failure, holding a grudge against her father, and a human trafficker who intended to sell her elsewhere. He was a villain who wanted to drive her to her death. Is Master Eugene planning to step in and heal him? Aang grumbled, thinking her master was too soft-hearted for helping someone who had just died, cut off her limbs without a hint of gratitude. Magion trembled in terror, screaming to ask what the mage intended to do with his body. Eugene had told him to lie still, as healing without prior scan data would take much more time and concentration. He stared intently at Magion's face, and asserted that he hadn't mistaken him. He still recognized this face, despite all the years that had passed. Eugene spoke in a low voice, recalling this rather unpleasant reunion, and Bob asked if he still remembered him. He mentioned a can of tuna from 35 years ago, a memory he could never forget. The image of young, scrawny Eugene from back then, holding out a can to invite him to eat, returned hauntingly. So Eugene was the boy whom Magion saved when someone tried to smash a brick over his head. Reunited with an old acquaintance. This isn't exactly the kind of magic used for opening cans. But the pull ring broke, so there's no other way. Magion of 35 years ago muttered while casting magic. Looking at the thin, ragged child before him, he could only sigh. A place where life could be taken over a cheap can of array. Tuna. This brutal scene left him stunned, silently wondering where the government was. Witnessing the scrawny child devour the food in his hands, Marion resolved that everything had to change. She believed mages had a responsibility to lead humanity with their power, instead of standing by as poor children lived in desperation every single minute. That was the true meaning that magic should bring to this world. Somehow, try to survive just a little longer. Magion encouraged and advised before leaving. This hell will soon end, once magic is officially brought to light, while also not forgetting to tell the child to keep today's encounter a secret. That child was Eugene. As a youngster, he waved goodbye brightly. Back to the present, the mage was tightly gripping the kidnapper's hand. A deep, muffled voice rang out. Do you remember now, Mr. Marion? Thanks to your kindness and your promise back then, I was able to survive and make it to this day. Magion was stunned, sweat pouring down, his face covered in bandages. What on earth are you talking about? That child from back then was actually this monster. He wondered if Aang used memory-reading magic. but then bitterly realized he was the one who had been replaying those fragments of fragments. Memory in his head. All these years. Eugene casually tightened his grip on the old man's hand. Mr. Mage, no matter what you are doing now, the fact that you are my benefactor remains unchanged. He sincerely thanked the old man, because thanks to that can of tuna, he lived long enough to meet his master. And thanks to that, Ain over there has a chance to dream of a new life. Eugene didn't hate him at all. He still remembered the life-saving favor from years ago and was still looking for him. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ain suddenly looked at her phone and muttered confusedly about Yong U's message, mentioning a spending limit. He looked into Marion's trembling eyes. Eugene spoke in a low voice. I cannot know the hardships that you had to endure to eventually embark on this terrible path. But this time I will help you, and I promise you this. Go and surrender. He squeezed the old man's hand, vowing to do everything possible to let him start a new, honest life. Majan bowed his head, choking back tears. I accept. Fine. I will surrender. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Yong U was excitedly reporting over the phone. Oh my. Our former director. What a relief. Have you met Master Eugene yet? A massive cutting spell suddenly shot out from out of nowhere. AGK and I were almost... Emium almost got split in half. She continued to excitedly confirm that Eugene had stormed the building with the whole team to rescue Yong U earlier. HVK. Emium, standing nearby, was also busy checking information. He assessed that the scale of this criminal organization is very large, and suggested all parties coordinate to search for other kidnapped victims. At the same time, on a private jet flying through the clouds, a powerful shadow was irritably scrolling through a phone. He cursed his subordinates as useless fools. Not only did they bring in no profit, but they had also sent dozens of support requests for months. They think this is a daycare? He growled, and then muttered, searching for the one sabotaging his work. The moment he saw the image on the screen, he was stunned. Damn it, it's him again! He didn't understand how Eugene could target the organization's branches with such precise accuracy. Your snoring is even louder than that. You idiot. The shadow mocked the girl lounging on the seat. He reminded her that because she had offended Solly, he had to hitch a ride on this jet, and now was not the time to be lazy. He held out the phone displaying an emergency damage report with a picture of Eugene and asked, This is the one causing us headaches. This is that Eugene guy, right? The one he placed a bet on. The red-haired girl with demon horns lazily opened her eyes, looking completely indifferent. The shadow coldly declared, We just found his location. If it looks easy, go for it. But don't think you've caught an easy prey. Found him yet? Where is he? The red-haired Capricorn girl excitedly asked in rapid succession upon waking up. On the jet, the hairy subordinate accompanying her irritably told her to be a little patient, as the journey was still very long. He grumbled about the useless henchmen. Not only did they fail to pay the fees on time, but now they have the nerve to ask for aid. How troublesome. We should send someone to wipe out that place before any evidence gets leaked. Hearing that, Capricorn immediately grabbed the phone. In that case, let me handle it. Give me the phone. Let's see. Where is the share button? As soon as she got the location, the girl excitedly prepared for action, leaving her subordinate stunned. Why are you in such a hurry? By the time the plane lands, it will be too late. What? He panicked as he realized her crazy intention, seeing her hastily putting on her jacket. No way, you aren't planning to. Capricorn smirked with excitement. Anyway, I'm awake now and I'm bored. So I think I'll warm up a bit before I meet him. I'll take responsibility for leveling that place. Ignoring her companion's protest, to wait for the plane to land so they could send people to track the exact coordinates, the girl decisively declared, "I'm going ahead," and dived straight out of the plane. Amidst the frantic screams of her subordinate, she gets off a plane like people get out of a car. No protocol at all, right? Everyone? Ha. Sprinting down from the clouds, Capricorn was full of anticipation. I'm really looking forward to this. The monster, who made our old man lose all his courage. Just how strong are you, really? Meanwhile, in a dark basement, the kidnapped victims were holding their breath, listening to the chaotic sounds from outside. The noise stopped. It's over. They looked at each other doubtfully in the stifling atmosphere. Is this really a rescue? I hear footsteps approaching. Hope began to flicker in the hearts of the miserable souls. As the sound of bricks echoed and the iron door opened, they burst into joy. It's open! It's not even time for the checkup yet. I think this really is the rescue team. They cried out, "Showdown!" because they were finally about to see the sunlight and return home to their families. However, the one appearing at the door was Ain, with Jelly, sleeping soundly on her hat. Oh, everyone is gathered here. How dare they lock up this many people? They really are vermin. Recognizing the famous mage, the victims cheered through tears. Huh? Mage Ain? The girl smiled reassuringly. It's okay, everyone. I've come to rescue you. Everyone erupted in joy at the appearance of their savior. The presence of Yong U herself made them so happy that, they felt their struggle to survive until now was completely worth it. Looking at the rubble, Eugene softly remarked, "Everyone looks a bit better than before." Ain wondered in confusion. Before? Immediately after, piercing screams rang out. "Mage, be careful behind you! Watch your back!" The leader at this moment he was frozen, in an extremely pathetic state. He was in pain, cursing as he realized his backside had been slashed open. He feared that Ain's people would not only take her away but rescue all the slaves, while regretting not reporting to headquarters sooner. However, he was suddenly stunned to realize his wound was healing itself. It turned out Eugene was devotedly treating him from behind. "Sorry. Bear with it for a moment, I'm treating your injury." On the other side, Ain was explaining the entire incident to Yuan. He and HBK, even though the CID was split in half by the previous strike, and he still excitedly congratulated Ain on regaining her magic thanks to Jelly's help. Leaving Ain only able to bow her head apologetically to her teammates, she sighed in relief. "Luckily my slash didn't hit anyone." "That was a close call, everyone." Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. "Done." Eugene kindly asked, "I hope you're feeling better now?" With a distorted face, the man screamed in despair, begging for death. Please just kill him, instead of forcing him to live in this hideous form. Furthermore, Ain coldly looked down, asserting that this is the deserved price for the scum who specialize in human trafficking and holding slaves. She demanded to know who was behind the plan to buy her, but Marion only remained stubbornly silent. Seeing the opponent refused to cooperate, Ain threatened to let him live his whole life in this form. But Eugene quickly corrected that the magic would wear off on its own. Tomorrow." He told Ain to rest assured and hand him over to the police. After that, he would directly scour his mind to find the mastermind, silently hoping that the nurse who disappeared earlier would report to headquarters so someone would come to the rescue. But Eugene cut off that hope with a proposal for cooperation to eliminate every threat to Ain. He didn't want Ain to encounter danger like this ever again, determined to find their den to settle the score. Realizing the situation was irreversible, Magian revealed he was just a newly joined mercenary, so he didn't know the specific details, but he had eavesdropped on a call about the location, where the transaction was to take place today. He urged them to hurry if they wanted to find out the truth. Witnessing the blatant betrayal, the henchman beside him could only grit his teeth and curse him as a traitor. Eugene happily gave his thanks and promised to report this cooperation to his friend at the police station to lighten his sentence. Eugene took out his phone and called Inspector Kim Sung-hee to report the situation. Ain stretched tiredly. She felt the past 2 days were truly a mess, but entirely worth it, now that she understood Jelly's abilities, and found the shortest path to becoming a great Archmage again. Looking at Eugene's back, Ain silently apologized for having doubted him. Even if Master Eugene is sometimes a bit slow, foolish, and old-fashioned, but she could feel the devotion he put into training her. Ain smiled radiantly, determined to always trust in this teacher. From now on, she won't go around screaming in her teacher's face anymore. Outside, a police car was speeding down the road. Inspector Kim was having a headache dealing with legal troubles. Even though the good news was that Ain had been safely rescued, things were starting to get complicated. Inspector Kim Sung-hee was sitting in the police car. He sighed and admitted to Eugene over the phone that even if they followed protocol, identifying the buyer would be extremely difficult. Large-scale cases like this often hit walls of power at higher levels, and he advised Eugene that if he felt uneasy, it was best to act as if he had never heard anything, even though he knew that wasn't pleasant at all. Right then, from high up in the sky, the red-haired Capricorn girl was plunging down at terrifying speed like a bolt of wool. Lightning. High. She frowned at her phone, wondering why she still couldn't see the target even though the GPS signal indicated she was very close. Looking down at the dilapidated, half-finished building below, Capricorn smirked slightly. She understood that people doing shady business never choose a decent place to hide. She reckoned that people like Eugene only deserved to live in a wretched place like this. Her heart started beating fast with excitement as she spotted the target. She was debating which way to make a truly impressive entrance inside the building. Eugene was finishing his call and telling everyone to prepare to move outside, to hand things over to the police, while Aim was looking up at the ceiling in confusion, wondering if it was about to rain. A glowing red shadow suddenly tore through space, crashing straight down onto Eugene's position. In a devastating impact, a horrific explosion occurred. Dust and debris went flying everywhere. Capricorn stood amidst the rubble, her crimson eyes piercing through the dark entity that was gradually manifesting before her. This was the one that the old man, Friedrich, had mentioned with such deep wariness. While the victims were thrown back by the powerful aftershock, Capricorn growled, asserting, "There's no mistake. It's you, isn't it? The one to whom my old man owes a favor." Another horrific impact followed, causing the entire area to collapse completely into a cloud of white smoke. Everything was submerged. It felt as if no one could escape. Amidst the devastated debris, Aang luckily survived thanks to the ice prison defense of Yun-hee, which enveloped her just before the disaster struck. Despite being stuck in the freezing block of ice and unable to escape immediately, she still breathed a sigh of relief for having kept her life after that destructive attack just now. As Aang scrambled out from the shattered ice, the anxious calls of UN and HVK Imyung rang out urgently, checking on her and the director. Aang wiped the dust off her face, clearly confirming she was fine, though her mind was still reeling from the horrific power that had just swept through. Hiding behind, Aang realized with shock that Eugene had used his own body to shield everyone from the falling bricks and the aftershock. 6,934, she thought to herself. Ko Sam Nanjejak. Did Master Eugene use his knees to stop all that rubble? Looking at the thick cloud of dust, Aang grew worried, wondering if her master outside was okay. But given the scale of this horrific destruction, she understood that even if she and her teammates rushed out, they wouldn't be of any help. She decided to let Eugene handle it himself and silently prayed for him. High above, the red-haired Capricorn girl stood proudly atop the ruins. She frowned slightly, feeling that something was very strange about what had just blocked her sudden kick. She looked down at the pitch-black mass that was writhing, silently marveling at the mana and the insane atmosphere that it radiated toward her. This was the most impressively appearing entity she had ever seen, and she hoped the upcoming battle would be interesting. She flashed a provocative smile. "I've heard all about it. You're the one who tore off Uncle Gamora's arm and heart, aren't you?" "From the darkness," Eugene exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? Me? That's such a false accusation." Actually, he cut them off himself. He looked closely at his opponent and noticed strange features. Ears, horns, and even a tail. So it's the demon race. Why has a demoness come here uninvited? Ha ha! Eugene wondered if old man Friedrich had sent. The girl proudly introduced herself. "I am TLC. I heard you made the strongest mage. Turn tail and run." So I traveled all the way here with very high expectations. TLC was burning with spirit, wanting a proper match between the strong. However, Eugene appeared exhausted. "I'm sorry, I'm busy right now, so I don't have time to play around." He realized his condition was very poor. After continuously casting spells, spatial tracking and healing serious wounds, well, Eugene thought to himself, "I've overworked myself all day today. I'm gradually reaching my limit." Seeing his body begin to lose control, he warned TLC that the police would soon arrive, and advised her to surrender quietly and be taken away, along with those other people. Eugene's body began to deform terrifyingly, revealing a pale entity screaming within the mass of darkness. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Aang suddenly pointed curiously at the strange hole in Eugene's neck, which occasionally emitted smoke whenever he fought with Friedrich, this girl, to take revenge on him. Eugene casually explained that it is simply a cooling system or event that opens whenever he generates artificial mana to use conventional magic or operate atheist magic for long periods. He stated that as he gradually unlocks restricted brain functions, it creates combustion byproducts that need to be expelled through that hole. Aang couldn't help but ask in shock, "Why do you have to limit your own brain functions?" Eugene spoke in a low voice, revealing a haunting truth. That when calculation speed, depth of thought, and knowledge reach too high a level, thoughts that should never exist will begin to surface in his mind. Losing control of his body, he could do unthinkable things. Amidst the desolate ruins, the mage suddenly burst into a wild laugh, an echo full of eeriness and solitude. He questioned the demon girl about how she had indiscriminately destroyed everything on her way here, causing uninvolved people to be swept into danger. TLC looked bewildered for a moment before suddenly remembering. She casually admitted that she might have crushed someone's head when she plunged down. TLC nonchalantly scratched her head, wondering why the scene was so clean that there were no bloodstains or debris left. Then naively asked Eugene if that unfortunate person was an acquaintance of his. Witnessing TLC's attitude of killing without hesitation, and without a hint of guilt, Eugene assessed that this girl was truly a dangerous individual, no less so than old man Friedrich. TLC laughed excitedly, declaring she wouldn't dodge Eugene's first attack to make up for the earlier incident. Immediately, Eugene cast a Tier 1 complex magic called Psychic Binding Armor, creating a brilliant green surge of energy that surrounded TLC. The girl stood still, taking the hit, but quickly realized this wasn't an attack meant to crush her body, but a type of lock to minimize the strength and speed she could unleash. Feeling overconfident because I'm the strongest, this isn't good. TLC was astonished by the speed and precision in every single move Eugene made. Despite possessing innate magic resistance, she still couldn't believe her opponent could pierce through that defense so easily. TLC wondered if this was truly just a non-damaging, binding strike, because she believed that if Eugene had struck just a bit harder, she wouldn't even have had time to consider it a normal attack. Meanwhile, Eugene knew well that this was no time to relax. Sensing that the demon race's combat instincts were extremely sharp, he decided not to use ancient magic or elemental transformation, as they were too exhausted. Instead, Eugene focused on pure shape-shifting to end the match. As quickly as possible, he reminded her, "You have to keep your promise." Atheist magic. Spring. Reaction. Eugene suddenly transformed his body into a giant mass of darkness and shot forward like an arrow tearing through space. TLC flinched in terror. "He's coming! He's here!" Her crimson eyes glowed with excitement as she felt the terrifying pressure closing in. TLC realized this feeling was entirely different from any opponent she had ever met before. A threat, on par with the most powerful entities she had ever faced. In the past, she thought it had to be like this to be worthy of fighting her. Small fry weren't enough to even satisfy an itch. A giant hand of darkness reached out, carrying a threat that TLC had never experienced in her life. She was stunned to see her opponent intending to use bare hands, without using a single bit of magic, at this subsonic speed. Eugene is fully capable of crushing any basic defense through physical strength alone. Despite having promised to stand still for one hit, TLC intended to take the blow with her body, and then counterattack immediately. However, the moment that monstrous hand closed in, her survival instinct suddenly screamed violently, as it sensed an unexplainable danger. A shocking explosion occurred right at TLC's position, shattering the ground. As the dust cleared, TLC stood trembling, her face drenched in sweat. That was terrifying. All 5 of my senses are screaming. Eugene lay flat on the ground, his voice full of resentment. "You said you wouldn't dodge, you liar." TLC realized with horror that if she hadn't dodged in time just now, everything would have certainly ended right there. She couldn't believe a monster like Eugene possessed such a profound level of magic. Hearing Eugene complain about his feelings being hurt, TLC told herself that old man, Friedrich, wasn't senile when he warned her about this guy. She saved face by asserting that her hair had actually been touched by the attack, but then seriously admitted, "Just kidding. You are far too dangerous for me to keep that promise. You broke your promise and you're still acting tough while lying. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" TLC, with a sharp gaze, declared the scouting phase over, and that she would no longer be careless. Inside the ruins, Ein and the assistant group were shocked to hear the name. Zodiac. Ein wondered if that was the name of the Demon King's guard from back then. But the truth was even scarier. It is the name of a newly emerged but extremely influential criminal organization, led by Friedrich himself, the one who personally finished off the Demon King and took that title for his group of 12 subordinates. The slumped criminal revealed that one of the core members of Zodiac runs illegal magic weapon manufacturing workshops all over the world. Among the 12 leaders TLC is the only one who publicizes her identity and face, acting as a combat captain, specializing in wiping out any organizations opposing Friedrich. Ain. Mused, she didn't expect someone as dangerous as TLC to join Gomorrah. Such a wicked man who defies all authority. Yet so many talented people join him. Her track record is terrifying, having once killed 2 mystic-tier combat mages belonging to the Alliance. Not stopping there, TLC is also known by the title Dragon Slayer, after single-handedly taking down an adult dragon, placing her on the blacklist with a massive bounty. Ain admitted she once intended to hunt down this person before she lost her magic, leaving HVK Emyong panicked by her recklessness. Though she believed Master Eugene could overpower the opponent, an extremely powerful shock suddenly overturned the entire barrier. The ground shook violently. Ain urged everyone to use defensive magic immediately, as the battle outside had begun to spiral out of control. TLC lunged down like a crimson bolt of lightning, destroying everything in her path. Eugene struggled to defend himself amidst the ruins. He yelled, asking the opponent to wait a moment, so he could get the innocent people out of the danger zone. If this continues, the innocent won't have a chance to survive. However, TLC didn't care in the slightest. She unleashed an explosive attack of horrific mana. In a fit of rage, TLC gritted her teeth, declaring she couldn't accept this reality. She crushed the ground and charged into the attack with a frenzied will. Eugene realized with shock that TLC's speed had reached a level so fast that the naked eye could no longer keep up with her movements. In TL's mind, combat instincts were rising, stronger than ever. She had never needed tactics or formal techniques, because her body and sharp intuition had always led her to victory. To TL, the stronger the enemy and the more dangerous the situation, the predatory instinct would become even more sharp to find openings and finish off the opponent, even in battles where there seemed to be no chance of winning. TL was still ready to sacrifice herself in combat without any regret. Because of that, in all her battles, she had never lost. But for the first time in her life, she felt a terrifying obstruction. The pitch-black threads of shadow from Eugene had surrounded and tightly bound TLC, making her scream in utter helplessness, as nothing had ever been able to stop her fighting will before. My vision has narrowed, and my judgments are starting to become blurred, Friedrich mused, recalling the battle with Eugene. The old man admitted he had been completely overwhelmed by the hammer, unlimited regenerative magic, and the bizarre matter transformation techniques of his former disciple. Sitting opposite Sari, Friedrich assessed that, for a member of the demon race possessing sharp senses like TL, those instincts that were once an advantage would now become a burden. When facing an entity beyond logic, Sari asked with concern if the old man was sending TL to her death, especially since the organization was severely short-staffed and relied solely on her fighting power. Friedrich smirked with a hidden meaning. No, she won't die, probably. The old man believed that after this battle, TL would know her place, or she would be backed into a corner, only to break her limits and advance further. Furthermore, the old man just wanted her to learn a costly lesson for her attitude toward him. Back at the battlefield, TLC stood amidst the ruins with trembling legs. The girl bitterly realized she had been betrayed by her own innate survival instincts. The instincts that once helped her enjoy dramatic battles were now screaming, forcing her to flee from Eugene's pressure. TLC looked down at her opponent. She felt humiliated that the very body and senses she trusted more than magic chose a cowardly way to save her life. Screaming from within her soul, I'd rather die in an unwinnable battle Then live like a coward? I never asked you to save my life. TLC gritted her teeth in hatred. If you're going to turn me into a coward, then get out of here! TLC screamed frantically, personally breaking off her own two horns. Meanwhile, Aini and the assistant group were still safely hiding under the protection of the rubble, looking out into the pitch-black night covered by an eerie surge of mana. Ain worriedly noticed that Master Eugene seemed to be taking quite a lot of time to completely subdue this demon girl who was venting her rage. If it were me, I'd throw a few punches to wake her up. Ha ha ha! Just kidding. I don't know how to fight. Ain worriedly observed from her hiding place through a small gap. The girl silently wondered if everything was about to end, so they could finally leave this place. But immediately after, a horrific explosion shook the entire building, making Ain turn pale with terror. Oh no, it's a total disaster. Outside, TLC was falling into a state of panic as she witnessed her opponent's terrifying speed. He's too fast. I can't even see his silhouette, let alone try to catch him. TLC believed that if she could just unleash out one clean hit, she could stop Eugene, but that chance seemed too far away. Even if her punch landed, his recovery power meant it wouldn't do a thing to him. TLC felt like her head was about to explode as she forced herself to observe and analyze things she had never cared about before. However, that effort was not in vain. The demon girl began to recognize the patterns hidden behind her opponent's strangeness. TLC's brain worked at full capacity, and finally, she found a few important clues. Her forced combat instincts helped her find Eugene's weakness. TLC realized the most terrifying point was Eugene's hands. She shuddered, asserting his hands were extremely, truly, incredibly dangerous. More accurately, the thing she needed to be absolutely wary of was the mage's palms. TLC decided to change her tactics. She would crush him without letting those palms touch her body. A lightning-fast kick was unleashed to push Eugene back. TLC triumphantly realized her opponent's attack was completely useless if it couldn't directly touch her body. She silently mocked. Old man Friedrich. He must have been too confident in his defense, which is why he was pathetically defeated when Eugene got close. TLC was confident in her sharp senses, believing that Eugene's sluggish movements would never be able to reach her. The girl continued to analyze the second weakness. When Eugene used mid-range magic, those spells were sharp enough to pierce the demon. Faces magic resistance. TLC was decisive. I have no intention of facing those things head-on ever again. She came up with a bold plan, believing that if she completely crushed his head, magic he was squeezing out would be cancelled, even if his movements were strangely annoying. Compared to real combat mages, he is slow, monotonous, and full of openings. The demon girl began to suspect that this guy actually doesn't know how to fight at all. From the hiding place, Ain also confirmed that to the assistants. She explained that Eugene is essentially a researcher, and has never formally studied any combat magic tactics. Looking back at the battle with Friedrich, Ain realized the master didn't use any lethal spells either, but only swung his hands to transform the surrounding matter. Friedrich lost not because he was overwhelmed by skill, but because he was careless enough to have his arms stripped away, which then led to panic. Ain admitted that the transformation and regeneration magic of Eugene is extremely excellent, but it is not everything. To Yunhe's question about whether the immortal recovery ability could help the master find an opening, Ain asserted that atheist magic has incredible penetration, and she is looking for a chance for Jelly to support her in approaching the opponent. She will try to help Eugene when he is hit quite hard by a direct attack. Meanwhile, Eugene is falling into a state of severe overload. After 2 continuous days of forcing his brain to work at full capacity, he helplessly realized the opponent is too fast, making it impossible for him to catch up. While his brain's processing speed has dropped to only 10% touch wall, the body control system is starting to fail. Eugene is so sleep-deprived, he wants to give up and be captured, in the hope that the opponent would leave the others alone. But he immediately dismissed that thought, because he knows that if he falls asleep, no one else will be able to protect. Eugene struggles to find one last plan to lock down the movements of the demon girl. TLC has seen through her opponent's weakening, as the regeneration speed of Eugene begins to slow down. Noticing that Eugene is gradually becoming exhausted, she decided there was no need for large-scale attacks. Instead, she would focus all her power on speed to wear him down until he died. TLC lunged into a frenzied attack, feeling extremely exhilarated to experience a battle for the first time. That required observation and thinking, instead of just relying on instinct. She silently regretted being too hasty when making a bet with old man Friedrich about this target. She thought, Eugene isn't as scary as Friedrich described. She could take down this prey easily. Right then, Eugene softly uttered, "Now." A horrific aura of killing intent suddenly enveloped the space. TLC trembled, feeling the thick, murderous intent seeping through every fiber of her flesh, her nerves, and deep into her bone marrow. A disgusting sensation she had never tasted before. She realized with shock that all this time, Eugene hadn't even considered this a real battle. How humiliating! TLC screamed in her heart, upon knowing her opponent had only just formed the intention to kill her. She frantically lunged forward, vowing to tear his body apart repeatedly, so he wouldn't have time to recover, or even have a single second to breathe. In the middle of the clash, Ain suddenly appeared and cast Tier 2 complex magic. "Kate Cutter!" The girl shouted loudly to cheer Master Eugene. Finish her in just one blow. Witnessing this interference, TLC was extremely infuriated. She contemptuously called Ain a half-baked brat who dared to interfere in adult business. However, TLC was suddenly terrified to realize her body was being sucked tightly into a center from which she could not escape. It wasn't spiritual wind or gravity, but the surrounding space itself was being collapsed inward. She screamed in desperation. "Wait, hold on. This counts as cheating. Ending like this isn't fair at all. This isn't a real battle." Eugene had towered there like a phantom. He coldly retorted, "What battle are you talking about? I never said I would give you a fair fight." Eugene stood silently amidst the ruins, ending everything in a terrifying stillness. "Finally caught this demoness. Ha-ha." Ain ran over hurriedly and cheered Master Eugene. "You've worked hard." The girl breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her master had a very difficult time dealing with that dangerous demon woman, contrary to his student's joy. What a waste! I almost reached that point, but something got in the way. I guess I'll save it for next time. Eugene looked at Ain with a look of relief and said, "I'm truly glad you're okay, Ain." He anxiously asked if she was hurt anywhere, but Ain quickly reassured him she was fine. However, she suddenly noticed something strange and asked, "Did you just say something, Master?" Before she could finish her sentence, Eugene collapsed onto her from pure exhaustion. Luckily, he only passed out just now. Ain screamed in panic, seeing her master lose consciousness. After the commotion, all the victims were taken to the hospital for mental and physical treatment. At the police station, the inspector announced that everyone wanted to send their thanks directly to her. He stated that the investigation into the kidnapping would officially begin tomorrow. while authorities were working hard to find more clues at the scene of the ruins. Currently, one member of the group is actively cooperating and providing information, while the rest will be interrogated as soon as Eugene's transformation magic wears off. As for TLC, she is being held in a special glass cage and will be handed over to the enforcement unit of the Magic Alliance. Yong U looked at her sleeping master and felt a deep sense of gratitude. Tomorrow, the inspector bowed to thank Ain for bravely venturing into danger to assist the police, but she modestly replied that it was Master Eugene and her colleagues who put in the most effort. Seeing Eugene sleeping soundly on the chair, the inspector anxiously asked about him. Ain explained that this is a side effect whenever the master uses excessive magic. Meanwhile, brawny man suddenly burst in, calling out the name Park Yong-dae. That was Yong-dae's director. He rushed over hurriedly to ask about the situation after hearing his subordinate had been kidnapped. This man seems quite concerned about his staff. After checking that Yong-dae was safe, he intended to find the culprit to settle the score, but learned that while Eugene was the one who saved lives and treated the wounds of everyone, when TLC suddenly appeared, recognizing the presence of Mage Yong U. The director was shocked to learn that a mystic tier assassin like TLC had targeted his people, and wondered what the real reason behind it was. The situation at the scene began to calm down as all parties started clearing up the aftermath. Yong-dae stood nearby, head bowed in deep apology. The director promised to personally apologize to Eugene later, then turned to Ain. With great hesitation, he apologized for Yong-dae's big mouth, causing so much trouble. He may look like this, but he's still young and hasn't been taught proper etiquette. I apologize for his rudeness which caused trouble, and we will sincerely thank you for saving my student. Both bowed deeply. Yong-dae sobbed, "Me too. All these terrible things happened because of me. I am truly sorry, Mage Yong-U." Ain smiled slightly, recalling their previous agreement. "We made a deal, remember? I said I would forgive you if you helped me. So please raise your head, Mr. Young Man. It's Yong-dae. Forgive and forget, right, everyone?" When things had finally settled down, Ain turned to ask Inspector Kim, "Inspector, is there anything else we can help with today?" The inspector smiled and replied, "You can all go home now. You have done more than enough. Please give my regards to Master Eugene." When he wakes up, back at the academy, HVK Emium and Yuan He struggled greatly to move the fast-asleep Eugene onto the sofa. HVK Emium complained, "He's so tall that I can't even lay him down properly. He's truly very long." Ain stood watching, thinking to herself that she had to look up to this man ever since she was a child, and it was never easy. She thanked HVK Emium for working hard to carry Eugene all the way back, but the guy could only manage a bitter smile. "I was just praying that he wouldn't wake up while I was carrying him on my back." Finding it strange, and he asked, "Huh? Why say that? Wouldn't it be easier if he woke up?" AVK Emium shuddered and explained that although Eugene is a good person, the pressure emanating from his appearance is truly difficult to face. Curious, Yun-hee turned to ask Miss Ain, "What do you think about Master Eugene's appearance?" The sudden question made Ain freeze. She quietly observed Eugene's sleeping face, with the long scar on his neck, and his sharp features. After a moment of contemplation, she softly replied, "The scar on his neck. Those sharp features and even that oversized height, they're all very striking. But I've never actually thought he was ugly." This confession left both HVK Emium and Eugene. He stunned, faces breaking into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves that the issue here wasn't about being beautiful or ugly at all. Ain innocently continued. I mean, he's tall and strong. But with that personality, I suspect he's never actually dated anyone. Seeing her former master's smug expression, when he and HVK Emium could only shudder, sensing that something was very wrong. Seeing her two friends staring at her, Ain blushed and flusteredly corrected herself. I just meant that he's not ugly. That's all. Don't misunderstand. It's not like he's my type or anything. Realizing her words were making no sense, she hurried to change the subject to hide her embarrassment, sincerely thanking Yuan, he and HVK Emyoung for immediately rushing to her rescue. The moment they heard she was in danger, Ain spoke wistfully, reminding them that she was no longer their master. Technically, they were just strangers now. However, Yuan Tanwan, he and HVK Emium both insisted they couldn't just stand by and watch, especially after having received such a generous severance package from her. HVK Emium spoke in a low voice, expressing his concern. What I'm worried about is that this won't be the last time someone tries to threaten you. We still don't know who hired the kidnappers, and the fact that you can't use magic, as well as your presence in South Korea, has been rumored everywhere. Ain fell silent. She recalled the kidnapper's words about how someone high up in the Alliance wanted to own her like a trophy pet, a display item, or a house animal. She admitted that while she knew there were crazy people who would dare target the daughter of great mage Yong U, she didn't expect them to act so brazenly. Looking over at the sleeping Eugene, Ain told herself, Master Eugene is definitely talented and strong, but he cannot protect me from every single threat. Even so, she smiled with determination, telling herself she was fine and truly grateful that this incident had helped her find the true path to growth. She understood now. To be safe, she must be able to defend herself. She cannot rely on others forever. I don't need absolute safety, Ain boldly asserted, her eyes burning with a determined will. She believed that whatever threat arrived, it would only become the fuel for her to grow stronger under Master Eugene's guidance. Meanwhile, in a gloomy forest, a man in a suit was reporting over the phone that the traffickers had fallen into the net and their criminal organization was completely wiped out. He confirmed that TLC had also been subdued by Ain's guardian and handed over to the police. However, the man couldn't help but worry. If the ones captured rat us out, things will get very troublesome. From the other end of the line, a cold shadow ordered him to clean up the scene thoroughly, so as not to leave any traces related to the organization. The gray-haired man silently ended the call with his subordinate and turned to speak to his wife, standing amidst the stinking corpses. Sari showed clear boredom. You really shouldn't have told me. It turned out this wretched husband had intended to use Ain as a cruel gift for their 30th wedding anniversary, even harboring a perverted intention of wanting his wife to embody the image of Ain's late mother, to join the celebration. Disgusted by those words, Sari indignantly peeled off her fake skin, revealing a pale form full of stitches like a living corpse. She growled, declaring she was in an extremely foul mood and would go vent her stress at the slaughterhouse all night, leaving her husband behind. Sari believed that Ain was still far too weak, and if they missed the chance to make the girl disappear quietly now, then later on, more pests would swarm around and harass her. She stated decisively, I will handle Ain myself. Stop meddling in things that don't concern you. Seeing his wife's determination, the husband suggested using TLC's arrest as an excuse for Sari's clan to demand the right to extradite her. Since TLC once murdered A, mystic mage from her clan. Sari tiredly turned her back and walked away, not forgetting to drop a sarcastic remark about her husband's weakness. She suddenly froze, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint, as she asked for the identity of the guardian who single-handedly took down a TLC guy. What was his name again? Eugene. Tor. The mage's image appeared on the computer screen, with a highly suspicious caption about a mutant demon entity. She has set her sights on Eugene. Does she want to take him down herself? At the law enforcement headquarters, a man with a beard was explaining to young Everest that Eugene was actually a famous mad mage from South Korea, someone who possessed insane power, matching his bizarre appearance. Although superiors were fighting for custody of TLC, he used his influence to arrange for Everest to directly escort the enemy to prison. Looking at the girl whose parents were murdered by TLC years ago, he spoke in a low voice. Though you cannot take revenge with your own hands, at least throw that murderer into the dungeon with your own hands. What do you think? Everest coldly affirmed that she never lets personal feelings interfere with her work, because now she officially belongs to the Alliance's enforcement unit.